a mail-order bride for his Montana heart.
Written by Etta Foster and published by Starfall Publications. Book from Historical Western Romance series. Save more with our ebook and audiobook bundles on our website starfallpublicationsbooks.com. Subscribe for more audiobooks. Enjoy.
Chapter 1. Anna Stevens leaned back against the hard bench of the stagecoach and tried not to groan, her body protesting at the inactivity. It seemed to her that the driver did his best to allow the vehicle to hit every large bump or hole in the dirt road. One of the wheels also squeaked horribly, which was grating on her nerves. She wasn't used to sitting so still and for so long. She was glad that this was her last day traveling. She should arrive in Ragford, Montana by late afternoon, and she made an instant promise to herself that she would never travel in this way again if she could help it. She had been traveling by stagecoach for almost a week, and she had grown very tired of it by the second day. Her first day was spent crammed inside with 4 other people, an older man and his wife, and 2 businessmen. There was hardly any room to even move her legs, and she could have sworn that one of the businessmen did his best to touch her leg every time the stagecoach rode over a bump. On the second day, she traveled with a young woman who had a young boy. The child cried most of the day, even though his mother had done everything she could think of to comfort him. Anna knew that she should have taken the train from the town she had grown up in Kansas, but she had chosen to travel on the stagecoach to save money. It had cost less than half the amount to ride the stagecoach as it would have if she had taken the train. Her heart clenched as she thought about her family she had left behind. She had grown up on a dirt-poor farm, raised with an older sister, Emma, and a younger brother, William. Her father worked from sunup to sundown trying to keep the farm going. She had spent most of her time helping her father on the farm, while Emma had mostly worked with their mother in the house and in the garden until she had moved to Ragford and had married a successful rancher. William, at 11 years of age, was now getting old enough and big enough to be of some help to their father. She hoped that her leaving wasn't going to cause too much hardship on her father. At least, she had been able to give her parents the money she'd saved by riding the stagecoach instead of the train before she left. She hoped that it would make a difference to them, at least for a while. The stagecoach ran over another large bump in the road, and the movement threw her almost into the lap of the other passenger, an older, heavy-set woman. For this last leg of her journey, there were only 2 of them inside the stagecoach. "I'm so sorry," Anna said as she moved her body back to her side of the bench. The woman waved a hand in the air. "It's not your fault." She looked at Anna carefully, a twinkle in her eyes. "We might as well get acquainted while we travel. I've found that talking with the people I travel with makes the time go by faster. What is your name?" "Anna Stevens," she replied after a brief hesitation. She wasn't sure she wanted to converse with this woman. She was so tired and weary, but she also wondered if the woman had made a good point. She had hardly talked to any of the other passengers she'd traveled with over the last week. Maybe talking would help pass the time and get her mind off what was waiting for her in Ragford. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Anna Stevens. I'm Mrs. Lucy Clark." Anna smiled at the woman. "It's nice to meet you, too. Are you heading to Ragford?" Mrs. Clark shook her head. "No, I still have another day before I get to the town I'm going to, Wolf River." "Do you live there?" "No, I'm from Billings. I'm going to Wolf River with the plan to spend the rest of summer there. My daughter and her family live there, and I am looking forward to finally getting to know my grandchildren." "That sounds nice," Anna replied with a smile. "My husband Peter went on to glory last fall, and I'm finding that I have quite a bit of time on my hands since he passed on. I was greatly relieved when Catherine invited me to stay with them for a few months." "I'm sure that you will enjoy your time with your family," Anna said sincerely. "Now, tell me where you are going," Mrs. Clark invited her, moving the subject from herself. "Ragford will be my last stop. My sister Emma married a rancher who lives nearby about a year ago." "So, you are traveling to visit family too," Mrs. Clark said with a nod. "I'm also going to get married," Anna said, not sure why she gave Mrs. Clark that information. Most likely, it was because she was feeling very nervous the closer she got to Ragford. Mrs. Clark's face lit up in pleasure. "Oh, how nice. I'm sure that your young man is very anxious for your arrival." Anna shrugged. "I've actually not met him yet." Mrs. Clark settled herself more comfortably against the wooden seat and looked at Anna with interest. "Now, I hear a nice story in your voice. Why would you travel to marry a man that you haven't yet met?" "I'm what you could call a mail-order bride." "I've never heard of such a thing before." "My sister was also a mail-order bride. She came to Ragford to marry Logan. After they married, she encouraged both Kent and me to write to each other, with the idea that we would eventually get married. Kent is good friends with Logan, so Emma knows him very well. We've written for about 6 months, and Kent finally asked me to travel to Ragford to marry him about a month ago. He sent me some money for travel, and here I am." "I do hope that you know what you are getting yourself in for," Mrs. Clark said with concern. "Why, my Peter courted me for a full 2 years before he even asked me for my hand, although granted, he lived in a different city than I did. It was difficult to see each other as often as we would have liked, but my father insisted that we get to know each other as much as we could before we married. I never regretted that decision." Mrs. Clark's words made Anna feel even more nervous. What if Kent turned out to be someone he wasn't? She had been taking Emma's word that he would be a good husband for her, but then she remembered the reason why she had agreed to write Kent in the first place. "Weren't there any young men that you could have married where you lived?" Mrs. Clark asked. "There was an older man who has been trying to court me since last summer," Anna told her. She couldn't help but shudder at the thought of Mr. Monson. "He moved to town and took a job at the bank. He is a widower with 3 young children. He did pursue me heavily, although I'm not sure why he chose me, since he is quite a bit older than me, in his mid-30s. There were a few other women in town who were closer to his age, who would have been a much better choice for him." "I can see why you weren't interested in marrying him," Mrs. Clark nodded. "I'm guessing that you are close to 19 years of age?" Anna nodded, not bothering to tell her that she was really 20 years old, having just had a birthday last month. "I think he was looking for someone to be a mother to his children," Emma confessed. "Most likely he was. I'm sure it is very difficult for a man to take care of such young children on his own. He also scared me. He was a very controlling man. Once he had decided that he wanted me to take his late wife's place, he did everything he could to convince me to marry him. He even asked my father if he could court me. He gave his permission, so Mr. Monson seemed to think that I would agree because of my father's blessing." She shuddered again, remembering the many conversations she'd had with her parents. Once her father knew that Anna had no desire to marry Mr. Monson. He did tell her that he wasn't going to insist that she do so, but her mother had pushed the issue many times. Anna knew that her mother didn't understand why Anna wouldn't want to marry a wealthy man such as Mr. Monson, especially since he had a good job and would be able to easily provide for her. Anna wouldn't have to always worry about money as her mother had needed to her entire life. But Anna felt that there needed to be a better reason to marry someone than because of money. She had always thought that she would marry for love. She would meet her dream man, they would fall deeply in love, and ride off into the sunset together like what was depicted in the fairy tales she had read when she was young. But as she grew older and she observed the marriage of her parents and others around her, she knew that life didn't always turn out the way she'd imagined it to be when she was a young girl. "Tell me about Kent," Mrs. Clark invited her. "There must have been something about him to get you to agree to travel so far to marry him." Anna smiled for the first time as she thought about her fiancé. Kent is the sheriff of Ragford. He has held that job for a few years. As I said, he is good friends with my sister and her husband, Logan. In the letters I've received from him, he's described the town quite well. He seems to be an interesting man. Mrs. Clark gave a sigh. "I do wish you well, Anna, in your marriage. I know that we don't know each other very well, but may I give you some advice?" Anna nodded. "Of course. Always keep God in your life and in your marriage. Doing this will help you through the good times and the bad. Never have secrets between you." Anna nodded. She had seen evidence of that with her own parents. They lived a hard life, but she knew that they loved each other and always made an effort to attend church in town. Prayer was also a large part of her life. "My last advice that I can give you is to never go to sleep angry at each other." Mrs. Clark laughed and looked off into the distance, as if reminiscing on her own marriage. "I can't think of how many times Peter and I would be up late, talking about a problem or concern we had, but forcing ourselves to talk things out actually brought us closer together." "That's good advice," Anna admitted. "I'm actually pretty nervous to meet Kent for the first time, even though I am so weary of traveling." She had already decided that she would do whatever she could to have a good marriage with Kent. She only hoped that he felt the same. They did have the added issue that they hadn't yet met, but Emma and Logan's marriage had started out the exact same way. Anna had been able to tell by Emma's frequent letters that they had become very close and eventually grew to love each other. This thought greatly comforted her. She was sure that Kent wouldn't have asked her to marry him if he wasn't willing to do what it would take to make it work. Mrs. Clark's hand reached out and squeezed hers in comfort. "I pray that your marriage will become as good as mine was with Peter. It will take a lot of work, but it will be worth it in the end." Chapter 2. Kent Wilcox looked up as one of the 3 deputies his town employed walked into the office. He had sent Jamie to take care of a brawl at the only saloon Ragford had only 30 minutes ago. Jamie's quick return told Kent that there hadn't been any problems. "How did it go?" Kent asked him. Jamie grinned at him. "The moment I showed my face, the fight instantly stopped. I did inform the 2 men that if they started a fight again inside the saloon, they would be spending some time in our fine accommodations for a day or 2. He gestured towards the 4 jail cells that were located down the hall. Kent laughed. "I'm glad that you didn't need to do anything else." He pulled his pocket watch out of his pocket and glanced at the time. He kept this watch with him all the time, and it was the only item that he brought with him from his old life, a gift from his grandfather. "Do you want me to go with you to meet the stagecoach?" Jamie asked. Kent nodded. noting from the time that they would need to leave soon. "How much longer are we going to have to do this?" Jamie questioned, a slight frown on his face. "Until any threat of stagecoach attacks on the way to Ragford is eliminated," Kent said determinedly. "Let's leave in about 30 minutes. I'd like to let my wife know I most likely won't be home for dinner then." "Go ahead," Kent said, giving his permission for Jamie to take a break. Jamie lived in the only boarding house Ragford had, and Kent knew he would be back in plenty of time. After Jamie left, Kent leaned back in his chair. He knew that all three of his deputies felt that he was being too cautious, insisting that they meet every stagecoach that was heading into Ragford. For the last 2 months, there had been many reports from nearby towns of a group of outlaws attacking the stagecoaches. These men were mostly looking for money and other valuables, but they weren't afraid to kill people who got in their way in order to get what they were looking for. In Kent's mind, they were extremely dangerous, and they were very smart. They had somehow eluded other sheriffs in the surrounding towns and were always able to get away with the loot. They used to only attack stagecoaches in areas where they had good places to hide in the Montana Territory, in nearby forests and areas that had dense trees and shrubbery. But they were becoming bolder. In the last few weeks, in almost every attack Kent had heard about, at least one person had been killed. A few weeks ago, Kent decided that it would be best to ride out and meet the stagecoaches when they were a few miles from town. Some of the sheriffs in other towns were also doing this, and it seemed to have at least slowed down the attacks. Even though the outlaws had become bolder, they didn't want to be recognized and tied to the attacks. Kent was hoping that when the outlaws discovered that he was meeting every stagecoach, they'd give up trying to attack, at least in his area, so that they wouldn't be recognized. But Kent had another reason why he wanted to make sure the stagecoaches arrived safely to his town. It was personal. His future bride, Anna Stevens, was traveling on one of them. He had been writing Anna for about 6 months and felt like he had gotten to know her as much as he could through letters. She seemed like a nice, down-to-earth woman. His good friend Logan and his new wife Emma also vouched for Anna, mainly because the two women were sisters. He wanted to start a family, and this seemed a good way for that to happen. Besides, Emma had also been a mail-order bride to Logan, and things had ended up working very well for them. Logan had originally married Emma, so his young daughter, Mary Jane, could have a mother. But Kent knew that they had also learned to love each other. He was aware that not all marriages had the love or respect that they should have. His parents' marriage was a good example of that. Both of them had married for prestige and social status, and Kent was determined that his marriage with Anna was going to be different. He knew that love wasn't going to be part of their marriage, at least in the beginning, but he hoped it would eventually be part of it. If it wasn't, at least there could be deep respect between them. Once he had decided to bring Anna to Ragford so that they could marry, he had sent her some money for traveling. He had expected her to travel by train the way her sister had. She would have only had to switch trains once, and it was a much safer way to travel. But instead, he had received a letter about a week ago from Anna, informing him that she was traveling by stagecoach. From what he could tell from the date she'd given, she should be arriving in Ragford in 2 days. He was very worried that she was traveling by stagecoach, and he couldn't figure out why she had chosen to do so. For one thing, traveling by stagecoach would take almost twice as long as it would have if she had traveled by train. But He was also concerned because of the attacks that had been happening on the stagecoaches. All he could do was to pray for her safe arrival and do everything he could to keep things safe on his end and as the sheriff of Ragford. To get his mind off the arrival of his future bride, he forced his attention to a stack of wanted posters that he kept on the corner of his desk. He began to look through them carefully, doing his best to memorize each outlaw's face. If he did ever run across any of these men, he would be able to recognize them and arrest them immediately. Jamie soon arrived. "We can go whenever you are ready." Kent nodded and stood. "We might as well go now, even though it is a bit early." The two men left the sheriff's office and untied their horses that they kept under a nearby tree, saddled and ready to ride at a moment's notice. Once they were on their way, Jamie began to chat. "So, are you excited for Anna to come?" Jamie asked curiously. Kent gave a silent groan. He wished that he hadn't told his deputies about Anna, but he had because he wanted them to watch out for her. His other two deputies, Declan and Owen, had taken the information with a shrug of their shoulders. But for some reason, Jamie was fascinated by the fact that Kent had been writing Anna and had asked her to marry him without even meeting her. "I'll be glad when she is in Ragford safely," Kent responded. "I have to admit, I'm trying to figure out why you want to marry a woman you've never met before. There are other fine young women in Ragford who need husbands. Take Miss Pamela Henderson, for example." Kent thought about Miss Pamela, who now owned a large ranch that was located next to Logan's since her father had died last fall. He was aware that she was struggling to keep things running after her father's death the summer before, and he wondered how long it would be before she finally decided to sell the ranch. "Miss Henderson is a good woman and would make a fine wife, but not for me," Kent commented. He had his reasons why he'd chosen Anna, one being that Miss Henderson had just lost her father and now had the burden of running a large ranch. Kent wasn't interested in taking on that responsibility, so he didn't feel it would be fair to try to get to know Miss Henderson better. But he wasn't about to tell Jamie that. "Are you planning on getting married as soon as Anna arrives?" Jamie questioned with a quick glance at Kent. "Yep," Kent replied. "What about—" Kent interrupted him, wanting to put a stop to Jamie's constant questions. He pointed to a cluster of hills that eventually led into the mountains. "Why don't you ride over there? Keep an eye out for anything suspicious. Those trees would be perfect hiding places for outlaws since the stagecoach rides close by them." "Sure thing, Sheriff," Jamie agreed with a nod. He kicked his horse into a run and headed in that direction. Kent sighed as Jamie moved away, but he also couldn't help but chuckle. He knew that his marriage wasn't like most normal relationships started, but he felt good about his decision to marry Anna. He only hoped that she wouldn't take one look at Ragford and change her mind. He had been living in Ragford for about 5 years now, and he loved every inch of it. Having grown up in a large city in Pennsylvania, he enjoyed the qualities that small towns had. He liked how everyone knew everyone else, and he was glad Ragford only had one saloon instead of several. He loved his job as sheriff and planned to make it his work for as long as he could physically perform his duties. He had grown up in a very prestigious family. His ancestors had come over on the Mayflower, and an intense pride in that fact had been passed down through each generation, including himself. He liked the idea of being from a family who first arrived in this great country. But he didn't like how some of his family felt that they were entitled because of it, and that they were better than those around them who didn't have as much money as they did. His father owned a large shipping company and had expected Kent, as his oldest and only son, to eventually take over the operation of it. Kent had his own ideas of how he wanted to live his life. He had done his best to get his parents to understand that he wanted more out of his life, especially when he'd become an adult. He had always wanted to live in a small town, ever since he learned about the Western movement, where many people chose to move west for a new life. He read many books and newspaper articles, anything he could get his hands on about life in the West. When he was about 12 years old, he knew what he wanted to be, a sheriff of a small Western town. This, of course, infuriated his father. "You are a Wilcox, and with that, you have a responsibility to fulfill your duties. Being a sheriff of a hick town isn't one of them." He remembered his father saying with scorn when Kent first confided to his father about his dreams. He had kept his thoughts to himself after that conversation, but his desire had never gone away. When he finished college, his father had begun to put a lot of pressure on him to take over running the family business. Instead, Kent had answered a newspaper ad to be a deputy in Ragford. He had left in the middle of the night in order to keep his father from stopping him. A few years later, when the sheriff had retired, Kent had taken over his job. He never regretted his choice of leaving his family business behind, but in the process, he had essentially been disowned from his family by his father. "If you leave and take that deputy job, you are never welcome in our home again. You will be no son of mine." His father had raged at him when Kent had first hinted to him of his plans. "You will not receive your inheritance, and I will do whatever I can to stop you." Kent knew that his father had said those words to try to sway him to not give up all the money he would receive at his father's death, including some money that had been set aside for him by his grandfather. But the words had had the opposite effect on him. He hadn't cared about the money. In fact, it was one of the reasons why he had chosen to move to Ragford. He had never liked how money seemed to rule all the decisions his parents had ever made. They only associated with those who were as well off as they were. Even his younger sister, Helen, wouldn't have any choice as to whom she married. Their parents had already had someone in mind for her when she was only 10 years old. Helen was now in her early 20s, and he often wondered if she was now married to the man they'd chosen for her. He had tried to stay in contact with her right after he arrived in Ragford. Helen had eagerly answered his letters, but then they had stopped coming, and he knew that his father had put a stop to their communication. He didn't have any regrets about how he had handled the problems with his family, but he did wish he knew how Helen was doing. Forcing his thoughts away from the family that he would never see again, he touched his shirt pocket, feeling the crinkling of paper. It was the last letter Anna had sent him. He had begun the habit of keeping her latest letter with him all the time. He rarely pulled it out to be read again, but he used it as a reminder of his desire for a family in this life that he had chosen. He also knew that he was a bit worried that she would take one look at him or at Ragford and return to Kansas. Another woman had done that very thing, a woman that he didn't ever want to think about again. As Kent rode, he could see a puff of dust in the distance and knew that the stagecoach was heading his way. He slowed his horse down and pulled out his pocket watch again, frowning at it. The stagecoach was arriving early. Urging his horse into a fast trot, he began to ride to meet the vehicle. Suddenly, he heard 2 loud gunshots, and he groaned. Those shots were a sign that the outlaws were attacking. He also heard a woman screaming. Kent's heart began to beat quickly in his chest. He galloped as fast as he could along the uneven dirt road. He hoped that he would be able to get to the stagecoach before anyone was killed. He hoped that the gunshots were just a warning. He could see Jamie riding towards the stagecoach a few paces ahead of him along the hills. Kent also hoped that this time they would be able to make some arrests to stop these needless attacks. Chapter 3. "Tell me about your grandchildren," Anna said as she did her best to stifle a yawn. Mrs. Clark eagerly began to talk about them. Catherine just had her 4th child only a month ago, a little boy. Her other children are girls, so she was thrilled that they finally have a boy. Not that they didn't want the girls, mind you, but a man always wants a son to carry on his name. Anna opened her mouth to respond when she suddenly realized that the stagecoach had begun to move much faster. "Hold on tight," she heard the driver yell in a panicked voice. "What's going on?" Anna asked as fear crept through her. "Oh no," Mrs. Clark said as she clutched the side of the stagecoach. "I was hoping that this wouldn't happen." "What?" Anna asked again as she grabbed hold of what she could, which ended up being part of Mrs. Clark's skirts. "I believe that we are being attacked by outlaws," Mrs. Clark yelled as the stagecoach leapt forward again. "Get down." "Oh, what?" Anna asked a third time, not processing what Mrs. Clark was trying to tell her. She was very confused as to what was going on. Did Mrs. Clark actually say that there were outlaws attacking them? She looked out of the small window and gasped at what she saw. There was a man dressed in black clothing. He had a red bandana over his mouth, as if he was trying to conceal who he was. She actually made eye contact with him for a split second, and what she saw in his eyes terrified her. The man held his gun in the air and pulled the trigger as he gave a loud shout. "Get down on the floor," Mrs. Clark ordered as she pulled Anna down with her. There was very little space for both of them, but she figured it was the safest place to be at the moment. A few seconds later, Anna heard another gunshot. She was starting to realize that she was in great danger. Was she going to end up hurt or even dead? Just when she had that thought, she heard one of the 4 horses who were pulling the stagecoach neigh loudly in fright. She felt the unpleasant sensation of weightlessness as the stagecoach slowly began to tip over, although at first she wasn't sure what was happening. All the air left her lungs, like 2 hands were squeezing every last breath out of them. Her head screamed in pain as it hit the side of the stagecoach. Then suddenly, all went black. She didn't know how long she had been unconscious. She didn't think it had been very long because she could hear the voices of men talking amongst themselves. She opened her eyes just a little bit and realized that she was no longer in the stagecoach, but lying on the dirt. How had she gotten there? She saw a man bending over an open trunk near her, which had been cracked down its side. She quickly shut her eyes and instinctively knew that she needed to pretend that she wasn't alert. She couldn't let these men know that she could hear them. "Over here, Jed," the man shouted. "I think there is some jewelry in this trunk." Anna heard hard footsteps on the ground as they came closer to her. She felt more than saw the man pause in front of her, and it was all she could do to keep her breathing regular. "Here's the bag, Tip," Jed said in a deep, harsh voice. "Put everything you can find in it, and hurry." "Sure thing," Tip replied. "There's not much in here, though, from what I can tell, just some costume jewelry." Anna could hear disappointment and frustration in his voice. Anna heard him rustle through the trunk. It wasn't her own, so she figured they were going through Mrs. Clark's things. She could only hope that the older woman didn't have much in the way of valuables. She knew that, if they opened her own trunk, they also wouldn't find anything of value. Once they knew that the jewelry was all they would be able to find, she hoped that they'd leave, and then she could figure out what she should do next. She wondered what had happened to the driver and to Mrs. Clark. "Hurry up," Anna heard another man yell some distance away. "That crazy sheriff and his deputy are coming this way." Anna felt intense relief when she heard that help was on its way, crazy sheriff or not. "Let's get out of here," Jed demanded in his harsh voice. "Let me go through this trunk first. There might be other things in it." "We also haven't gone through the other trunk yet," Tip argued. "Give me the bag." "We don't have time," the third man said. "The sheriff will be here any second." "He's still far enough away," Tip continued to argue. "I'm leaving," the third man shouted. "You guys can stay and keep looking if you're dumb enough to." Anna could hear a horse leave, and she guessed the man was heading towards the mountains. She opened her eyes just a bit and saw one of the men also mount his horse. "You better get going." It was Jed, talking in his harsh voice. Tip waved a hand as he walked towards Anna's trunk, which had fallen off the stagecoach and was on its side, the bag clutched in his dirty hands. "Go on, I'll be right behind you." Anna closed her eyes again and waited for Tip to leave. Instead, she heard him try to open her trunk. He cursed when he realized that it was locked. "Stop and put your hands in the air," Anna heard another man's voice shout, although he sounded far away from the scene. The man cursed again. Another gunshot went off as Tip mounted his horse and took off after his friends. When she was sure all three men were far enough away from her, she tried to sit up. That was when she saw the bag that the man had been holding. It was a small leather bag, and it looked like it was bulging with items inside. Tip must have dropped it when the sheriff yelled at him. Instinctively, she crawled towards it and picked it up. She looked around for a good place to hide it. She didn't want the three outlaws to come back looking for it. She saw that her carpet bag was lying close to her. The men had dumped all of her belongings out of it, although she knew that all they had found was 2 books, what was left of her most recent lunch, a few coins, and the letters from Kent that she had bundled together with a hair ribbon. She tried to stand so she could pick up the bag, but pain shot up through her right ankle and she collapsed in the dirt, doing her best not to cry out. Again, she crawled the few feet to her carpet bag. When she was close enough, she picked it up and stuffed the leather bag that the men had left behind into it. A few seconds later, a man appeared in front of her. Her heart began to beat heavily until she saw that this man was the sheriff, judging by the shiny star badge that he wore on his shirt. "Are you okay, miss?" the sheriff asked with concern. Anna tried to nod, but her head was beginning to throb. "I think so." Another man arrived. "Go check the driver, Jamie," the sheriff ordered. Jamie nodded before getting off his horse. He walked towards the front of the damaged stagecoach. "Were there any other passengers?" the sheriff asked Anna. "Yes, an older woman named Mrs. Clark. We were both in the stagecoach when it tipped over. I guess I got thrown out of it. I don't know what happened to her." Jamie returned a few seconds later, a solemn expression on his face. "I'm afraid the driver didn't make it." "I was afraid of that," the sheriff murmured as he walked over to the stagecoach. "Mrs. Clark?" the sheriff called as he pounded on the side of the stagecoach. There wasn't an answer. Anna watched as he tried to open the door, but it was bent shut. She wondered how that had happened, since she assumed it had been opened when she was thrown from it.
Before we continue into the story, do us a favor. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
It took the sheriff a few long seconds to get the door open, and she watched anxiously, wanting to know if Mrs. Clark was okay. When he finally was able to get it open, he looked inside. Anna noted that he looked strangely shaken when he finally turned around. She knew without him saying anything that Mrs. Clark was also dead. "Where were you heading?" the sheriff asked her kindly. "Ragford," Anna responded as she blinked back tears from her eyes. Now wasn't the time to fall apart, although she felt an intense grief because of Mrs. Clark's death. The older woman had been so excited about her visit with her daughter and grandchildren. She had only known the woman for a short while, but she knew that the advice she'd given her would be forever engraved in her mind. "It looks like you need to see a doctor. I'll take you into Ragford," the sheriff offered. It was then when Anna realized that this man who had just rescued her was Kent Wilcox, the man she was to marry. She tried to get a better look at him, but the sun was just behind him, and it hurt her eyes to look. She groaned again. Kent reached down and gently picked her up. He carefully placed her on his horse. "Can you give me my carpet bag?" Anna asked, pointing to the flowered bag that had been at her side. Kent nodded and picked it up. "It feels quite heavy. They must not have gotten away with everything." Anna wanted to tell him that she had hidden their money bag inside it, but as she sat on the horse, she suddenly became very nauseous. It was all she could do to keep her lunch down. Kent must have noticed that she didn't feel well. He turned to his deputy. "I'm going to take this young lady into town. You keep an eye on things. I'll return with some help as soon as I can." "What about the horses?" Jamie asked as he pointed. Anna looked in that direction and saw that 2 of the 4 horses were standing some distance away. She wondered what had happened to the other 2, since 4 of them had been pulling the stagecoach. She could see a large gash in the side of one of them. "Do what you need to do," the sheriff ordered with a shake of his head. Once Kent got his horse moving in the direction of Ragford, Anna tried not to sigh in relief. She was so glad that Kent and his deputy had arrived so quickly after the accident. She didn't want to think about what could have happened to her if they hadn't. Neither of them said anything for the short trip into town. It was all she could do to keep her head from bobbing against him. She was sure that he didn't know who she was, and she didn't want to inform him right then. She'd had great plans for their first meeting, and getting injured and feeling nauseous hadn't been in her plans. She would see what the doctor said about her head and ankle. Then she would get cleaned up before she presented herself to Kent as his future bride. As she clutched the carpet bag to her side, she could feel the lumpy leather bag she'd hidden inside. She would tell him about the bag of money after she told him who she was. She was greatly relieved when they finally arrived. Kent took her directly to the doctor's office. "Oh, good. Dr. Gill is in his office," Kent murmured. He slid off his horse and then helped her down. "Do you think that you can walk?" Kent asked her with concern. Anna nodded slowly. Yes. She kept a firm grip on her bag as Kent led her into the doctor's office. Every step she took made some pain shoot up her right leg, but she didn't want Kent to carry her again. For some reason, the thought made her heart flutter. "Dr. Gill," Kent called as they stepped inside, "I have a patient for you." Kent helped her sit down in a chair as footsteps came towards them. She felt so dizzy, and she shut her eyes as she leaned back in her chair. "What do we have here?" the doctor asked in a jovial voice. Anna kept her eyes shut. There was another stagecoach attack. This young lady was hurt in it. She has a head injury and also hurt her ankle. Dr. Gill turned his attention to her. You look like you need to lie down. I'm very dizzy, Anna murmured. Will it be okay if I leave her here with you? Kent asked. I need to get back to the stagecoach. That will be fine, Dr. Gill agreed with a nod. My wife isn't here at the moment, but she will return shortly. She can help if I need her. Anna expected Kent to immediately leave, but instead he waited until Anna was lying on a bed. Once she was comfortable, he gave her an unreadable look before tipping his hat at her and leaving the doctor's office. I'll be very careful, but I do need to look at your head and ankle, Dr. Gill said. Anna could only nod her head, and even that action hurt. I'm very tired. Go ahead and sleep, the doctor said kindly. That's probably what you need more than anything right now. It was as if all she needed was permission to relax. She drifted off to sleep as she felt a cold cloth touch her forehead. Chapter 4. Kent felt very concerned for the young lady as he left the doctor's office. He was glad that he had been able to get her safely into town. He had been very worried that she was going to slide right out of the saddle during the last few minutes of the ride. He said a short prayer that she would have a full recovery. He went to his office and asked Owen to come and help. Then, once again, he urged his horse towards the awful scene of the stagecoach accident, Owen right behind him. Kent wished he had arrived sooner. Even though the stagecoach had been early, if he had, he would have been able to stop the attack from happening. Then the driver and the other passenger would still be alive. He was sure that Jamie would need to shoot at least 2 of the horses because of severe injuries. What a waste of good horse flesh. Over the next few hours, Kent kept very busy as he made arrangements for the 2 bodies to be taken into town. The owner of the stagecoach station sent some of his men to try to fix the vehicle enough to get it into town. He also agreed to take responsibility for the driver and Mrs. Clark's bodies and make sure that their families were notified. As Kent had suspected, 2 of the 4 horses needed to be put down because of broken legs as well as other severe injuries. The other 2 horses would most likely recover. It took all afternoon to take care of everything. He was able to figure out that the trunk that had its belongings all over the ground belonged to Mrs. Clark. The other one, which was securely locked, belonged to the young lady. He was glad that at least her trunk hadn't been damaged. He wondered who she was. In all the confusion, he hadn't even asked for her name. Although now that he thought about it, she seemed to know who he was. He sent Jamie into town with the horses and asked him to find some other horses to pull the stagecoach. I guess that's about it, Kent finally said, when the stagecoach was pushed upright and began to be pulled towards town. What are you going to do next? Jamie asked. I want to find out how the young lady is doing, and then I'm going to see if I can't find the men. Maybe you should talk to her and find out what she remembers. She might be able to tell you something that might help in your search, Jamie suggested. Kent nodded, having already come to that conclusion. I'll come with you if you need a partner to look for them, Jamie offered. Thanks. I think I will take you up on your offer, Kent agreed. He knew it wouldn't be smart to go after 3 dangerous outlaws by himself. When he finally arrived back in town, he went directly to the doctor's office. Mrs. Gill let him in with a welcoming smile. I'm here to see how your patient is doing, Kent said as he stepped inside, his sheriff's hat clutched in his hands. She is doing much better, Mrs. Gill responded with a nod towards the kitchen. She just finished eating dinner. Would you like some stew? I made plenty. Kent hesitated before nodding, even as his stomach growled in anticipation. Mrs. Gill's stew was some of the best he'd ever tasted, although that seemed to be all that she ever made. "That would be nice, thank you." "Come along then," Mrs. Gill said, as she led him into the kitchen. Kent saw the young woman sitting at the table. She did look much better. She wasn't as pale, and she smiled at him when he entered. "Hello," he greeted her. "I hear that you are doing better." "I am," she responded. "I want to thank you for your help." "Just sit down, Sheriff Wilcox. I'll have a bowl of stew for you in a jiffy." Kent took a chair next to the young lady. "I'm afraid that I don't know your name. We never introduced ourselves with everything that happened." Her face flushed prettily. "I know who you are. You are Kent Wilcox." He grinned at her. "Well, now you have me at a disadvantage." She took a deep breath. "I'm Anna Stevens." Kent's eyes widened at her name, and it took him a second to realize that his fiancée was sitting next to him. It never occurred to him that the young lady he helped was who he'd agreed to marry. "I'm sorry that I didn't know who you were," Kent said, trying not to stutter. "I didn't think that you were coming for a few more days." She held her hand out, and he gently grasped it, mindful of a few bruises that he could see on her tanned skin. "It's nice to meet you." "Likewise," Kent said. "I'm sorry that it had to be in these circumstances." Anna withdrew her hand and picked up her glass of water and took a sip. "It's not your fault, of course." Kent didn't know what to say and was glad when Mrs. Gill walked over to him. She placed a full bowl of stew in front of him, along with a plate of thick slices of bread. "Thank you, Mrs. Gill. This looks real good," he said. He bowed his head and said a short prayer in his head before taking a bite of the stew. He glanced at Mrs. Gill, wondering if he should ask his questions when they were alone. Would it be wise to let her know what was going on? Anna seemed to read his mind. "The doctor and Mrs. Gill already know who I am and that I came to marry you," she said gently. Kent nodded. "Good to know." He took a bite of bread. "I know that we had agreed to marry as soon as you arrived. Are you up to that?" Anna hesitated. "Would it be all right if we waited a few days, just until my ankle and head are feeling better? I would like to at least be able to stand without pain before we marry." "Of course," Kent agreed, feeling a bit relieved that she had requested some time. It would give him time to go and look for those outlaws. "Dr. Gill sent a message to the Nelsons," Mrs. Gill broke in. "Anna would probably be more comfortable if she stayed with her sister." "Yes," Anna agreed. "Besides, I am so eager to see Emma again. It's been so long. I've missed her desperately." "I think that is a fine idea to stay with them," Kent said. Anna began to stand. "I'll let you finish your meal." Kent held out a hand. "Wait, I have some questions about what happened, if you are up to answering them." Anna sat down again. "Of course. What do you want to know? Can you tell me what happened?" While he finished his meal, Anna told him in great detail about what happened. She was even able to tell him 2 of the outlaws' names, Jed and Tip. He was aware that most outlaws went by names that were nothing like the names their parents gave them. She was able to give a brief description, although he knew it wouldn't help much because their faces were mostly covered. He was glad that she had the presence of mind to pretend to not be awake as they went through Mrs. Clark's trunk. He knew that if they had known she was aware of what was going on, they wouldn't have thought twice about shooting her. "I think that's all," Anna finally concluded. "What you have told me will help a lot," Kent said. "I'm going to go after them." Anna looked concerned. "Are you sure that's wise?" Kent felt a bit frustrated. Did she really think that he'd just sit around and wait for them to strike again? She needed to realize up front that this was his job. "I'll be careful." Anna didn't say anything for a long moment. "I'll pray for your safety," Anna finally said. "I feel so bad about Mrs. Clark's family. She was traveling to go and visit her daughter." "Do you know what town she was heading to?" Kent asked. Anna nodded. "Wolf River." She hesitated. "I would like to write a letter to her family. Can you make sure they get it when they find out what happened to her?" Kent's heart softened at her words. "Of course." Kent finished the last bite of some cake that Mrs. Gill had given him. He put on his hat and stood. "I'll do my best to keep you apprised of when I'll return." Anna nodded. Kent could tell that she still was having a hard time with the idea of him going after these dangerous men. After thanking Mrs. Gill for the meal, he left the house, but not before he glanced one last time at his future wife. She didn't look very much like her sister. Emma had auburn hair and green eyes. Anna had blonde, almost white hair and blue eyes. She looked very tired, but he also found her to be very beautiful. He went to his own house, located behind the sheriff's office. It was a tiny one-room house. For the first time, he realized that bringing a wife into this house was probably not the best thing to do. He'd had his eye on another house that was for sale just a block away. It was quite a bit larger, with 3 bedrooms, its own kitchen and dining area, and a living room. There was even a small room off the living room that could be used as an office. He'd hesitated to purchase it before Anna arrived, still afraid that something was going to happen to make the marriage not take place. But now he knew that he needed to take the steps required to provide a nice home for Anna, something he should have done weeks ago. When he returned, he would look into purchasing that house. He changed his clothes and then filled up a saddlebag with supplies. He had enough food to last him a few days. He was determined to bring the men who were causing all of these problems to justice. When he was loading the last of his supplies on a fresh horse, Jamie rode up. "I'm ready to go when you are. I just have a few more things to pack and then we can leave." "Were you able to talk to the young lady about what happened?" Kent nodded. "I'll tell you what she told me on the way. She was a great help." He hesitated, wondering if he should tell Jamie who Anna really was. Shouldn't he have known that she was his mail-order bride when he first met her? As he thought about it, Anna had described herself very thoroughly in her letters. He should have recognized her by her description of pale, almost white hair and sky-blue eyes. He also had been expecting her over the coming few days. "What is it?" Jamie asked, as if knowing that he had something to share. He gave a sigh. He might as well admit the truth. "That young lady just happens to be my mail-order bride." Chapter 5. When Emma finally arrived in Ragford to pick up Anna, she was exhausted. She almost wished she had agreed to spend the night with the doctor and his wife, but she perked up a bit when she saw her dear sister for the first time in over a year. "Oh, Anna," Emma murmured with sympathy. "I'm so glad that you are okay." Anna suddenly felt very emotional, and she couldn't keep the tears from falling. It was so nice to be in her sister's arms once again. They held each other for a long time until Anna heard booted footsteps coming into the room. Only then did she pull away. A very good-looking man walked over to them and touched Emma's shoulder as if making sure she was okay. "Oh, Logan, this is my sister, Anna," Emma said. Anna noticed that her sister also wiped tears from her eyes. "It's nice to meet you," Logan replied. "I've heard quite a bit about you." Emma smiled. "I've let him read some of our letters. I hope that was okay." Anna had mixed feelings about that, but she decided to address that another time. "It's nice to meet you, too." "Are you ready to leave?" Emma asked. "I'm sure that you are exhausted from traveling and then your ordeal." Anna nodded. "I'm ready to go when you are." The ride to Emma's ranch seemed very long to her, although she remembered that her sister had told her once in a letter that it took less than an hour to get there from Ragford. They had brought a buggy into town, and it was much more comfortable than the hard seats the stagecoach had. She kept falling asleep in her seat and tried to stay alert while Emma pointed out various ranches, farms, and other points of interest along the way. When they finally arrived, it was all Anna could do to make her way into Emma's home. "Why don't I take you to the room you'll be using?" Emma suggested. "You should feel better after a good nap." Anna was too tired to respond. She just let Emma lead her up some wooden steps and into a small room. She allowed Emma to help her out of her dusty dress and into a clean nightgown. After Emma left her alone, she curled up on the bed and began to cry. She sobbed for a long time, trying to stay quiet. She couldn't help it. Every time she closed her eyes, she could see Mrs. Clark so still and pale. She kept hearing the gunshots ringing in her ears. She saw herself lying in the dirt, trying to stay still so that the outlaws wouldn't suspect that she was awake. She felt the edge of her bed move, and she rolled over. She saw Emma sitting next to her. "Everything will be okay," Emma murmured to her as she took her hand. She used her handkerchief to wipe her face. Anna desperately wanted to respond, but she was so tired. Instead, she closed her eyes, suddenly feeling comforted that her sister was near. "It is nice to be with Emma again," she thought, as she drifted off to sleep. When she again opened her eyes, she squinted as the bright sunlight shone through the open curtains of a window. For a moment, she wondered where she was when she didn't recognize her surroundings, before she remembered that she was in Emma's home. All of the events of the stagecoach attack flooded her mind, and she pushed them away. She didn't want to think about what had happened right then. She slowly sat up and was glad that she didn't feel any dizziness. She carefully moved her right ankle and was relieved to feel little pain. "You're awake." Anna turned towards the voice and smiled when she saw a young girl standing at the open doorway. She looked to be about 4 years old. "Hello," she greeted the girl, assuming that this was Mary Jane, Emma's new daughter. "You sure slept a long time," Mary Jane commented. "I did," Anna asked. "Mary Jane," Emma said as she appeared next to the girl, "I hope that you didn't wake your Aunt Anna up." Anna got up from the bed. "I was awake." "Oh, good," Emma said, pleased. "I'm sure you are hungry. I have breakfast ready for you in the kitchen." "Breakfast?" Anna questioned. "How long did I sleep?" "You fell asleep right after you arrived yesterday. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning." Anna didn't say anything for a moment. "I must have been very tired if I slept all night. I'll be down for breakfast in a few minutes." "Great," Emma said as she took Mary Jane's hand. "Let's let Anna have some time to herself." "But I wanted to show her my book," Mary Jane protested as she held up a leather journal, very similar to what Emma had always carried around with her when they were growing up. "You can show her as soon as she is dressed." Once the door shut behind them, Anna quickly changed out of her nightgown and into a clean dress that had been draped across a chair. She assumed it was one of Emma's since she didn't recognize it. She slipped it on and then brushed her long blonde hair before braiding it and letting it hang down her back. She walked down the stairs and easily found the kitchen. There was a plate with scrambled eggs, bacon, and toast on it. A cup of coffee sat near it. I'm sorry that I slept for so long, Anna said. It is so good to see you again. I've missed you. As have I, Emma said warmly, as she sat down in a chair next to her. And it's perfectly understandable that you slept for so long after the ordeal you've been through. Over the next few minutes, Anna ate every bite on her plate and accepted another cup of coffee. When she was finally full, she noticed Mary Jane standing nearby, bouncing a bit on her toes in anticipation. I see that you have something to show me, Anna said to her. Mary Jane's face lit up, and she handed the leather book she held to her. Anna spent a few minutes carefully looking at each page. The book was full of drawings that the girl had created. Some of the pages had simple words on them. When she turned the last page, Emma took the book and handed it back to the girl. Your book is very nice, Anna praised her. I can tell that you are going to be a great artist someday. Mary Jane grinned at her, pleased with her words. Now, Mary Jane, I want to talk to Anna, Emma said. I need you to either sit quietly and draw another picture, or you can go outside and play. Mary Jane scrunched up her eyes as if she was deeply thinking about her choices. I'll go swing. That's a fine idea. Just remember not to leave the grassy yard. I won't, Ma, Mary Jane said before she skipped out of the house. Mary Jane seems like a delightful child, Anna said. She is, Emma said with pride. I love her very much. She turned her attention to Anna. Now, tell me about our family. How is everyone doing? About the same, Anna said. Pa works too hard and Ma complains too much. William is a delight, though. Sounds like things haven't changed much, Emma said with a laugh. Are you looking forward to becoming a married woman? Anna wanted to immediately nod in the affirmative, but she hesitated. Emma picked up on it. Is something wrong? She asked with concern. I am just worried about being married to a sheriff, especially after what happened. I am starting to see that he has a dangerous job. While it was awful that your stagecoach got attacked, those types of things hardly ever happen anymore around here. Kent has told Logan and me what is going on, and he seems to have a handle on things. But those outlaws seem to be shooting at everything that moved. What if Kent had gotten shot, and now he is going after them? I'm very worried. Emma touched her hand. I can promise you that you can't find a better man than Kent. Besides my Logan, of course. She laughed. He is smart, and I'm sure he will be careful and not take unnecessary risks. But something could happen to him. I'm not sure I want to become a widow so soon after we marry. Emma didn't say anything for a moment. I think this is where faith comes in, Anna. Do you feel good about marrying Kent deep in your heart? Anna thought about her question for a moment. I did when I received his first letter. I definitely didn't want to marry Mr. Monson. There aren't any guarantees in life. Something could happen to Logan while he works on this ranch. I wrote to you about the bear that almost attacked us. Mary Jane and I could have been killed. Anna remembered when she had read about what had happened last summer. A dangerous bear had been prowling around Logan's ranch and the surrounding area. It had been shot by another man, but it didn't kill him, only made him more dangerous. Emma had gone for a picnic with Mary Jane one day, and the bear surprised them. Luckily, Logan had been able to kill the bear before anything else had happened. I firmly believe that God watches out for us and protects us if it's not our time to go. You need to have faith that God will protect Kent while he does his job as a sheriff. I think I know what you are saying, Anna said as she slowly nodded. Ma talked about this quite a bit while we grew up, remember? Yes, Anna nodded, remembering many conversations with her mother when she'd heard of bad things that had happened to others around them. I did feel good about my decision to travel to Ragford. I've enjoyed writing to Kent and getting to know him. I gave my word to him, and I will marry him as soon as he returns. Emma stood and pulled Anna to her feet. I am so glad that you are here, Anna. I'm also very grateful that you were protected in the stagecoach attack. They gave each other hugs for a long moment, and Anna felt her fear vanish. It was so good to be with her sister again. Emma's words had always comforted her. She had missed that so much. She was so glad that she was going to be living close to her again. Chapter 6. Kent decided to ride to the 4 surrounding towns and talk to each of their sheriffs. He knew that the more help he could get, the faster he could find the outlaws, and the sooner he could get married to Anna. Just the thought of her made his heart clench. He hadn't even known her for 24 hours, and she was already an important part of his life. He didn't want her to come up with a reason to put off their wedding. He wanted to be able to reassure Anna that Ragford was perfectly safe for her to live in. He also didn't like that innocent people were being killed or injured because of the greed of a few selfish men. For the life of him, he never could understand why some people did what they did for money. It was like they punished others because some people had money, but they didn't. It was very ironic to him. He had left his family behind because of money. Now there were bad guys who killed others for the same thing. Even though Anna hadn't expressed any concerns about living in Ragford, he wouldn't blame her if she was worried about it. He was glad that she was with her sister. He knew that Emma had been looking forward to Anna's arrival for several weeks. At least he knew that Anna was on her sister's ranch and was safe. They could spend some much-needed time together. He sent Jamie to scout out the mountains around the main road the stagecoach used while he rode into the next town, Wolf River. He met with the sheriff there, Mr. Tyler Hart. He was also very concerned about stagecoach attacks and was willing to do anything he could to help. The lady who was killed in the last attack, Mrs. Clark, was on her way to this town, Tyler said with regret. Her daughter lives here. Her name is Myrna Grant. You can't imagine how hard it was to make that visit and tell Myrna that her mother was killed. I can imagine, actually, Kent admitted. It was one of the jobs that he hated, telling people in his town when a loved one had died. Tyler continued, I'll send a few of my deputies to Stark Creek and Flat Springs. I'm sure that their sheriffs will want to be in on this. Good. I'll send one of my other deputies to Ravenwood. I think that if we can get as much help as we can from all the sheriffs in this area, it will be easier to find and arrest these outlaws. I agree, Tyler nodded. I've also looked through the wanted posters that I've received the last few months. I think I may know who the men are. The other lady who traveled with Mrs. Clark was able to see one of the men for a few seconds. Even though they had bandanas on their faces, she was able to describe one of them. He had a scar that ran under the bandana from his cheek to the side of his right eye. One of the posters had a man who has a scar like she described. Good to know. Tyler nodded. What is his name? The wanted poster said his name is Jedediah Wilson. Miss Stevens also heard 2 names, Jed and Tip, Kent added. This time Tyler shrugged. You know as well as anyone that these outlaws use other names than their real ones around crime scenes. Yeah, but it's something to keep in mind, Kent stood. I think I'll head back to Ragford and send my deputy to the towns we agreed on. Are you familiar with the large cluster of trees along the stagecoach line between Ragford and Wolf River? There is also a huge gray rock beside them. Tyler nodded. Let's meet there this afternoon, maybe around 4 o'clock or so. Hopefully, the other sheriffs can also meet there. Sounds good, Tyler agreed. He also stood, and the two men shook hands. See you then. Kent tipped his hat and left the office. He swung onto his horse and rode off towards town. After he arrived, he sent one of his other deputies, Owen, to Ravenwood. While he waited for them to return, he drew a rough map of what he could remember of the area the stagecoach used. He made note of all the areas where the other sheriffs and any deputies that joined them could hide. When Owen returned, with the news that Ravenwood Sheriff was willing to meet Kent at the designated spot, he mounted his horse and rode out of town to join Jamie. His mind began to ponder all of the options he could think of to capture the outlaws as soon as possible. 30 minutes later, Kent began to carefully look over the entire area with Jamie. He could see many good areas where he and the other men could hide and keep an eye out at the same time. He and Jamie threw many options around, and by the time the men began to arrive, he felt good about his ideas. When everyone had gathered together at the appointed time, Kent counted 10 men, including himself, 5 sheriffs and 5 deputies. What do you have in mind to put a stop to this? The sheriff of Flat Springs, James Moss, asked, a calculating look in his eyes. This road gets most of the traffic with the stagecoaches. My deputy and I have walked around this entire area. There are many places where we can hide. This forested area, those rocks over there, that valley. I think that's what we should do. Each of us finds a hideout a few hours a day when the stagecoach comes through, Kent explained. I don't know if I can take time every day to sit around in hideouts waiting for outlaws. Joshua Brooks, the sheriff of Stark Creek, said, I've got other problems in town that I need to take care of. Kent wanted to roll his eyes. Can't you get your deputies to take care of things while you are gone? I think it is very important that we find these men as soon as we can. Stark Creek can only afford to hire 1 deputy, Joshua answered with a shake of his head. Kent looked at the other sheriffs. What about you men? I can help for this week at least, Roy Wilson said. He was the sheriff of Ravenwood. The other men nodded their agreement to also help. Tyler spoke up. I got a message from Billings this afternoon, just before I left to come out here. A small leather bag with money and gold in it has gone missing. It was stolen a few weeks ago from a well-to-do rancher who lives just outside of Billings. The owner really wants it back and has offered a substantial reward. And I think we can safely assume that the outlaws have this bag. He named an amount that made Kent's eyebrows raise. This man must be doing well to be able to offer that much. He could live comfortably for a year on that amount. We can keep an eye out for it, Kent replied with a nod, doing his best to keep his thoughts to himself. I didn't see anything like that cleaning up the stagecoach accident. Most likely the outlaws still have it or they've hidden it somewhere. I think that we should look around these mountains. There are a few caves around. Maybe the outlaws are hiding out in one of them, James Moss said. There are more than a few of them, and they are located deep in the mountains, Tyler replied. They would be good places to hide. Kent shook his head. It would take too long to search out all of the caves. I think that would be a waste of time. The men spent a few minutes arguing over what they should do, create a stakeout and flush the outlaws out or search the mountains for them. Kent did his best to hide his frustration. This was something he had a hard time doing. working with other men in serious cases like the stagecoach attacks. Everyone had a different opinion, and nothing ever seemed to get done when arguing began over who was right. "Let's take a vote," Tyler suggested, having to yell over the men's voices. "Both ideas are good ones. Who thinks we should stage the stakeouts?" Kent, Tyler, and 2 other sheriffs raised their hands or gave a firm nod. "Who thinks that we should search the mountains for the outlaws?" James was the only one who raised his hand. James lowered it when he realized that he was the only one who wanted to look in the caves. He glared at the other men but didn't say anything. "Then we should stage the stakeouts like Kent has suggested," Tyler said. Kent did his best to ignore James. If James decided that he didn't want to help, then he wouldn't be too upset, although they really needed all the men that they could get. He didn't want to work with someone who was against what he wanted to do. He spoke up. "We can try my idea for a few days and see if we see anything. If nothing happens, we can move on to the cave idea." He felt relieved that his idea was going to be tried first. Tyler looked at Kent. "Since you are the one who got us all together and have scouted out this area, tell us where you want us." Kent pulled out his makeshift map and began to point out each hideout that he felt would work. He assigned each man to one of them, doing his best to keep the men as close to their own towns as they could be. He could only hope that they would need to do this for a few days. He knew outlaws well enough that they didn't stay hidden very long. The thirst for gold and valuables was too strong. The stagecoach moves through this area about mid-afternoon each day, except Sundays. If everyone can be in their hideout spots about an hour before it comes through this area, I think that should be enough time. Sometimes the stagecoach is late, so stay in your places until about half an hour after it passes. Of course, we don't want the outlaws to figure out what we are doing, so everyone be careful. Don't let them see you coming or going. They aren't afraid to kill. A few minutes later, after going over the plans one more time, the men dispersed after agreeing to meet the next day. After everyone left, Kent stayed behind with Jamie. "Do you think this is going to work?" Jamie asked. "It has to," Kent said with a slight shake of his head. "It has to." He felt like his entire future rode on what would happen over the next few days. Chapter 7. A few days after Emma had come to collect her from Ragford, Anna leaned against a wooden fence, watching her sister's husband, Logan, as he patiently taught Mary Jane how to ride a horse. Emma stood a few feet away, calling out encouraging words. She had expected Kent to come and see her before now, and she wondered what was keeping him. She knew that he wanted to go after the outlaws who had attacked her stagecoach, and she could only hope that nothing awful had happened. But if something had, wouldn't they have received word? Her headache was gone, and she no longer walked with a limp from her ankle injury, although she felt twinges of pain every so often. She was glad that she didn't have any residual effects from her ordeal. She did have nightmares at night, though. In her dreams, when the stagecoach tipped over, she was the one who was left inside. She couldn't move, and everyone thought that she was dead. She kept trying to tell Kent that she was alive, but he couldn't hear her. Then Emma was there, sobbing into her hands. She always woke up at that point. She didn't understand what her dreams were trying to tell her, but she had gone through a very traumatic event. "She's doing very well," Emma broke into her thoughts. "Yes, she seems to be a natural," Anna agreed. She loved the ranch Emma lived on. She had fallen in love with it the moment she saw it. It was like the house and land were tucked against the mountains, which seemed to act as protection to those who lived in their shadows. Everything was green and lush. There was enough grass and water for the cattle. She enjoyed getting to know Daisy, a young Indian woman who lived nearby. She did the cooking for Logan's ranch hands. Her husband, John, was Logan's foreman. They had a little boy who was just beginning to walk. "Do you want to ride?" Emma asked her. "We have plenty of horses to choose from." Anna hesitated before shaking her head. "I'm not sure it would be wise to get on the back of a horse until my ankle is completely better." Emma nodded. "Tell me about our family. I'm getting some letters from Ma, but I don't think she's telling me everything that is happening." "Things aren't good," Anna confessed reluctantly. "We've never totally recovered from that drought we had a few years ago. And you know Pa. He won't even think about changing how he does things. I had some ideas on how he could plant seed more efficiently, but he wouldn't even listen. I do feel guilty for leaving, though." "I know that Pa relied on your help quite a bit," Emma answered. "Part of me wonders if I should have stayed so I could keep helping Pa, at least through the rest of summer." Emma reached out and covered Anna's hand with her own. "Don't think that, Anna. If you had stayed, you would have ended up married to Mr. Monson." Anna nodded. "Ma really wanted me to marry him. She seemed to think that since he made a lot of money, all my needs would be met, and that was what's important." "It's not," Emma shook her head. "I felt bad too when I left. I wished I could have helped more. Logan told me I could send them some money after we renewed our vows, but Ma refused any help." Anna shook her head. She suddenly remembered the bag of money she had hidden deep in her trunk. That money would do a lot in helping her parents. "I have an idea." Emma turned to her, eyes sparkling. "Let's go into town tomorrow. You need a wedding dress. I think we can find some beautiful fabric. If we work fast, we can make you a dress." Anna laughed. That sounds like a great idea. And she could see if Kent was around. She really wanted to see him again. "I did bring a dress that will be fine for a wedding, though." Emma rolled her eyes. "And I'm sure it will be adequate. But you need something special." "Do you think that we have enough time to make a dress?" "I can ask my friend Pamela to come and help. She owns the ranch next to us. I'm sure between the three of us, we can have a simple dress made that will still be beautiful." "I would love to have a new dress for the wedding," Anna admitted. "I did bring 2 dresses with me. I was going to wear the best one, but a new dress sounds wonderful. I'll ask Daisy if she would be willing to watch Mary Jane tomorrow," Emma said. "We can eat lunch there." Anna smiled at her sister. Even though she felt a little guilty that she left her parents with so much work, she was glad that she was now in Montana. She looked forward to starting a new life with Kent, and she was glad to be living close to Emma. She looked forward to getting to know Logan better and Emma's new daughter. The next day, Emma took her into Ragford. She found that she was anxious to go into town, and the thought of seeing Kent again made her feel a bit flustered. She wasn't sure what she should say to him when she saw him again. Emma stopped the buggy in front of the general store. When they went inside, Anna noticed that it seemed quite a bit the same as the store in her hometown, except that it was almost twice as large. "Good morning, ladies." A heavy-set woman greeted them. "How can I help you?" "Good morning, Mrs. Johnson," Emma said pleasantly and gestured to Anna. "This is my sister, Anna Stevens. Anna, this is Agnes Johnson. She and her husband Joe own this store." "It's nice to meet you, ma'am," Anna said warmly with a smile. Agnes narrowed her eyes at her. "You are the young lady who the sheriff is marrying," she said without returning her greeting. Anna nodded, not sure how to take this woman who seemed almost suspicious of her. Emma immediately put an arm around her. "I'm so thrilled that she is marrying Kent. I'll have my sister nearby." Agnes sniffed and opened her mouth to say something, but Emma interrupted her. "We would like to look at your fabric for a wedding dress for Anna." Anna expected Agnes to immediately take them to see the fabric, but instead she stared at Anna for a long moment. When Anna wondered if she was going to refuse to help them, she finally waved a hand. "You know where the fabric is," Agnes finally responded, and then she looked down at the counter where she had been writing something on a sheet of paper. Emma smiled kindly at her, but Anna could tell she was a bit perturbed. She followed her sister to the back of the store. "Is there a problem?" Anna asked quietly as her eyes darted to Agnes, who stood behind the counter, who was now almost glaring at them. Emma shook her head and gave Anna a look they used to share as children, which said, "I'll tell you later." Anna nodded, letting her sister know she received the message, and began to look through the fabric. She was pleasantly surprised at the type of fabric the store had. Most of it was fabric that was serviceable, to be worn for everyday use, but she was able to quickly find some fabric that would be perfect for a wedding dress. She didn't want a dress that was too fancy, for she wanted to be able to wear it after the ceremony to church, or when she needed a nice dress to wear to some other event. But she also didn't want to pick out fabric that wasn't pretty. She finally picked out a lightweight fabric that was light pink with small white flowers. Emma talked her into purchasing some lace that looked handmade that could be sewn on the collar and the sleeves, as well as pearl buttons for the back of the dress. Agnes rang up her purchases without speaking, and Anna still wasn't sure how to take the woman, but she also wasn't going to worry about her. After they paid for their purchases, Anna asked Emma if they could stop at the sheriff's office. "Of course," Emma agreed with a knowing smile, "although I doubt that he's back yet. He would have come out to the ranch if he was." "I'd still like to check," Anna said. It took only a few minutes to find out that Emma was right. There was a man sitting in the office who didn't look much older than she was, whom she assumed was one of Kent's deputies. When Anna asked after Kent, the man shook his head. "He's not back yet. In fact, I haven't seen him for a few days," the deputy said. "Can I take a message for him when he returns?" Anna hesitated before shaking her head. "No, I'll come by again in a few days." "Why didn't you just tell the deputy who you were?" Emma asked after they left the sheriff's office. "Because I don't know if Kent told his deputies about me," Anna explained. "If Agnes knows, they know," Emma laughed. They ate lunch at a small restaurant that was in a hotel before deciding to head back to the ranch. Eating food that had been prepared by a chef wasn't an event that Anna had the opportunity to experience often in her life. She thoroughly enjoyed chicken sandwiches and a fresh fruit salad. They also served freshly squeezed lemonade with just the right amount of sugar added. She kept Emma busy as she asked questions about her life with Logan. She was glad that her sister was so happy. On the way back to the ranch, Emma brought up Agnes. "I guess I should have warned you about Agnes Johnson," Emma said. Anna shrugged. "There are always people who don't seem happy. My guess is that she is one of them." "You are right," Emma replied. "She's had a lot of loss in her life, but she does tend to make others around her as miserable as she is. It's almost as if she can't stand it when someone else has found happiness. She did have a great display of fabric, and I'm very happy with what I was able to find," Anna responded. "Let's talk about something else. Do you know where you will be getting married?" Anna shook her head. "We didn't talk about that on the day I arrived. My guess is that we will be getting married in the church in town. You can get married at the ranch if you'd like, but regardless of where you marry, plan on letting Logan and me do a small dinner for you." Anna nodded, but she wasn't sure how Kent was going to feel about having their marriage performed at Emma's ranch. She also remembered that in one of his letters, he'd written that he didn't want a huge fuss made of their wedding. She opened her mouth to comment, but she decided not to say anything to her sister. She would talk to Kent first, and then let Emma know what they wanted. "Is it all right if we stop off at Pamela's house?" Emma asked. "You could meet her, and we can make arrangements for her to help with your dress." Anna agreed, but she wasn't sure that a perfect stranger was going to want to spend the next few days sewing a dress for someone she didn't know. She soon found out that Pamela was as sweet and friendly as Emma had implied. When they arrived at Pamela's ranch, she came out of the house the moment Emma pulled the buggy into the yard. "I'm so glad that you came," Pamela said, joy in her voice as she ran down her porch stairs towards them. "I was going to come over in a few days for a visit." Anna watched as Emma climbed from the buggy and they hugged each other. She noticed that Pamela's sky-blue eyes lit up when she looked at her, as if she instantly knew who she was. "This is my sister Anna," Emma said. "Anna, this is my dear friend Pamela Henderson. I'm so glad that you are here and that you arrived safely," Pamela said with a kind smile. "I heard that there was an attack on the stagecoach you were in." Anna nodded. She wasn't sure she wanted to talk about it, and Pamela seemed to instinctively understand. "Why don't you come inside?" she invited the two sisters. "We'd love to," Emma accepted for both of them. A few minutes later, they were sitting at Pamela's kitchen table. Pamela began to heat up some water for tea, and Anna was content to sit back and listen to the two women talk. She could tell that they were good friends. She discovered that Pamela had been living in San Francisco, but had returned to this ranch, which was her childhood home, when she had discovered that her father was sick. He had died last fall, and Pamela was trying to decide whether she should sell the ranch and return to San Francisco or keep it running. "I love my life in California," Pamela said, as she poured each of them some tea and then took a sip of her own. "But I know that my father would have wanted me to keep the ranch." "You could hire more people to do the work," Emma suggested. "The foreman my father hired is doing a great job," Pamela said. "I hardly have to do anything, although I do wish I could do more. I'm getting bored just taking care of the house all day." She looked off into space for a long moment before shaking her head and turning her attention to Anna. "When is your wedding to Kent going to be?" "He is out looking for those outlaws who attacked the stagecoach. I haven't heard from him, but my guess is that it will happen as soon as he returns, so hopefully in a few days." "It's one of the reasons why we came by," Emma added. "We just came from town and purchased some fabric for a dress. We were wondering if you'd like to help us make one." Pamela smiled at Anna. "I would love to help. I do appreciate it, especially because you don't even know me," Anna said. "You are Emma's sister. She has told me all about you, so I feel like I already know you," Pamela said, as she reached out a hand and covered one of Anna's. "I can come by tomorrow right after breakfast. We should have the dress done in no time." Her face lit up. "In fact, I have a pattern that you might like, unless you already have a dress in mind." "I don't really," Anna admitted, shaking her head. "I'll be right back," Pamela said, as she jumped to her feet and left the room. Anna drank some of her tea and then began to eat a sweet roll that Pamela had placed on a plate in the middle of the table. "These are really good," Anna said after she took her first bite. "Pamela is a great cook," Emma agreed. When Pamela returned, Anna immediately agreed to use the pattern. They ended up staying for the afternoon, cutting out the dress using the pattern. Chapter 8. On the first 2 days of the stakeout, nothing happened. On the third day, James Moss began to complain, telling Kent and everyone around him who would listen that he felt like he was wasting his time. "I still think that we should search the caves," James complained with a frown. "Give it a week, okay? If nothing happens, we can revisit your idea of the caves," Kent said, trying to pacify him. James glared at him for a moment before striding away. Kent sighed. He hated that they weren't all working together and on the same page. They all wanted to put a stop to the attacks, but they needed to want to work together for that to happen. Kent tried not to feel discouraged, and he wondered if he was going to be able to arrest the outlaws before he really did get to marry Anna. He knew that he couldn't keep Anna waiting indefinitely. Besides, he didn't want to. Even though he desperately wanted to go out to Logan's ranch and see her, he forced himself to focus on his job. Sitting in his rocky hideout for hours every day gave him a lot of time to think. And so he thought about his past. A certain memory kept flashing in his head. When he had decided to leave Philadelphia, he had been courting a young woman named Susan Young. He remembered her words, and even today, they still hurt his heart like a knife. He could only hope that Anna wouldn't feel that way about him. He pushed all thoughts of Susan out of his head and scanned his surroundings, carefully looking for any sign that something wasn't right. Once he could see that all was well, at least for the moment, his thoughts turned to Anna. He found that he was eager to start his life with her. He had enjoyed the letters that they had exchanged. He found it interesting learning about the different life she had growing up on a small farm in Kansas. From what he could tell, she had been a great help to her father. She seemed to have the mindset that she would do whatever she needed to get a job done, even if it was something she didn't want to do. He had liked that trait about her. He also admitted to himself that he had been interested in writing her when he learned that she hadn't grown up with a lot of money. He had even asked her how important money was to her in one of his letters. She had answered his question as if she thought he wanted to know if she was frivolous with money. She had explained that she had been taught how to stretch food and other supplies so that money could go as far as possible. He had also done his best to be upfront with Anna in his letters about his job. He wanted her to understand exactly what she would be dealing with if she agreed to marry him. He knew that his job as sheriff could be dangerous sometimes, but most of the time it was actually a bit boring. These outlaws that he was now after had created more excitement than he'd seen in months. When he had written Anna, he made sure she knew exactly what his job entailed, and she didn't seem threatened or worried about it. "I know that you will be careful," Anna had written at one point. It was almost as if she thought that it was exciting to be marrying a sheriff. Now it was almost 2:00, and he could see dust from the stagecoach in the distance. He scanned the road and surroundings carefully, looking for anything out of the ordinary. He couldn't see any of the other sheriffs or deputies, and he knew that everyone was in their places. Even though everything looked the same as it had the last 2 days, he had a strong feeling that this time it was going to be different. On this particular day, they had made sure that the stagecoach was empty of passengers. They had also planted a small bag of gold inside a trunk that was used as a decoy on top of the coach. One of the deputies had made sure that the information was leaked about the gold in the saloon. The news had spread among the towns. Kent hoped that this would bring out the outlaws. He kept a careful eye on the stagecoach as it drew closer to him. Suddenly, it seemed as if everything happened at once. 3 men on strange horses appeared almost out of nowhere, their guns shooting in the air as they yelled with glee. Kent moved from his hideout, along with the other men, and they rode as quickly as they could towards the stagecoach. The driver was a deputy from the town of Ravenwood, and they wanted to keep the outlaws far enough away so that he wouldn't get hit. The deputy was a good shooter, though, and had immediately taken out one of the outlaws, hitting him in the shoulder before pulling the stagecoach to a stop. The horses were very nervous as Kent rode towards the stagecoach. One of them neighed in fright, while another was doing his best to get away from the chaos. After a few seconds, the driver was able to get them under control. Kent saw one of the outlaws take off into the trees near him, so he went in that direction, Jamie right behind him. They easily overpowered the man and soon had him tied up. They led the man over to where the stagecoach was standing, and he was glad to see that the man who had been shot was also surrounded. "Did someone get the third man?" Tyler asked. "James and Roy went after him," Joshua said, as he kept his gun pointed at the other 2 outlaws, one boot on one of the men's legs. "I told you that we shouldn't have gone after the stagecoach today," one of the outlaws said to the other. "I knew something smelled funny." Tyler kicked the man in his foot. "If I were you, I'd be quiet about now." The man glared at him, but he must have decided he'd better obey. The man turned his face away, but not before Kent saw a scar on his face. They had caught Jedediah Wilson, and he was very pleased with that fact. He beckoned to 3 deputies who were standing nearby. "Come over here and watch them." They obediently moved into place. Kent beckoned Tyler and Joshua to follow him a short distance away. "I think that we should get these men into Billings today," Kent said firmly. "We don't know how many other people were working with these men. I don't want to chance a breakout from Ragford's jail. Besides, I really don't want them in my town." "I agree," Tyler said. "It will take a full day to get them there, though." "That's fine," Kent said. "Maybe we can get them to talk and tell us where that bag of gold is." Just then, James Moss returned with Roy, empty-handed. "The third man got away," James said, panting heavily. "It was like he was there and then he wasn't." One of the outlaws snickered. Tyler kicked him in the foot again. "Unless you want to tell us where your friend is, be quiet." "Whose jail are we going to put these 2 in?" James asked. "Tyler and I think that we should take them into Billings today," Kent said. "We could use a few more men to go with us." "I'll go," Roy said. Joshua stepped up and offered to ride with them. Kent noticed that James didn't seem inclined to go with them, and he was just fine with that. "It's settled then," Kent said. He made sure each of the outlaws was tied securely before maneuvering one of them on top of a horse. He tied him to the saddle horn while Tyler did the same to the second outlaw. "I need a doctor," the outlaw who was shot said. "Can't I get my shoulder looked at first?" "I already looked at it," Tyler said. "The bullet went through your arm. You'll be fine until we get you into Billings." "You are heartless," the outlaw argued, his voice angry. It was all Kent could do to not grab the man and shake him. After all the killings they'd done, he thought traveling a few miles to Billings with an injured shoulder was heartless. Jamie headed back to Ragford, and the rest of the men left for their own towns. He was glad that everyone could rest easy now that at least 2 of the outlaws were caught and arrested. He knew from experience that the other men who had worked with the 2 outlaws would find another area to terrorize. They probably wouldn't try attacks on the stagecoaches again in this area of Montana, at least for a while. Kent could only hope that they would get the other man soon. Kent, Tyler, Roy, and Joshua pushed their horses hard. They arrived in Billings at almost midnight. They had to get the sheriff out of bed, but Kent was glad that they hadn't needed to spend the night out in the open. Even though there were 4 of them to watch over the 2 outlaws, he had been concerned that they might be attacked by other outlaws in an attempt to rescue their men. He knew that the other sheriffs were also concerned because he saw them continually looking at their surroundings as they rode. The sheriff of Billings, Donald Cole, was very happy to see that they had captured the 2 outlaws, and they were immediately put in 2 separate cells. Kent spent the night in a hotel and ended up sleeping far past sunup. Pounding at his door woke him up. Tyler was on the other side. Kent could tell that he had taken a bath because his hair was still wet, and he wasn't covered with dust from the trail. Donald Cole paid me a visit this morning. Evidently, one of the men seemed quite eager to talk this morning, in exchange for not spending as much time behind bars. "Oh," Kent asked, after inviting Tyler in. "He told us exactly where the cave is that they are using." "That's great," Kent said, but inside he groaned. He knew exactly what he was going to be doing with the next few days, going after more outlaws. Chapter 9. It had been a week since Kent left to go after the outlaws. Anna was discovering that he was all she could think about. She was becoming very worried about him, although Emma and even Logan didn't seem all that concerned. "We would have heard if anything had happened to him," Emma said at one point. She did enjoy her time with her sister. Pamela came over every afternoon, and they sewed her dress into the evening. 5 days later, the finished dress hung in the wardrobe. It turned out prettier than she had ever expected. She found a new friend in Pamela. She enjoyed hearing about her old life in San Francisco as a teacher at a girls' school. She did notice that Pamela would always change the subject when the conversation turned to her ranch. She was doing her best to keep things running, but Anna got the impression that she didn't enjoy it. She wondered whether if her father had died, would she have felt obligated to keep the farm running? She probably would have, especially since the farm was to be given to her younger brother, William, when he became an adult. She would have felt like she needed to, at least until her brother could handle the work. She spent a morning writing a letter to her parents, letting them know that she had arrived safely, omitting the stagecoach attack. She figured what they didn't know wouldn't hurt them. They had enough to worry about. Emma also wrote a short letter to them and included some money in the envelope. "I don't think that they will accept this, though," Emma said with regret. "I tried to send them money last Christmas, but they sent it back." Anna wished she had known that. She would have encouraged them to at least use it to give their brother William a decent Christmas. He was a growing boy and desperately needed new clothes and boots. That money could have at least been used for him. She really didn't understand the pride her parents had about not accepting any financial help from anyone, including their daughters. In her opinion, family helped each other when it was needed. They had accepted the small amount that she had saved by riding the stagecoach instead of the train, but it wasn't very much, just enough to purchase food for a month or 2. One bright sunny morning, Anna was just finishing her breakfast when there was a knock on the door. Logan answered it. "Come in," she heard Logan say warmly. "We're eating breakfast. Do you want to join us?" "Sure, I could eat something," she heard a man say, and her heart jumped at the sound. Was the man Kent? Had he finally come to talk to her? Logan walked into the kitchen, and sure enough, Kent followed him in. His eyes immediately found hers, and he smiled. She jumped to her feet, feeling a bit flustered. "You're back," was all she could think to say. Yep, Kent answered, as he grinned at her easily, but he took off his hat and ran a hand through his hair. How did things go? Logan asked, as he slapped a hand on Kent's shoulder. Were you able to find the outlaws you were after? We staged a stakeout and were able to arrest 2 of them. One of them became quite talkative after he was arrested, and we were able to find the 3rd one holed up in a cave in the mountains. So the threat of stagecoach attacks is over. That's great. Emma sighed with relief. She began to bustle around the kitchen. Sit down, Kent. I'll get you some breakfast. I appreciate it, Kent said as he stood by a chair. He didn't sit down, though, and kept his eyes on Anna's. She wondered why he didn't sit until she realized that he was waiting for her to sit. She sat back down, and then he also sat. His eyes lit up as if he was laughing at her. Anna couldn't figure out why she was acting the way she was, like a schoolgirl seeing a good-looking man for the first time. Anna stayed silent and listened while Kent told Logan some details about how they were able to arrest the outlaws. Again, she thought about the leather bag she had hidden in her trunk. She knew she needed to tell Kent about it, but she also didn't want to bring it up right then. She was very relieved that everything had gone well and that Kent was back, safe and unharmed. She knew that she would need to get used to the fact that Kent would be gone doing his job as a sheriff. As he described the stakeout he'd organized, she could tell that he didn't make decisions lightly. He thought through every possible scenario before he made a decision. That comforted her. She was a firm believer in not trying to force a man to be someone who he wasn't, but she was glad to find out that he didn't take unnecessary risks. She knew Kent was a sheriff before she even answered his first letter. She had already accepted the fact that he had a job that could be potentially dangerous. Emma had also helped her feel better about it. While he described to them how he and another sheriff escorted the outlaws to Billings, she couldn't keep her eyes off him. He was a very handsome man, and something clenched in her heart. Some of his sandy hair stood straight up on the crown of his head, and she had a sudden desire to smooth it down. She forced herself to look away and took a sip of her lukewarm coffee. She watched from the corner of her eye as Kent ate the scrambled eggs, bacon, and toast that Emma had placed in front of him. When Kent took the last bite of breakfast, he turned his attention to her for the first time. "Shall we go for a walk, Anna?" Anna nodded, suddenly feeling a bit shy and flustered. He stood and held his hand out to her. When she put her hand in his, sparks seemed to travel clear to her toes. The moment she was on her feet, he let go of her hand, and she wiped it on the side of her dress, but she could still feel the comfort of his hand. Anna looked at Emma just before she left the house. Her sister grinned at her encouragingly. They didn't say anything as they walked. As if by agreement, they walked towards a large shade tree. Emma could see a swing hanging from a sturdy branch, and it swayed slightly in the Montana breeze. She had seen Mary Jane on that swing almost every evening. They both stopped in the shade the tree provided and turned towards each other. She drank in his presence. He looked like he'd been outside for a long time, judging by the dark tan on his face and arms. A sheriff's hat shaded his face, and he took it off. They both started talking at once. "Did you?" she started to ask. "How are?" he also said. They both laughed, and the tension between them fell away. "You go first," Kent invited her. "I was just going to ask if you were able to find all the outlaws that were causing all the trouble." "Let's sit down, shall we?" He gestured towards a couple of wooden chairs that sat under the shade tree. Once they were sitting comfortably, he continued. "Like I told Logan inside, we set up a stakeout and were able to arrest 2 of them a few days ago. One of the sheriffs from the next town over went with me to take them directly to Billings, since neither of us wanted the responsibility of them in our jails. The outlaw that had become eager to talk once he was in jail confirmed to us that there was only one other man. He's the one we found hiding in the cave, along with all their loot. I just hope we can get it all to whomever it belongs to. Anna breathed a sigh of relief. So the threat of any more stagecoach attacks is over. Yes, Kent nodded. Let's hope that's the end of it. Do you mean that other outlaws could do the same? It's been known to happen, but it is unlikely, Kent said. What did you want to ask me? She asked. I was asking how you were doing. Anna smiled. I'm fine. It's been nice spending time with Emma. I've been able to get to know her family and what? She flushed. Emma has been helping me make a wedding dress. That's good, Kent said as he smiled down at her. The wedding is another reason why I've come out. Do you know when you will be ready? Can you give me 2 more days? Sure, Kent nodded. Let's plan on getting married on Friday. It will give me some time to finish up a few things that I need to do. I'm glad that you are back safe, Anna admitted softly. I have to ask, are you worried about your safety after we are married? No, I will always be a little worried about your safety, but I think I can manage. I know that things can happen where you could be injured or even... She stopped, not wanting to say the word that she was thinking. Or I could be killed, Kent finished for her. I promise to do everything that I can so that won't happen. Anna only nodded at his reassurance. Emma has offered to let us get married on her ranch. Is that what you would like to do? She shrugged. I wasn't sure if you have already made arrangements at the town church. I have, actually. The preacher, Mr. Browning, is aware of our circumstances and is willing to marry us as soon as we are ready. Anna made a quick decision. Let's get married in town then, since you have already made the arrangements. Kent nodded, looking pleased at her words. I have something to ask you. Why have you decided to move to Montana and marry a total stranger? First of all, I don't think of you as a stranger. I feel like I've gotten to know you pretty well through our letters. I can tell that you really care about Ragford. You'll do what you need to keep everyone safe. Emma also wrote me a letter and reassured me. But is there a specific reason? I did tell you about Mr. Monson and how my parents wanted me to marry him. I would have rather married someone my sister knew. Kent stood to his feet and then held out a hand to her. Anna willingly placed her hand in his. With that move, he felt like she was telling him that she trusted him. He kept a hold of one of her hands while he used his other to brush a strand of hair from her face. There is something that we didn't talk about in our letters, Kent said. What is that? Anna asked. What kind of marriage are we going to have? I'm not sure what you mean, Anna replied, puzzled at his question. Kent hesitated before looking directly in her eyes. I would like our marriage to be a real one. Anna still felt confused for a moment before she realized that he was requesting that they share a bed. For some reason, it hadn't occurred to her that they could wait to consummate their marriage. I'm okay with that, Anna said softly, feeling a bit shy. Relief spread across Kent's face so quickly, she thought that she might have imagined it. It looks like everything is settled then. I will see you in 2 days, Miss Anna, Kent said, his voice a bit husky. Anna stayed where she was standing under the shade tree and watched Kent mount his horse. He tipped his hat to her before galloping out of the yard towards Ragford. A wave of peace filled her soul, and she knew that her decision to marry Kent was the right one for her. She only wished that her parents and brother could witness her marriage and the start of her new life in this beautiful land. Chapter 10. The first thing that Kent did when he returned to town was pay a visit to the owner of the house that he wanted to purchase. Mrs. Palmer had known of his interest and had promised him that she'd let him have it when he was ready. It took half a day, but by dinner time, he was the proud owner of his first home. Mrs. Palmer included some furniture in it, so Kent only needed to purchase a bed and kitchen table and chairs, which he was able to find at a furniture store in Ragford. He spent the next day moving his things from the one-room house the town rented out to him to his new home. One of his deputies, Owen, was eager to take over the small home. He wished he had some time to make his new house more inviting for his new bride, but he figured that she might want to decorate it the way she wanted things. Mrs. Palmer had left it fairly clean, so all he needed to do was sweep the wooden floors and do some dusting. Kent found himself awake early the morning of his wedding. He dressed in his best brown suet that he also always wore to church each Sunday, and then tried to eat some breakfast, but he felt too nervous. He began to pace between the kitchen, living room, and 2 back bedrooms over and over until he finally put on his hat and left the house. He headed towards his office. He might as well do some paperwork while he waited for 11 o'clock to arrive. No one was in the office when he opened the door. He sat behind his desk and began to write a detailed report of how he and the other sheriffs were able to arrest the outlaws, forcing his attention from Anna to his job. There was only one thing that he couldn't account for in his reports. When they had found the 3rd outlaw hiding in the cave, they had also found a lot of things that they'd stolen, but the leather bag with gold wasn't among them. When the 3 outlaws were asked about its whereabouts, they swore that they didn't know where it ended up. "It disappeared when we held up the last stagecoach," one of the men had said. He kissed his fingers in the air as if mimicking a magic trick. "I don't know where it went." "What are you doing here?" Kent heard a voice ask. He looked up, startled, when he saw Jamie standing in front of his desk. He hadn't even heard his deputy come in the building. "What do you mean?" Kent asked. "You aren't supposed to be working today. It's your wedding day. Why aren't you at the church?" Panic flooded through Kent, and he pulled out his pocket watch. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he still had an hour before he needed to be at the church. Jamie began to laugh at Kent's obvious nervousness. "I've got time," Kent said. Jamie grinned. "You should have seen your face when you thought that you were going to be late." Kent smiled at him. "I decided to start my report about the 3 outlaws while I waited for 11 o'clock to get here." Jamie laughed again. "I can think of better things to do with my time than work on my wedding day." "I was just trying to figure out what happened to the leather bag of gold the outlaws were supposed to have had." Jamie stared at him for a moment, and then walked up to the desk and took the book Kent was writing in. "I think that mystery can wait for a few days." Kent sighed, but allowed Jamie to take his book. "I think I'll head to the church." "That's an excellent idea. I'll come with you, just to make sure that you don't take a side trip somewhere," Jamie teased. It only took a few minutes to get to the church, and Kent noticed immediately that Anna hadn't yet arrived. The preacher, Mr. Browning, was waiting for him when he entered the small chapel. The men greeted each other, and Mr. Browning gave him a few instructions. As the minutes ticked by, he began to have flashbacks of his first almost wedding. Susan had let him know the day before that she wasn't going to marry him, but it might as well have been on their wedding day. He did his best not to start his pacing again. He couldn't believe how nervous he felt. "This is the only wedding I'm ever going to have," he muttered to himself. He planned on being with Anna until they were both old and gray. He wasn't going to ever put himself through this again. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Logan's buggy stop in front of the church through one of the windows. Logan helped Emma and then Anna out before swinging Mary Jane to the ground. Anna looked beautiful. She wore a light pink dress that seemed to add color to her cheeks. Her blonde hair shone in the sunlight. She laughed at something Emma said as they walked towards the church. Once they were inside, Kent moved to her side. She smiled at him, and it seemed as if everyone around them faded for a moment, and it was just the two of them. "Good morning," he greeted his bride with a small kiss to her cheek. "Hello, Kent," Anna answered with a shy smile. He held out his arm to her. "Are you ready to get married?" Anna nodded and tucked her hand around his arm. He could feel her hand shake slightly, and the movement suddenly calmed him. Anna must feel as nervous as he did. "Are we ready to begin?" Mr. Browning asked. It took a few minutes, but Mr. Browning soon had them standing in front of him where he wanted them. Logan, Emma, Mary Jane, and Jamie sat on the front pew to witness the proceedings. Mrs. Browning and their daughter Lucy had also joined them. Mr. Browning began the ceremony. He opened the Bible and began to read a few scriptures that always seemed to be read at marriages. Kent couldn't take his eyes off Anna. He felt incredibly lucky and blessed that she had been the one he wrote to as his mail-order bride. "Anna Stevens, do you take Kent Wilcox to be your husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better and for worse, for richer and for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, until death do you part?" "I do," Anna said softly. "And do you, Kent Wilcox, take Anna Stevens to be your wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better and for worse, for richer and for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, until death do you part?" "I do," Kent said firmly. "By the power that is vested in me, I pronounce you Anna Stevens and Kent Wilcox, man and wife." Mr. Browning looked at Kent. "You may kiss the bride." Kent bent to give his bride her very first kiss from him. He loved how she felt in his arms, like she was made for him. When the kiss ended, he noted that Anna's face was flushed. He grinned at her before tucking her hand around his arm. "May I present Mr. and Mrs. Kent Wilcox," the preacher announced to their guests. He kept his arm around her while their friends and family congratulated them. Logan offered to pay for lunch at the restaurant, which they accepted. A few hours later, they were finally walking together towards the sheriff's office. Kent could tell that Anna thought they would be living in the small house behind his office. He grinned at her. "I have a surprise for you," Kent said. "What is it?" Anna asked. He pulled a bandana out of his pocket. "I will show you, but I'm afraid I need to blindfold you first." Anna looked confused, but she willingly allowed him to tie the bandana over her eyes. "How long will I need to wear this?" Anna asked. Kent could tell by her smile that she was willing to play along with his little game. "Only a few minutes," he replied. He tucked her arm around his and carefully led her down the street and towards the house he had just purchased. He kept her very close to him. When they were finally standing in front of the house, he turned her towards him. "Okay, now let's take that off you." He quickly untied the bandana and then turned her around so that she was facing the house. "Welcome to your new home." "Oh," Anna stared at the house for a moment, as if she wasn't sure what was happening. Then she breathed in delight. "This is your house?" "This is our house," Kent corrected her. "Can I see inside of it?" "Sure." He took her hand and led her into the house. He showed her the kitchen with the fine wooden cupboards and a small parlor that she would be able to use to entertain guests. There was a small room that he would use for his office and then 2 other bedrooms. There was also an attic that could be converted into bedrooms if they needed them for their future children. "I love it," Anna said. "This is a wonderful surprise. I thought that you lived in that small house behind your office." "I did, but that house was only 1 room. There is barely enough room for 1 person, let alone 2. I'd had my eye on this house for a while now, and I felt that getting married was a good reason to purchase it." She threw her arms around him. "Thank you." He thoroughly enjoyed the rest of the day with his new bride. Anna wanted to look over every inch of her new home, and he loved watching the excitement that she showed. Logan had brought over her trunk, and she took out some sheets that she had embroidered and used them to make the bed. Emma had packed a simple dinner for them, and they shared that in their new kitchen. They spent the evening talking and getting to know each other better. Anna told him about her childhood, and Kent tried not to feel bad about how hard she'd had to work just to keep food on the table. When comparing her childhood to his, he felt a bit guilty. He could only promise her that he would make sure that she wouldn't need to work so hard ever again. He liked how Anna didn't act like she resented her childhood, even when she found out that he had come from an affluent family in Philadelphia. She asked a few questions about his family, but he changed the subject. The last thing he wanted to do was talk about his past. He wanted to focus on the future, this start of a new family with Anna. He gave her another kiss, one that let her know exactly how pleased he was with their marriage, one that needed no words to show how he felt. Chapter 11. The day after the wedding, Anna woke up very early. At first, she didn't remember where she was. Then she remembered that she was now a married woman, and memories of the day before flooded through her mind. She rolled over and saw the man sleeping soundly beside her. She remembered how nervous she had been when she left Kansas to marry this man. She wasn't sure how things were going to turn out, and she was putting most of her faith in her sister's words that Kent was a good man, along with the letters that they'd exchanged. At this very moment, life seemed perfect, and she wondered how long it was going to last. She had seen this happen many times while she was growing up. When something good happened, like being able to have a good crop one summer, something bad seemed to happen right after it. The barn had burnt down from lightning when she was a young girl. It took months before her father had saved enough money to rebuild it, even though some of their neighbors had been willing to help. A year later, the cow had given birth to twins. Anna remembered how thrilled her father had been because he would be able to sell both of them. Then the plow had broken and needed to be replaced. She knew from experience that good things didn't last very long, but she was determined to enjoy it while it lasted. She slid out of bed, careful not to wake Kent, and put on her robe. She spent a few minutes exploring the house. She had been pleasantly surprised when Kent had blindfolded her and then taken her to this house. She had been expecting to be living in the one-room house he described to her in one of his letters. It hadn't sounded like there would even be enough room for the 2 of them, let alone any children they might have. The last thing she had expected was for him to purchase a new house in time for their marriage. There was an old sofa in the living room which desperately needed to be replaced. As she stood at the entrance, She could picture the way she wanted to decorate the room. She could see new curtains on the windows, the wood floor polished until it shone, the fireplace with wood in it, ready to be lit on a cold winter day. She liked the kitchen table and chairs Kent had purchased. The wood stove looked to be in good working order, although it did need to be cleaned. "I'll make us breakfast," she muttered as she looked around the kitchen. She could finish the short tour of her new house later. She looked through the one cupboard and found one cast-iron pan, a griddle, along with 2 plates, cups, and 2 sets of silverware. "It's going to be easy to wash dishes," she said out loud with a wry grin. There were so few dishes to get dirty. Continuing her search, she found half a loaf of bread, about a cup of cracked wheat, and a small shriveled apple. "What has he even been eating?" she muttered to herself with a laugh. There wasn't enough food in the house to feed a bird. She gave a sigh as she poured the wheat into a pan of water to soak. She made a mental note to make a trip to the general store that morning. 30 minutes later, she had the small breakfast ready: wheat cereal and slices of bread that she had toasted on top of the wood stove. The apple was too shriveled to eat, although she was tempted to try. It went against her nature and upbringing to waste food. Just as she placed the cereal and toast on the table, Kent appeared. She looked up and saw him lean against the open doorway. "I could get used to waking up and having breakfast ready," Kent drawled, a smile in his eyes. Anna turned from the stove to greet him. He walked over to her and cupped her chin with a hand before giving her a kiss. New feelings flooded through her that she had never felt before. She wanted to tell him what she was feeling, but would she even be able to tell him? He kissed her again, and she decided she'd enjoy what was developing between them and not try to analyze it. "I could get used to waking up with kisses like that," Anna said a bit shyly a long moment later. He kissed her a 3rd time before stepping away. "What were you able to make this morning?" "Just cereal and toast." She smiled at him, trying to let him know that she wasn't complaining. "I'll need a bit more food to work with in the future." He laughed and sat down in one of the chairs. "I'm sorry about that. I'm not that good at making meals for myself. I usually eat at the boarding house or the restaurant in town." "You won't need to do that anymore," Anna joined him at the table. "I like to cook." "This looks great considering what you had to work with," Kent praised her. He held out his hand. "Shall we say a prayer over the food?" Anna nodded and placed her hand in his. She loved the feeling as his large calloused hand covered hers. She had many memories of prayers around the kitchen table with her family. Her father never said anything when it was time to pray. Instead, he would hold out his hand to her mother. When she took his hand, it was a signal to Anna, Emma, and William that it was time to pray. Her PA would bow his head and give a short prayer. It was something she'd seen every day her entire life, but she'd never given it a thought until now. She had started the beginnings of a family with Kent, and now it was her turn to clasp hands with her husband as he said a prayer over the food that she prepared, little as it was. "What are your plans today?" Anna asked after the prayer was said. "I do need to go into the office today," Kent said, with a bit of regret. "I'll try to come home earlier this evening, though." "That's fine," Anna replied. "I can spend the day unpacking and getting settled in my new home. I do think I need to do some shopping, though." "Of course," Kent nodded. "I have accounts in most of the stores in town. Just purchase what you need and put them on the account." "I will, thanks." She hesitated, wondering if he really meant that she could get what she needed. She didn't know what his financial situation was. Would it be all right if I purchased other things besides food? "What are you thinking about?" A few more pans to cook with, for starters, and it would be nice to have more than 2 plates and cups, in case we have company. Kent took a bite of his cereal. Like I said, go ahead and get what you need. I'm not rich by any means, but I can provide for you. You can also buy anything else you need, like fabric for clothes. I'll keep that in mind, she replied. The conversation turned to other things. Anna told him that she'd like to take a trip into the mountains, and he agreed to take her in a few days. Kent ate every bite of the breakfast she prepared, although she had a hard time swallowing it. The cereal really needed some salt, and the bread was very dry. She had to drink a lot of water to get it down. Once Kent left, Anna spent some time unpacking her trunk. She hung up her few dresses on the pegs that were on the wall of the room she would share with Kent. She almost cringed at the faded cloth. She only owned 3 dresses, and 2 of them were hand-me-downs from Emma. They had been mended multiple times. Her other dress was the one she wore to church every Sunday, but it also was showing its wear. Maybe she would purchase enough fabric for at least 2 dresses. She could wear the dress she made for the wedding to church. Then she could use her old dresses for rags. She set the few books she owned on a shelf in the living room next to Kent's. She was glad to see that he obviously liked to read as much as she did. She could picture them sitting around the fire in the evenings, reading aloud together from Charles Dickens' Great Expectations or Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice. There was a small dresser in her bedroom where she put her underthings, along with the letters she'd received from Kent, tied together with a faded hair ribbon. The last thing she took out of the trunk was the leather bag of gold. It seemed to feel heavier than usual. She looked around the room she shared with Kent, trying to decide where to hide it for safety, until she had a chance to tell him about it. She decided that hiding it in the bedroom wasn't a good idea. She looked through the house carefully, looking for the perfect hiding place. She thought about tucking it in a corner of the pantry in the kitchen, but she decided that wouldn't be a good idea. She eventually found the perfect place. In the spare room, she discovered that there was a loose board in the floor that wasn't nailed down securely. She was able to lift it up just high enough to slip the leather bag inside. When she dropped the board back in place, she couldn't even tell that it was loose unless she stepped on it a certain way. No one would know it was there. Just before lunch, she left the house and walked down the street to the general store. It took her twice the amount of time it should have to get there because she was stopped by someone every few feet. The owner of the blacksmith shop welcomed her as he swept the wooden sidewalk in front of his store. The wife of the banker greeted her, as well as a woman who ran a laundry business out of her home. The welcome she received from these people thrilled her, and by the time she opened the door to the general store, she was already feeling like Ragford was her town. A small bell that was tied to the doorknob announced her presence. "Be with you in a moment," a man's voice yelled from the back of the store. "Take your time," Anna responded. "I'll just look around." She liked what was offered in this particular store. The town she'd grown up near had a store, but it was half the size of this one. The only things that could be bought in her old town were everyday items. If someone needed anything more, they had to order it in, which could take almost a month to get there. When she had come to this store a week ago with Emma for the fabric for her wedding dress, she hadn't been able to take the time to look around. After a few minutes, the man still hadn't appeared, so she began to gather up food that she needed: a sack of flour, sugar, salt, cans of stew, and peaches. "Can I help you?" the man asked, before looking at her curiously. "Have you just moved into town?" I was just married to the sheriff, Kent Wilcox, Anna said. My name is Anna. The man smiled at her. Welcome, I'm Joe Johnson. You must be Agnes Johnson's husband, Anna commented. He seemed much friendlier than his wife. He also was the complete opposite in looks. He was tall and thin, while Agnes was heavyset and short. Mr. Johnson nodded and then looked at the food she had gathered. You've got quite a bit of food there. Yes, Kent doesn't have very much in the way of supplies. She handed him a list she'd prepared just before she had left the house. Do you have any of these items? Mr. Johnson looked over the list. I have everything except a large stock pan. Mrs. Carter from down the street bought my last one. I'll need to order more in. I can find everything else for you. Is this all you need? I'd like to look at the fabric. He waved a thin hand at her. Go ahead. Anna was able to find some fabric that she liked, a sunny yellow and green material that she thought would look good for an everyday dress. She also picked out some heavier gray and blue fabric, perfect for a winter dress. She added the bolts to her growing pile, along with some thread and a new pair of scissors since she had left hers at Emma's house. Mr. Johnson wrote everything down in Kent's account that she was purchasing. She stared at the items in dismay. How was she going to get everything back to her house? Mr. Johnson seemed to read her mind. I can have our hired boy deliver all of this to you, if you'd like. That would be nice, thank you. Anna accepted graciously. He's not working today, so I'll need to send for him. It will be delivered in a few hours. When she was finally done with her shopping, Anna left the store and began to stroll leisurely back to her house when she was stopped yet again by two young women. Hello, one of them greeted her with a smile. You must be the sheriff's new wife. Anna smiled back, but she couldn't help but laugh. It must be big news when the sheriff gets married. The woman laughed with her. Mr. Wilcox has been on every single woman's list for miles around. I'm Tilly Newman, and this is Molly Webb. Welcome to Ragford. It's nice to meet you, Anna said warmly. She was glad to see that there were women her age in town. We were just heading to Molly's house for tea. Would you like to join us? I'd love to, Anna agreed, as her stomach growled, reminding her that it was way past lunchtime. Molly lived only about 10 minutes away from her own house. Anna didn't want to spend too much time away from home, since Mr. Johnson's hired boy was supposed to be delivering the supplies she'd purchased. She also wanted to make a good meal for Kent for dinner, but she did enjoy her time with her new friends. Molly was also married and had a young son. Tilly was still single, and she helped out in the town school when it was in session. She discovered that most of the women in town met at the church every Thursday to work on any sewing projects that they had. You can bring your own sewing, whatever you are working on, but if you don't have any, Mrs. Browning, the preacher's wife, always has a quilt to work on, Tilly said. I'd love to join you, Anna said eagerly. It's a time when we women can spend time together, Molly added. Some of the women bring their teenage girls who watch the small children. When Anna finally made it back to her house, she felt the day had already turned out to be one of the best that she'd had in a long time. The food had already been delivered, sitting in wooden crates on her porch. It took her an hour to bring everything in and put it away, but she enjoyed the experience. Looking at the clock, she realized that she didn't have much time to begin dinner preparations. She began to cut up a chicken she'd purchased for frying. She was going to make the best meal Kent had ever eaten. She was also going to ask Kent to build her a chicken coop in the backyard. Chapter 12. A week after his wedding to Anna, Kent was in his office. He was finding that he thoroughly enjoyed married life. Everything seemed to be going so smoothly between him and Anna. He was aware that they were probably in a honeymoon period, but he was going to enjoy every moment. She was a delight to be around, and she was turning out to be a great cook. After dinner, they spent hours talking and getting to know each other better. She talked about her family, and he could tell that she loved them deeply. She was concerned about the future of the farm her parents owned. "We've had so many droughts over the last 10 years, Anna had said just the night before, after she had read a letter she'd just received that day from her mother. "I just don't know how they are going to keep it going." Kent wished that there was something he could do to help them. For the first time, he wished that he had access to the trust fund he'd left behind when he had moved out to Montana. Surely some of that money could be used to help Anna's parents out. He didn't make a lot of money as sheriff of Ragford, just enough to support a family of his own. But maybe he could put some aside for Anna's family. When he mentioned this idea, Anna shook her head in regret. "Emma told me that Logan already offered to help them out, but they are refusing any money. Pa and Ma have a lot of pride. I've been trying to think of another way I can help them." Kent could understand pride. Wasn't that one of the reasons why he left his prestigious family behind? Because he wanted to be able to stand on his own 2 feet and be successful, not because of all the money his family had, but because he had earned it. But he also wondered if sometimes pride could stand in the way of making smart decisions, especially when there were other people involved. The decisions that Anna's father was making were hurting his wife and children. The door to his office opened. Kent didn't look up from his desk for a moment, thinking that it was Jamie who had shown up for the day. But when he didn't hear the greeting his friend usually gave him, he glanced up. Ben Sutton, a young boy who sometimes ran errands for the Johnsons, who owned the general store, was standing in front of his desk. "Hello, Ben," Kent greeted the boy jovially. "What can I do for you?" Ben held out a folded piece of paper. "I'm supposed to give you this." "Thanks," Kent said as he accepted the paper. "Gotta go," Ben said, and he ran out of the office before Kent could say anything else. He chuckled at the boy's antics and then opened the paper. "Please come to the store immediately. Something terrible has happened." He could tell that the words had been scrawled quickly, and he knew that Agnes had written the note. The word terrible had been underlined twice. Part of him wanted to ignore the summons. Agnes had sent these types of notes before, and they usually amounted to nothing, at least nothing that needed his immediate attention. But he also knew that her next step would be to pay him a visit. The door opened again, and this time it was Jamie who stepped inside. He took off his hat and hung it on a peg just inside the door. Kent stood up. "I'm going to the general store," Kent told Jamie. "I just got a note from Agnes that she wants to talk to me." "I'll keep an eye on things," Jamie agreed with a wry grin. "Take your time. Nothing much is going on today." "I'm sure I'll be back soon," Kent replied as he put on his own sheriff's hat. Kent walked down the street, and his gaze gravitated towards the nearby mountains, reminding him of his promise to take Anna to see them. He knew exactly the place he wanted to take her to. If they walked, it would take a few hours to get there, but it was a beautiful area, with the river flowing into a small pool that was full of fish. He wondered if Anna could cook fish as well as she fried chicken. Maybe he'd make arrangements at the boarding house to make him a picnic lunch and take the afternoon off. A trip to the mountains sounded nice, and he liked the idea of spending the afternoon with his new bride. As he walked into the store, a large cowbell rang exuberantly to announce his presence. He squinted at it, noticing that the Johnsons had replaced the small bell that had hung on the doorknob, and wondered what had happened to it. He immediately saw Agnes standing behind the counter, helping a customer. She looked pleased when she saw him. He also saw that Joe was nowhere around. "I'll be right with you, Sheriff Wilcox," Agnes said. He gave her a nod and leaned against the counter, waiting until the lady left, a full basket of food on her arm. "I'm very glad that you came so quickly," Agnes said as she walked around the counter. "I'm so distraught." Her hands fluttered at her sides as she spoke. "What about?" Kent asked curiously. "The store has been burglarized." She half whispered the words, as if she didn't want anyone else to hear, although no one else was in the store except them. Kent looked around. "What do you mean? I don't see any signs that someone broke in." He walked to the door to look it over. "Oh, whoever it is didn't try to break in when we were closed. They've been very careful. They come in while we are open." "What's missing?" Kent asked. "A few apples, a loaf of bread, and a blanket. Are you sure that you didn't just forget that you sold those items?" "Of course I'm sure." Agnes folded her arms over her ample chest and glared at him. "I know everything that is in this store. It's happened more than once. I am also almost positive that a pocket knife was also taken, but Mr. Johnson might have sold that. He's not as careful as I am about keeping track of what is being sold in the store. Do you have any suspicions of who might have taken the items?" Agnes looked triumphantly at him. "Yes, I do." "Who?" he asked, not sure that he wanted to hear the answer. "I'm sure it's those Indians that live in the mountains. A few of them came into town 2 days ago. They came into the store, although I refused to sell anything to them. Right after that, I noticed that the apples and bread were missing. Last week, one of them came in, and it was then that I realized another loaf of bread and a blue blanket was gone." Kent sighed. He didn't like how Agnes was always making the assumption that the Indians were the ones to cause problems. She accused them of everything that went wrong in Ragford, no matter how small the matter was. "Do you have proof, or is this just circumstantial?" Agnes narrowed her eyes at him. "What do you mean? Do you know for sure that the Indians took the food, or are you guessing?" "I am pretty sure it was them." She pounded a fist on the counter. "I demand that you ride right up to their camp and arrest the dirty thieves." "I can't arrest anyone without more proof, Agnes. You know that. If you didn't actually see anyone, I'm not going to accuse the Indians of stealing." Agnes waved a hand at the front door. "I think that they wait until I'm in the back of the store unpacking supplies. They come in and stop the small bell that I used to have from ringing, take the food and leave. See how high the new bell is? Now, I'll always know when someone comes in." Kent eyed the new cowbell and thought it looked ridiculous because it was so large. But he kept his thoughts to himself. It definitely would let her know when someone walked inside her store. "All I can do is advise that you keep an eye out. I'll make a note of what you've told me, but there's nothing I can do right now." Agnes was not happy with his decision. It took another 15 minutes to convince her that going to the Indian village herself wasn't the smartest thing to do. After promising to have his deputies walk by the store every hour for the next few days, and agreeing to keep a sharp eye on any Indians that came into town, he was finally able to leave the store. He went to the boarding house and was able to convince the owner, Mrs. Miller, to pack him a delicious lunch, and then he stopped at the office to inform Jamie that he was taking the rest of the day off. When he arrived at his house, he found Anna sitting at the kitchen table sewing something. "Hi," Anna said with surprise when he stepped into the kitchen. "You're home early today. He held up the basket Mrs. Miller had prepared. I thought it would be nice to take the rest of the day off and take a trip into the mountains. Really? Anna's face lit up with delight. When do you think you can be ready? Anna set her sewing aside. I can go right now. He laughed at her exuberance as he leaned down and kissed her cheek. Let's go then. He waited while she put a hat on and grabbed a knitted shawl. Are we walking there? Anna asked. Kent nodded. It will take about an hour to get where I want to take you, but it's a pleasant walk. Anna tucked her arm through his. Let's go then. They walked up the street and towards the edge of town. Kent found that he liked having a woman as beautiful as Anna walking with him. Her skirt swished against his legs as she moved. They talked very little as they walked. Her blue eyes sparkled as the sun shone on her. Her blonde hair was tucked under her hat, but a few strands blew in the gentle breeze. Kent found himself watching Anna as she took in her surroundings, especially as they got closer to the mountains. She seemed fascinated by them and constantly commented on how green everything was. He followed a trail that others had taken, including the Indians that Agnes constantly complained about. The trail led them to the area he wanted to show Anna. Here it is, Kent said when they arrived. He watched her take in the gurgling river and the small pool it flowed into before continuing on its way down the mountain. The leaves from the aspen trees fluttered in the wind. A cloud covered the sun for a moment before moving on, letting the rays hit the forest floor. Oh, it's so beautiful, Anna commented as she looked around, turning a full circle as she did so. You are so blessed to live in such a beautiful area. You live here now, Kent reminded her. She looked at him and laughed. I do, don't I? She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. It smells so clean and fresh. What does your parents' farm smell like? He asked with a grin. The usual farm smells, I guess. Cows and pigs, chickens. But what I disliked the most was the dust. There is always a layer of dirt over everything. Ma would ask me to dust the furniture in the morning, and by evening, it would look like I hadn't done anything. Kent set the basket under a tree. Do you want to explore before or after we eat? Anna looked around her and then at the basket. Let's eat. That walk made me hungry. Kent laughed. It's the mountain air. They sat on top of a flat rock, and Kent allowed Anna to do the honors and take the food out. He didn't know what Mrs. Miller had packed, and was glad to see thick beef sandwiches, carrot sticks, an apple that was already sliced, and 2 large pieces of white cake for dessert. For a few minutes, all was silent between them as they enjoyed their lunch. He was glad to see that Anna ate every bite. The next few hours were some of the best Kent had spent in a long while. He sat on the flat rock and watched as Anna thoroughly explored her surroundings. She picked a cluster of wildflowers in a nearby meadow. A couple of squirrels chattered as they ran up one pine tree and into another. She picked up a pine cone and twisted it open. There were a few pine nuts inside, and she tasted one before making a face and dropping it to the ground. I guess I'll leave the nuts for the squirrels, she said as she grinned at him. She walked to the pool of water and watched the dragonflies, mosquitoes, and other insects that made their home nearby. Are there fish in this pool of water? Anna asked curiously. Kent stood up and walked towards her. Yep, we could come back and do some fishing sometime. I don't know how to fish, Anna confessed. I'd like to learn, though. I've never eaten fish before. Are they good? Kent nodded. There is nothing better than freshly caught trout and catfish. You'll have to teach me how to cook them. I can do that, Kent agreed. "Can we see where the river leads?" she asked, pointing upriver. This particular river comes from a freshwater lake that is located on the top of this mountain. The water is from the snowfall we get every winter. We can follow the trail for another mile or so, but then the trail heads towards an Indian village. Emma told me about the Indians who live in these mountains. Anna nodded. "I think it would be fun to see their camp sometime." Kent shrugged. "It would be best to ride horses if I take you there." He glanced at her. "You do know how to ride a horse, don't you?" "Of course," Anna grinned at him. "I'm a farm girl, after all." "Not anymore," Kent said, as he reached out and pulled her close to him. "Now you are a sheriff's girl." She slipped her arms around his neck. "I guess I am." He cupped her face and lowered his mouth to hers. He gave her a short kiss, but he couldn't ignore a funny ache in his chest, so he kissed her again. A few moments later, they began to walk up the river, her hand tucked in his. He found himself wishing that this day would last forever. Chapter 13. Anna picked up the small flour sack that she had placed her lunch in and tucked it under her arm. She shut the back door of her house behind her, making sure that it was securely shut, before beginning her walk towards the mountains. Following the trail Kent had shown her a few days ago, he had made her promise not to go into the mountains on her own. "It isn't safe to be in them alone," Kent had explained when she had protested. "You can walk to the edge of the forest there." He pointed to the large cluster of pine and aspen trees near Ragford. "But don't go into them on your own. Promise me?" She had reluctantly promised. She knew that he was aware of dangers that she didn't even know about. She would keep her promise, but she couldn't wait until he took her into the mountains again. He had promised that next time he'd borrow a horse from the blacksmith for her, and they could ride deeper into them. He had his own horse, but he only owned one. She hoped that someday he'd be willing to purchase a horse for her own use. She wasn't sure where they'd keep another horse, though. There was a very small building in the back of their house that could only house one horse. She was fascinated with the differences between the mountains and the flatland she'd grown up on. She discovered that she actually felt safe, even though Kent had talked about some of the dangers the mountains had, almost as if the mountains protected those who lived in their shadows. She had never liked the wide-open spaces of Kansas. Everything always seemed dusty and dry. She always felt someone was watching her when she worked the long days on her family's farm. Green was quickly becoming her favorite color. She loved all the different hues of green she could see in and around the mountains, the dark green of the pine needles, the light green of the aspen leaves, the various colors the wildflowers had. As she walked along the trail, she noticed that it veered off in a different direction than Kent had taken her on a few days ago, so she decided to follow it. A few minutes later, she saw something strange in the distance. At first, she thought it was a pile of old trees, but as she walked closer, she could tell it was a small shack that had been crudely built. Curious, she decided to explore it. From what she could tell, she was sure no one would be living in it. She could tell that the roof wasn't sound, and there were holes in the side of the shack. Most likely, the only things that would be living there were mice and other small animals and creepy spiders. She shuddered at the thought. Suddenly, she saw movement and she stopped walking. She stared in surprise as a young boy opened the rickety door and stepped outside, but not before looking carefully around. She knew that he didn't see her because he walked outside and shut the door. She could tell that he wasn't being cared for properly. Using her best guess, He seemed to be around 10 years old. He wore pants that were way too short, and she could see holes in the knee area. His hair was messy and too long. The shirt he wore was too big for him, almost like he was wearing a man's shirt. The sleeves had been rolled up. She watched him for a few minutes as he walked towards a tree and bent down to look at something on the ground. After a moment, he walked to another tree and did the same thing. She wondered what he was looking for. After doing the same thing a few more times, the boy picked up a small rock and threw it into the trees as if in frustration. He turned around, and she could see that he was going to go inside the shack. Anna decided it was time to announce her presence. "Hello," she called out pleasantly as she began to walk in his direction. The boy jerked around, and Anna was now close enough to see intense fear all over his face. She could also see that he desperately needed a bath, for he was caked with dirt. He ran into the shack and slammed the door shut. Anna could see the small structure shake slightly with the force of the door shutting. Anna half walked and half ran towards the shack. She knocked on the door. "Hello?" she called again. "My name is Anna Wilcox." There was total silence. "I'd just like to introduce myself. Can you open the door?" Again, there weren't any sounds. She hesitated before she took a hold of the doorknob and began to open it. "Go away," the boy called frantically, intense fear in his voice. "Leave us alone." Anna wanted to ignore the boy's plea. She knew that she could easily break down the door if she wished, but she could hear stark fear in his voice. Against her better judgment, she took a step back. "Do you need some help? I can help you. Will you let me in?" "No, we don't need any help. Go away." Anna hesitated before taking the sandwich she'd made for her lunch out of the flour sack and an apple. She set the food down on the ground, keeping the sandwich wrapped in the thin piece of fabric she'd used. "I'm leaving some food for you." She slowly walked away, keeping an eye on whether the door would open, but nothing happened. When she was about 100 yards away, she ducked behind a large tree and waited. It took about 15 minutes, but the door to the shack finally opened. She watched as the boy looked around before picking up the sandwich and apple and shutting the door again. She walked slowly back to town, no longer interested in exploring the nearby mountains. She was glad that the boy had taken the food. She instinctively knew that she needed to do something about the boy, but what? When she returned home, she spent the afternoon cleaning the house. While she swept the wood floors and dusted, she tried to think of other things. She was almost done sewing the dress out of the yellow fabric, and she was eager to finish it. Kent had suggested that they take a trip into Billings in a month or so to purchase some more furniture and other things that they needed that weren't offered in the Johnson's store. As she cleaned each room, she tried to think about what they could buy to make it homier, but instead, she found her thoughts continually diverted to the young boy. That evening, after the dinner dishes were done, Kent asked Anna what she had done that day. She suddenly knew that she needed to tell Kent about what she had seen that day. "I decided to take a walk along that trail to the mountains," Anna said. Kent's eyes sharpened at her words, and she hurried to reassure him. "I didn't go into the forest like I promised you." "I'm glad to hear that," Kent said with a nod. He picked up a clean cup and poured the last of the coffee Anna had made for dinner into it. He leaned against the counter and took a sip of what Anna knew was a lukewarm drink. "I noticed that the trail veered off to the right. I decided to see where it led." Kent laughed. "I'm discovering that I married a very curious woman." Anna smiled at him. "I saw an old shack near a clump of trees, just before the trail led into the mountains. Kent narrowed his eyes. A shack? Yes. It is very old and looks like it's going to fall down if a strong wind ever blew by it. I think I know what shack you are talking about. Don't worry about it. No one is living there. Yes, there is, Anna said with a short, determined nod. No, there isn't. A man named Archie Burns used to live there, but he died last winter. He didn't have a family. I saw a young boy getting in the shack. He looked at her in surprise, and she quickly told him what she had seen. I left my lunch outside the shack and then came home, she said, finishing her story. Then her eyes widened at a sudden thought. I think there might be more than one person there. The boy used the word we when I was trying to get him to come out and talk to me. He said, "We don't need any help. Leave us alone." What did the boy look like? Kent asked. He looked to be around 9 or 10 years old. He wore a pair of trousers that were much too small and a man's shirt. He had sandy hair and needed a bath desperately, Anna answered. I'll have to check it out, Kent replied after giving a sigh. I'm not sure who the boy is. He doesn't sound like any of the children I know in town. Anna felt relieved that Kent was taking her story seriously. Can I go with you? She wasn't surprised when Kent shook his head. I'd better check things out myself. Chapter 14. The young boy breathed a sigh of relief when the pretty lady finally walked away. He held his breath for a long time, praying desperately that no one else wanted to come in. Is she gone, Tommy? Shh, he whispered harshly to his sister. She shrank back against the pile of dirty blankets at his tone of voice, but she didn't say anything else. Eventually, Tommy could hear the birds singing again and the squirrels chattering from a nearby tree, signs that he knew meant they were alone again. He slowly opened the door and looked around before he saw the food on the ground. There was a large sandwich and an apple sitting next to it. He carefully picked up the food and shut the door. Is that an apple? Tommy glanced at his sister. I guess the lady left some food for us. I'm hungry. Let's share the sandwich and save the apple for later, Tommy suggested. His sister nodded her head eagerly. Tommy sat down on the dirt floor next to his sister and carefully broke the sandwich in half. He gave his sister her share and then took a big bite of his own. It tasted so good. He couldn't remember the last time he had tasted something so delicious. He ate the entire half of the sandwich before glancing at his sister. Don't eat so fast, Julia, you'll get sick, Tommy said, conveniently forgetting he had just inhaled his sandwich just as quickly. It had been over 24 hours since he'd last been able to get some food. They were both very hungry. When Julia swallowed the last bite, she grinned at him. That was so good. Tommy nodded, but he couldn't help but feel guilty. They were living in this old stinky shack because of him, but he was doing what he could to protect Julia. He knew that if the townsfolk of Ragford were aware that their PA had died, they'd be shipped off to the nearest orphanage. Pa had told Tommy many awful stories about orphanages. He knew because he had grown up in one. Tommy hadn't trusted his PA much, but he knew the stories he had told him were true. Now that Pa was gone, it was his job as the man of the family to take care of things. I need to go check some more of my snares, Tommy said to Julia. I want to go with you, Julia argued as she jumped to her feet as if she was ready to follow him the moment he agreed. You can't come, Tommy argued back. He knew that Julia hated being left alone in the shack they called home, but she was so noisy she scared off any wildlife he could catch. Besides, he could move a lot faster when she wasn't with him. Julia sank back down on her bare feet, but she didn't say anything. Tommy knew that she had learned that once he made a decision, even tears wouldn't sway him to change his mind. "I'll be back as soon as I can," Tommy promised her. "You can eat the apple while I'm gone." Julia perked up a bit and looked at the apple that he'd placed off to the side of the blankets. She slowly nodded. He opened the door very carefully and looked around before slipping through and shutting it. He knew he didn't need to tell Julia to stay inside. She knew the rules. He was very angry at himself for not realizing that the lady had seen him when he went out earlier to check his snares. He couldn't let anyone find out that they were living in the old shack. His PA had drummed that into his head often enough when he was alive. He'd even earned a beating one time when he begged his PA to let him go to school. He wanted to go to school more than anything. He wanted to learn to read and add numbers. He was 10 years old and hadn't even been to school. "Maybe I'd be too stupid to learn anything," he muttered before remembering that he needed to be quiet. He could just about see the Ragford schoolhouse from the shack, although it was far enough away that he couldn't see any of the children who went there. He could hear the bell ring twice a day, and when he could, he tried to see what was going on, although the bell hadn't rung for a few months now because of the summer break. He had already checked the snares that he'd set close to the shack, and they were empty, so he walked to one of the farther ones. He stepped carefully in his bare feet, doing his best to not step on anything that would hurt or that would alert any wildlife around him. Sometimes he was lucky and had caught a rabbit. When that happened, they usually had enough to eat for almost 2 days. He wished that he could find more money in the shack. Pa hadn't been very good with money, and when he made any, he usually just tossed the coins in a rusted can. Sometimes the can tipped over and no one would gather it up. The money would get buried in the dirt floor. A few weeks after PA had died, Tommy found a few coins by accident in the floor. After that, he had spent many hours digging, trying to find more money. In the end, he had found almost $5 worth of coins. He was able to use that money to buy food for him and Julia, although he never shopped in Ragford. He didn't want anyone there to discover who he was. He walked to the next town over, Wolf River, until he ran out of money, that is. 30 minutes later, he checked his last snare and saw that he had caught a rabbit. It was still alive, struggling to breathe. He quickly put it out of its misery before setting it aside. He reset the snare, although he knew that most likely he wouldn't catch anything again in this area. For some reason, he was only able to catch an animal one time using the same snare in the same area. He wasn't sure why. Picking up the rabbit by its ears, he walked to the nearby river and began to skin and clean the rabbit. He hated to do this chore, but it had to be done. He used his new pocket knife to do the job. He hurried back to the shack and was glad to be back inside with his sister. She looked happy to see him and equally glad to see that he had caught a rabbit. He lit a fire in the small wood stove and began to cook it. He noticed that the apple was still sitting on the floor where he'd left it. "You didn't eat the apple," he said. Julia shook her head. "I think we should share it." Tommy's heart clenched at his sister's words. She was a good child at 6 years old. He wished that he could give her a better life, more food, a nicer place to live in, a house that actually had furniture in it instead of this old shack. When his PA was alive, there was a small bed and a table with 2 stumps for chairs, but Tommy'd had to cut them up for firewood to keep warm during the winter months after his PA didn't return. Tommy pulled out his pocket knife, picked up the apple, and cut it in half. "Thanks for sharing it with me." Julia eagerly nodded as she accepted her half of the apple. He noticed that she looked at the pocket knife carefully as he slipped it back into his pocket. He hoped that she wouldn't ask him where he'd got it. Instead, she took a bite of her apple. He knew that they wouldn't be able to live in the shack for much longer. They had barely lived through the last part of winter after Pa had died. He knew that they wouldn't make it through another winter. He didn't know what he was going to do, but he did know that he would keep his promise to himself. He would do whatever he could to keep Julia with him, no matter what happened. Chapter 15. The next day, Kent spent the morning doing paperwork at the office before he decided to make a trip to the shack. He was concerned about what Anna had told him the evening before. Who would be living in that rundown shack? It was old and decrepit. If a sharp wind blew by, it would fall over. He thought of the man who died last winter, a man who was the town drunk. Kent rarely saw him unless he was able to convince someone to let him earn some money. Then he'd come into Ragford and drink away whatever money he had earned. Then he'd disappear again. Kent had been aware that Archie had been living in the shack. One time he had gone to pay a visit to Archie and tried to convince the man to at least move into town and rent a room at the boarding house. Archie had refused and grown very angry. After the second visit, Archie demanded that Kent never show up unannounced again. Since it wasn't a crime to live in a shack, even if it was one that was barely standing, Kent left him alone like he'd asked. A man had the right to live in whatever he wished. Then last winter, Archie had come into town a few hours before a large snowstorm arrived. It snowed hard for 2 days in blizzard-like conditions. The day after the snowstorm, Kent found Archie halfway to his shack. It was obvious that he had tried to go home during the storm and had gotten lost. He'd frozen to death. Archie was buried at the edge of the Ragford cemetery, and Kent hadn't given him another thought. He knew the man had few belongings, and he had never gone to the shack to clean it out. But now, it was obvious that someone else was living there, someone with a child. He would encourage them to move on and then have the shack torn down. He could easily see some adventurous children from town deciding to play in it, and then one of them getting hurt. As he walked closer to the shack, he stayed alert, looking around for the boy Anna had seen or his parents. Instinct told him that whoever lived there could try to scare him off with a gun. He wanted to figure out who was living there before that happened. He didn't see anyone, and all was quiet. He looked around the shack carefully and saw a pile of old animal bones nearby. There was a small pile of branches that had been broken off from some of the nearby trees. They were broken in pieces, as if they could be used for firewood. He glanced at the smokestack on the top of the roof, but he couldn't see any smoke. After he saw everything that he needed to, he opened the shack door. It was dark inside since there weren't any windows, but sunlight did stream through some of the wood cracks. He heard movement to his right and looked in that direction. He stared in shock at 2 children huddled in a corner, a ragged blanket trying to cover them. He looked at them closely and noticed that they were a young girl and an older boy. Don't shoot," the boy said, his voice shaking in fear. "I didn't do nothing." "I don't shoot kids," Kent said, doing his best to keep his voice calm as he lowered his gun. "What is your name?" The boy didn't say anything and glared at him defiantly. Kent waited for a few seconds before walking closer to them. "Please get out from that dirty blanket." The boy hesitated before standing. He knew that this boy was the one Anna had seen the day before. He confirmed his thoughts with his next words. "I guess that lady told on me, but why did she have to tell the sheriff?" Kent did his best to not smile. That lady is married to me. She is concerned about you. He looked around the dirty rundown shack, and rightly so. We're fine right here, the boy retorted. You can leave now. Kent folded his arms. I'm not going anywhere until I get some answers. What is your name? The boy hesitated again, but he must have seen something in Kent's eyes, for he finally spoke. I'm Tommy. This is my sister Julia. Kent smiled at the young girl. It's nice to meet you, Julia. The girl buried her face into her brother's shoulder and wouldn't look at him. Kent studied the two of them for a moment, wondering at their ages. From what he could guess, the boy looked to be around 10, like Anna had guessed. His sister looked to be at least 3 years younger. Where are your parents? Pa is out hunting. He'll be back soon. Kent nodded at the obvious lie. I'll just hang around then until he comes back. No, Tommy almost shouted. You have to go. Pa don't like strangers. He'll be real mad when he finds out you're here. I'm not afraid of your PA, Kent told him evenly. Disappointment spread across Tommy's face, and his eyes darted to the front door, as if he was wondering if he could run past Kent without getting caught. Tommy looked at his sister, who was still clutching him, and his shoulders slumped. Smart boy, Kent thought to himself, although he kept his smile from showing. It was obvious he was thinking about running for it, but he didn't because of Julia. What is your pa's name? Why do you want to know? Tommy asked suspiciously. Because I like to know everyone who lives in Ragford or around it. I want to know if I've met him. I doubt you have. Pa likes to keep to himself. Archie, Julia spoke up. Pa's name is Archie, but he's dead. Kent's eyes widened at Julia's words. Shh, Tommy told her harshly, as he gave her a little shake. I told you not to talk, remember? Style up, text a line, justify. Kent bent down to Julia's level. Your pa's name is Archie Burns? He knew exactly who their PA was, so the town drunk who had frozen to death last winter had had children? Style. Text a line, justify. The girl nodded. Style alt text, a line, justify. Where's your ma? Julia shrugged her shoulders. Kent looked at Tommy for the answer. Something in his eyes must have convinced the boy to admit. She's dead too. Kent stood up and walked around the small shack. You know that I can't let you stay here, Tommy. I ain't leaving. We are doing just fine by ourselves. I can take care of Julia. I know you can, Kent agreed. It had been 6 months since Archie had been found dead. These kids had been alone for all that time. He wanted to kick himself for not making sure the shack was empty after Archie's death. You've done an excellent job taking care of you and your sister. But now it's time to find you both a new living situation. Kent reached out a hand to touch Tommy's shoulder in comfort, but the boy shook his hand off. You can't make us go. You can't, Tommy yelled before running out the door. Kent sighed, but didn't run after the boy. He knew that Tommy wouldn't go far without his sister. It was obvious that he felt very responsible for Julia. He picked up one of the dirty blankets and spread it out on the floor. Let's put your clothes and belongings in the blanket, Kent suggested to the girl. Julia stuck a finger in her mouth and glanced around the shack before staring at him. It was then he realized that they probably didn't have any other clothing other than what they were wearing. Let's go outside and see if we can find your brother, he suggested. Julia followed him out the door. He looked around and could see that Tommy hadn't run that far. He was hiding behind one of the piles of tree branches. Kent decided to leave the boy alone for a moment. He began to talk loudly to Julia so that Tommy could also hear his words. I'm going to take you to my house, Kent instantly decided. That lady that your brother saw, she is very worried about you and will be glad to see that you are okay. Julia looked up at him, her eyes squinting in the sunlight. She left us an apple. Does she have any more apples? Kent nodded, his heart twisting at the hungry look Julia gave him. He wished he had known that he would find 2 starving children in the shack. He would have brought more food if he had known. You come with me and you can have a large lunch. How about that? Julia nodded, but then looked at her brother, who was still hiding. Can Tommy come? Of course Tommy can come. I ain't going to no orphanage, and neither is Julia, Tommy yelled from his hiding place. I don't plan on taking you or Julia to an orphanage, Kent said, instantly making that decision. It was very obvious that these 2 had had a hard life. He would give them a home until he could figure out what to do with them. He wasn't sure what Anna's reaction was going to be when he showed up with 2 orphan children. He could only hope that she would be willing to help care for them for at least a few days until he could figure out what to do with the 2 siblings. Come on, Kent ordered in his best sheriff voice. Julia began to walk away with him. For a few minutes, he wondered if Tommy wasn't going to follow and if he was going to have to force the boy to go with him. But then he saw a shadow move behind him. Tommy had caught up to them. Have you ever been in town? Kent asked, doing his best to keep a conversation going. Neither Tommy nor Julia answered. I live in a nice little house at the end of Main Street. I just got married to the lady you saw, Tommy. Good for you, Tommy muttered. I bet when she sees me show up with you 2, she'll make you a meal that you won't believe. She makes delicious fried chicken, and yesterday she made a cake. I think there are a few pieces left. I'd like some cake, Julia said softly. Kent watched as she slid her small hand into her brother's. Something in his heart clenched as he watched the 2 walk slowly beside him. It will be all right, son, Kent said, reaching out to place a hand on Tommy's shoulder. Again he shrugged it off. I ain't your son, the boy retorted angrily. It seemed like Tommy didn't understand why Kent was making them leave their shack. He only hoped that he could talk some sense into the boy. He didn't want him running off with his sister. Who knew what kind of life these children had had, with Archie as their father? All he could do was make sure that from now on, they were safe and cared for. Chapter 16. Kent opened up the front door to his house and stepped aside to let the 2 children go in front of him. While they were walking back to his house, he wondered what he was going to do with them. He couldn't leave them there in that rickety, run-down shack. He was sure if a strong wind came up, it would blow right down. He decided that he would need to do something about it later. Besides, children shouldn't be left alone to raise themselves. He had to give Tommy some credit that he had taken care of his sister so well for so long. Anna, Kent called as he shut the front door. We have some visitors. Just a moment, Anna called back, and Kent could tell that she was in the kitchen, which didn't surprise him. She seemed to spend most of her time there. Kent turned to the children. Let's go find my wife. Julia followed him obediently into the kitchen, although Tommy held back. Anna was standing at the wood stove stirring something that smelled delicious in a large pot. She turned around when she heard them come into the room. Her eyes brightened when she saw him, and then she looked at the 2 children curiously. Who do we have here? She asked, as she picked up a towel and wiped her hands on it. This is Tommy and Julia Burns, Kent said, introducing the children. They need a place to stay for the night. Anna looked at him with puzzlement in her eyes, but then smiled at the children and nodded. You are just in time. I made some chicken soup, and it's almost done. Are you both hungry?" Tommy didn't say anything, but Julia nodded her head. "Yes, ma'am." "Good. Why don't you both sit down at the kitchen table, and I will give you a slice of bread to eat until the soup is done." Julia practically ran to the table and sat down. Tommy followed a bit more slowly. Anna busied herself by cutting 2 thick slices of bread. She spread some butter and then jam on top and set 1 slice each in front of the children. Kent leaned against the doorway of the kitchen and watched as Tommy and Julia ate the bread in less than a minute. It was a sign to him they were probably starving. Style S. Text. Align. Justify. He shook his head with regret at himself. He again wished he had checked up on Archie's belongings after his death. He blamed himself for the suffering these children had gone through over the last few months. A few minutes later, Anna placed a large bowl of chicken soup in front of each child. Both children ignored the spoon that Anna had given them and began to drink the soup. When they got to the vegetables and meat in the soup, they used their fingers to scoop it into their mouths. Kent could tell that Anna wanted to correct their manners. So he walked over to her and placed a hand on her shoulder. He gave a small shake of his head. Now was not the time to teach manners. Anna received his message and stayed silent. Instead, she sat down on one of the other chairs. "The sheriff told me your names, but can you tell me how old you both are?" Tommy lifted his eyes at her and looked at her in suspicion. Instead of answering her, he continued to eat his soup. "Tommy is 10, Julia said as she took a break from slurping her soup. "I am 6 years old." "Where do you live?" she asked curiously. Kent decided to step in. He didn't want the children to be extensively questioned right then. He wanted to be able to tell Anna what he knew about them when they were alone. "They both have been living in that shack you found yesterday. Since it's not a good place to be living in, I brought them here." He knew that Anna wanted to know where their parents were, but she stopped her questioning. "Would you like some more bread?" she asked instead. Julia answered eagerly. "Yes, ma'am. This food sure is good." Tommy didn't say anything, but he did give a nod of his head. Anna cut more bread and gave them each another slice. Both of them ate their entire bowls of soup and accepted another serving. Kent could tell when Julia was finally getting full, because her eyes began to droop as if she was sleepy. Tommy pushed his bowl away after he finished the second helping. "Julia, you look like you are tired. Would you like to take a nap on our sofa?" Anna asked kindly. Julia nodded, but Tommy spoke up. "She's okay right where she is. I don't want her taken away from me." Anna placed a hand on Tommy's shoulder for reassurance, but he shrugged it off. This did not seem to upset her. "I can tell that you are a very good brother to your sister. Can you see how tired she is?" Tommy glanced at his sister, but he didn't answer. "She looks like she's going to fall asleep right in her chair. She would be much more comfortable if she took a nap on the sofa. You could go and sit by her if you would like while she sleeps." Tommy thought about that idea for a moment and then nodded. Kent carefully picked up Julia and carried her into their small parlor. Anna showed up a few minutes later with a pillow and a light blanket. After covering Julia up, Tommy made himself comfortable at the edge of the sofa. "Would you like to read a book while Julia sleeps?" Anna asked him. Tommy shook his head, his eyes fixed on his sister. "We'll leave you to watch over Julia then," Anna replied softly and walked out of the room. Kent wanted to warn Tommy not to run away. The boy seemed so agitated that he wouldn't put it past him to wake up his sister and sneak out of the front door. He studied the boy for a moment. and he could tell that he was also tired. Maybe he would fall asleep. That would solve the potential problem of him running off, at least for now. "I'll just be in the kitchen with Anna," Kent told Tommy. "If you need anything, come and get me." Tommy nodded his head. When Kent returned to the kitchen, Anna was busy washing the few dishes Tommy and Julia had used. She smiled at him and nodded towards the kitchen table. "There is a bowl of soup there for you if you would like some." "Thank you," Kent responded as he sat down. "Why don't you join me for lunch?" "That sounds like a good idea," Anna said. "I can do the dishes later." She dished up her own bowl of soup and then sat down next to him. There was a deep silence between them for a few minutes. Kent said a short prayer and then began to enjoy the soup Anna had prepared. "So, are you going to tell me who they are?" Anna asked. Kent stood up and walked to the doorway of the kitchen to look into the parlor. Sure enough, Tommy had fallen asleep. He wanted to tell Anna what was going on, but he did not want Tommy to hear what he had to say. "Tommy and Julia are Archie Burns's children. I didn't realize that he had children. He never brought any into town and never talked about them the few times when I had to arrest him for disorderly conduct. I assumed he lived in that shack alone." "So they have been living in that shack by themselves for these last few months?" Anna asked, her eyes wide with concern. Kent nodded. "I wish I had known. I am very surprised that they made it through the winter on their own. Montana winters are hard, and it's not uncommon to hear of people freezing to death if they don't have enough wood or coal to heat their homes." "Well, you are helping them now. What are you going to do with them?" "Since both of their parents are gone, they probably should go to the orphanage. But I would like to try something first." "What is that?" "What would you think about having them live here for a while?" Anna didn't say anything for a long time. Kent couldn't tell if she just didn't like his idea or if she needed to think about it. She finally spoke when her bowl was almost empty. "I guess it would be okay for a few days. I'm not sure if it would be a good idea long term," she slowly answered. "Do you really think that it's a good idea to take in children we don't know?" "What if we take it day by day?" Kent asked. He knew that he probably shouldn't be pushing Anna into taking in these children. After all, she would be the one who would have most of the responsibility for them, at least during the day, since he would still need to work. But he felt responsible for them and wanted to help them as much as he could, even if it might be for only a few days. "That would work," Anna said with a nod. Kent finished eating his soup and stood up. "I think I will go down to the furniture store and purchase 2 beds. They can sleep in the spare room together." Anna's eyes narrowed. "Do you think you really need to buy them beds? We could just make them a pallet on the floor in one of the spare rooms with blankets. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to spend money on them when they might not be here for very long." "I think it will be okay. That room needs some furniture anyway." He didn't tell Anna the situation he had found them both in. They had been sleeping on dirt. He did not like the idea of continuing to make them sleep on the floor. Anna looked at him for a long moment before nodding. "If you think that we should buy 2 beds, then I will trust your judgment." "Thank you," Kent said, as he put on his sheriff's hat. "I should be back in a few hours. I'll try not to go into the office the rest of the day and help them settle in." When he returned an hour later, the children were still asleep. Anna had cleaned up the kitchen, and Kent found her sitting in the parlor, some sewing in her lap. She glanced up when he entered the room, and he beckoned to her. "Joel Murphy had 2 beds that I could buy," he half whispered to her, speaking about the furniture store's owner. They are in the wagon. I'll bring them in, although they are going to need to be put together. Can you go to the guest room and tell me where you want them?" Anna nodded. He disappeared outside while she went to the empty room. A short while later, Kent had brought the beds inside and assembled them, placing each one in the opposite corners from each other where Anna indicated she wanted them. He had also purchased 2 small trunks, setting them at the end of each bed. Anna knew that they were for each child to keep their clothing and other belongings inside. She didn't ask him why he had bought the trunks, although she wasn't sure that the purchase was necessary. If they were only staying a few days, why buy all this furniture? She knew that the money he was using was his own, and she didn't know him well enough to question him. Part of her wanted to suggest that the 2 beds be set up in separate rooms, but she also instinctively knew that Tommy probably would want to keep an eye on his sister. The rest of the day passed uneventfully. Both children slept most of the afternoon. When they woke, Anna had started on dinner preparations. Kent showed them the room that they'd be sharing. Anna could hear the excitement in Julia's voice as she realized she was going to get to sleep on her very own bed. She didn't hear a word of what Tommy felt about these changes. She also stayed almost as quiet as Tommy. She was starting to wonder if Kent wanted to keep the children permanently, although he hadn't said as much yet. She and Kent were just newly married, and she had been looking forward to spending time with him alone. She just wasn't sure she was ready to be an instant mother. Chapter 17. The next morning after breakfast, Kent decided it would be a good idea to go back to the shack and get whatever belongings the children had. He was planning on having a few of his deputies tear down the shack later that day. Anna agreed to keep Julia with her, and Kent was planning on taking Tommy with him. Tommy was very reluctant to leave Julia behind, but Kent didn't want her to go with them. He wanted to have a talk with Tommy and see if he could get any more information out of the boy. He felt that Tommy might be more willing to talk if his sister was not around. It took half of breakfast for Tommy to finally agree. Anna had to promise him that Julia would always be with her and that she would not leave the house before he finally agreed to go with Kent. "I have plenty of things to do to keep us busy," Anna said, keeping her voice light and matter-of-fact. "I need to do some household chores and make some bread. I'm sure Julia would enjoy helping me." Even though Tommy finally agreed, Kent could tell that he wasn't happy about it at all. Once they finished breakfast, they left the house. They walked quietly down the street and didn't say much until they were at the edge of Ragford. Kent started to talk, telling Tommy a few interesting facts about the town. He wasn't sure if the boy was even listening to him or not, but he didn't want to have total silence between them. When Ragford was behind them and the shack was in view, Kent decided that now was a good time to ask his questions. "When did you find out that your father died?" he asked. Tommy shrugged. "I kind of just assumed he did because he never came home." The boy's words hit Kent right in the gut. That was how he figured out that his father had died? Again, he wished he had known about the 2 children. Why hadn't Archie told anyone about them? He was starting to feel some anger toward their father. "Do you know of any other family members who can take you in?" Kent asked his next question. "We only had Pa. He told me once that he was an orphan. He didn't have no brothers and sisters." "Is that why you don't want to be sent to an orphanage?" Kent questioned, ignoring Tommy's grammar. "Was your father raised in one?" Tommy nodded. "Pa told me many stories about his growing up years. He lived in 3 different orphanages." He said they were awful places to live in. He got beat in one of them. In another place, he only ate once a day. He made me promise that if anything ever happened to him, that I would make sure that we would never be sent to one and that I would always take care of my sister. That's a pretty big promise for you to make, Kent commented. Pa told me that if we ever had to go to an orphanage, I would never see Julia again. Tommy's comment made Kent wonder if his father had lost some siblings of his own and had never seen them again. Tommy stopped and glared at him. If you decide that we have to go to an orphanage, I will run away with Julia. You can't make us go to one. Kent gave a small sigh and stood in front of the boy. Tommy stopped glaring at him and dropped his eyes to the ground. He almost cowered, as if he was expecting Kent to hit him, and the action made Kent take a small step from him. He didn't want the boy to be afraid of him. If you run away, how are you going to take care of your sister? You're only 10 years old. I've been taking care of her this long since Pa's death. I can keep doing it, Tom retorted hotly. Let's go back to your shack and get your belongings, Kent finally said, and they began to walk again. Both of them were quiet this time. Kent tried to figure out a way that he could somehow keep the two children together. By the time they made it to the shack, he knew there was only one way, and he also wasn't sure if Anna was going to like it. It was an idea that had been in the back of his mind since he had found the two children the day before. As Kent stepped inside the shack, it took a few seconds for his eyes to adjust to the dim light. Go ahead and gather up your things. Tommy nodded and picked up a very dirty blanket that had been spread out on the dirt floor. Kent reached out to take it, and he went outside to give it a good shake. Tommy appeared a few seconds later with 2 more blankets. One of them looked fairly new and was blue. Kent remembered that Agnes had mentioned that a blue blanket had been stolen from her store. Kent folded the blankets the best he could, wondering if it would just be best to throw them all away. He went back inside the shack and saw Tommy rolling up some clothing. The items included a worn dress, a pair of very dirty trousers, and a gray shirt. Tommy held up a pair of ragged shoes. Kent could see a large hole at the bottom of one. Should I take these with us? They're too small for me and too big for Julia. Let's take everything, Kent answered. Once we get it all back to the house, we can decide whether anything can be salvaged or not. Tommy nodded and picked up an item that had fallen out of a pocket of the pants. He carried his bundle outside. Kent looked around to see if they had missed anything. All he could see was a half-empty box of matches, some apple cores, and animal bones. He cringed at the environment these two children had been living in. I guess we should be glad that neither of them got sick, he muttered to himself before going outside to join Tommy. He saw the boy put something into his pants pocket. What do you have there? Tommy hesitated before pulling it back out. It's just a pocket knife. Kent looked at the knife and then at Tommy. It looked exactly like the knife Agnes had said was missing from her store. Was Tommy the one who had been stealing things? Where did you get it? He asked, trying to keep his voice nonchalant. Tommy looked at him defiantly before dropping his eyes again. His actions told Kent exactly what he needed to know. Before he could say anything, Tommy started to talk. I guess I snuck into town and took a few things from that store, Tommy muttered. What exactly have you taken? That blue blanket there, some apples, a loaf of bread, and this knife, Tommy admitted. Did you take anything else? Maybe some more food and matches. He said the words so softly, Kent could barely hear him. I know I shouldn't have done it, but I couldn't stand Julia crying because she was so hungry. He looked at Kent, as if hoping he would understand why he had taken the food and other items. I needed the matches to start a fire. I used the knife to skin animals I caught to eat. Tommy held his hand out, the pocket knife in the center of his palm. Kent didn't reach for it. After Pa died, he did leave some money behind, but it didn't last very long. I was also able to find some coins that had been dropped and buried in the dirt floor, but it wasn't much. I never saw you come into town, Kent commented. I didn't go shopping in Ragford. I went into Wolf River. Pa didn't want me to ever go into Ragford, and I figured he had a good reason for me not to. I can tell that you feel really bad that you took these things, Kent said. Tommy gave a slow nod. He clutched the pocket knife and dropped his hand to his side. The only reason why I did it was so Julia wouldn't be hungry. Kent squatted down so he could look Tommy in the eyes. You did a great job taking care of your sister, Tommy. You did more than any other boy your age could have done. I have an idea. Would you like to make this right? What do you mean? Tommy asked with suspicion, but there also seemed to be a bit of hope in his voice. What if we went to the store and talked to the owners? We can tell them that you were the one who took the items, and we can let them know why. I'm sure that they will understand. They might be willing to let you do some work around their store to make up the cost of what you took. Do you really think I can do that? Work at their store, I mean? If they want you to do that, yes, I think that you can, Kent said firmly. And you will go with me? Kent nodded. I will be with you the whole time. Tommy looked down at the ground and shuffled the dirt with his bare foot. He was silent for a long time. Kent stayed where he was, knowing that he needed to be patient and let Tommy think about his suggestion. Tommy finally nodded. Okay, I'll do it. Kent wanted to gather the boy into his arms. Tommy had been taken care of and handling so much more than he should have been for a boy his age. He wanted to tell him that he didn't need to worry about everything anymore, but he knew he couldn't make promises that he might not be able to keep. Tommy picked up the bundle and they walked back to town. Kent had him stow the blankets and clothing under a tree in his yard before they continued on to the store. When they arrived, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw only Joe at the counter. It was empty of customers. He knew that Tommy had a better chance of being forgiven by Joe rather than Agnes. Hello, Joe called out in his booming voice. What brings you into our store today? He looked at Tommy, a question in his eyes. Kent could tell that he did not recognize the boy. This is Tommy Burns. Tommy, this is Joe Johnson, the owner of this fine establishment. It's nice to meet you, sir, Tommy stammered. Joe gave him a nod, but he smiled at him. Kent continued, Tommy has something to tell you. Tommy gave a huge sigh. I took a blanket and some food and a knife. I'm really sorry. He said the words so fast that Kent hardly understood any of them, and he was sure Joe hadn't. What was that? Joe asked with puzzlement. Kent took pity on the boy. He's trying to tell you that he has taken some items and food from your store. Oh, Joe said, understanding in his eyes. I'm really sorry. I can work for you to help pay for them, Tommy blurted out. Where are your parents? Joe asked. His father was Archie Burns. They've been living in that shack just outside of town since his father's death. Kent knew that Joe would remember who Archie was because they had complained many times about the man using the front of their store for shelter from the strong winter Montana weather. The store had a large overhang on the front of it. Alone? Joe asked with concern. Kent nodded. Tommy has a younger sister whom he's been trying to take care of. He could tell that Joe understood what he was not saying. I think it's a fine idea for you to work in the store and pay off what you took, Joe said. It's not a good thing to get in the habit of taking things that don't belong to you. It's better to ask for help if you need it. Just then, Agnes stepped into the room, and Kent's heart fell. He knew that Agnes was not going to like what was just agreed on. I have to say that I have heard every word in the back room, Agnes said patronizingly. I do not want a thief working in our store. She glared at her husband as she said the words. Tommy immediately shrank back against Kent's side. If you heard every word, then you know that Tommy was just trying to take care of his sister, Kent said, trying to keep his voice calm. This woman could get his ire up faster than anyone else he knew. It doesn't matter. You know how I feel about thieves, Sheriff Wilcox. Kent looked at Joe, hoping that he would step in to silence Agnes, but the man just gave him a slight shake of his head. Agnes glared at her husband. And you know how I feel about orphans. They aren't any better than Indians. She put her hands on her hips and looked at Kent with the same glare she'd given her husband. I can't believe you brought a thief into our store. I brought him because I thought it would be a good idea for him to apologize for what he has done and try to make it right, Kent retorted, starting to get angry. Couldn't she see that she was making things worse? Joe nodded. Tommy has offered to work in the store to pay back what he's taken. I think it's a great idea. I don't want a thief working in our store, Agnes said angrily. It's okay, Tommy whispered to Kent. Maybe I can earn the money back in some other way.
Before we continue into the story, do us a favor. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
I also think that because they are orphans, they should be sent to the nearest orphanage, Agnes continued talking. It isn't right to expect the good citizens of Ragford to take on Archie's offspring. Besides, they will probably grow up just like their father. Tommy glared at Agnes, anger in his eyes. I'm not going to any old orphanage. You can't make us. I don't want to work in your old store anyway. He shouted the words as he ran out the door. Kent sighed and looked at Agnes with regret. You sure know how to make the situation worse. What are you talking about? Agnes asked, with innocence in her voice. They are orphans, are they not? Orphans belong in an orphanage. What else is there to talk about? Right now, they are staying with Anna and me, Kent said firmly. He wasn't about to allow Agnes to bully him into sending the children away. He glanced at the door. I need to go after him. He looked at Joe. I'll be back to talk to you about this later. Chapter 18. Anna was surprised that Kent had been gone so long. She knew that the trip to the shack and back should have taken no more than a few hours. Even though she did not see inside the shack, she could only assume that the belongings the children had were minimal. What was keeping him? She hoped that there weren't any problems. She wondered if something had happened somewhere in town that he had needed to deal with as a sheriff. But wouldn't he have brought Tommy here beforehand? Julia was turning out to be a delight to have around. Anna showed her how to sweep the kitchen floor and then dust the furniture in the living room. Julia eagerly copied her every move. She also seemed very amazed at the long process of making bread. Anna wondered if the girl had ever seen bread made before. Julia seemed to soak up any attention she gave her. Just as Anna finished forming the dough into 4 loaves, placed them in their bread pans, and put them on the back of the stove to rise, the front door opened. Assuming it was Kent and Tommy, she turned to greet them. Instead, only Tommy burst inside the house. He looked at her with tears in his eyes and ran into the bedroom he was sharing with Julia. The door slammed shut. Kent was not with him. "What's wrong with Tommy?" Julia asked. "I'm not sure," Anna responded. "But since he shut the door, maybe we better leave him alone for a while." She did her best to divert Julia's attention. Since it was almost time for lunch, she began to slice some potatoes to fry. A few minutes later, Kent appeared. "Did Tommy come back here?" he asked frantically. Anna nodded. "Yes, although he seemed very upset. He is in the guest room right now." Kent looked relieved. "Good. I'm glad he came back here instead of—" He didn't finish his sentence as he glanced at Julia, who seemed to be hanging on his every word. Anna wanted to ask what had happened, but she knew that the questions would have to wait until later. She continued to slice the potatoes and began to fry them in butter and salt. She sliced the last loaf of bread and let Julia spread some butter on the slices. Tommy didn't join them for lunch, and Kent didn't insist that he eat. When the meal was over, Kent left the house to spend the afternoon in his office. Tommy did not leave his room once all afternoon. After Kent left, Anna knocked on the bedroom door and told him that there were 2 slices of bread waiting for him. She placed the plate on the floor. She then walked away, although what she wanted to do was go inside and give Tommy some motherly love. She wished she knew what had happened. She might be able to help him. When she went to check on him an hour later, she smiled to herself when she saw the empty plate in the exact same place on the floor. Obviously, whatever had made him upset wasn't affecting his appetite. Kent came home late that evening. Dinner had already been taken care of, and the dishes were done. He seemed very quiet, although he made sure to spend some time with Julia. He also spent a few private moments with Tommy, who still hadn't left the room. Once both children were asleep for the night, Anna joined him in the parlor. "Okay, tell me what's going on," Anna invited him. "I've been wondering all day." Kent quickly filled her in on what happened that day. He told her about how awful the living conditions had been in the shack. When they packed up their belongings, Kent mentioned how some of the things looked familiar because of a recent conversation he'd had with Agnes Johnson, who had been complaining about some food and other items that had been stolen. Anna's heart dropped when she heard this news. She didn't know Agnes very well, but she knew women who were like her, and she was sure that Agnes was going to cause some problems with the children. Sure enough, Kent explained how he was able to get Tommy to agree to go to the store, apologize for the stealing, and offer to work to pay back what he had stolen. Joe had been willing to let him, but Agnes was not. Then I found out this afternoon that Agnes paid a visit to the mayor. Mr. Powell has agreed to have a town meeting so that a decision can be made about the children, Kent said with a sigh. "What decision is there to make?" Anna asked with confusion. "Agnes feels that since Tommy and Julia are orphans, they belong in an orphanage." "Oh," Anna replied, now understanding why Kent was so upset. She wasn't sure that he really needed to be worried. Could Agnes really have that much power? Just because she felt that the children should be taken to an orphanage didn't mean that it was the right decision. I was able to get some information out of Tommy about his family. Evidently, his father was their only family. His father was an orphan and had been raised in various orphanages. He must have told Tommy some pretty awful stories about the facilities, because he told me that if they are forced to go to the orphanage, he would run away with Julia. He believes that he will be separated from Julia and will lose contact with her. He's probably right. Anna said. From what I've heard, orphanages keep boys separate from the girls. Julia is young enough that she might even be adopted. Tommy will probably end up in the orphanage until he's grown. Kent nodded. After Agnes talked with Mr. Powell, she went around to all of the businesses in town, telling people about the town meeting and trying to convince them that Tommy and Julia need to be sent away. She told them in great detail about how Tommy stole things from her store, implying that if they aren't sent away, he could also steal from the other businesses. That woman, Anna muttered. She sure causes a lot of problems, doesn't she? Why does she think that it's her decision? Agnes has always been a formidable woman. I have done my best as sheriff to keep the peace with her. She seems to think that since they own the only general store in town, they have a lot of power. They are also one of the first families to settle in Ragford, and she likes to use that to her advantage. Maybe she needs to be knocked off her pedestal, Anna said darkly. Kent laughed. Because of her personality, she does seem to have a lot of say in what happens in this town. When is the town meeting supposed to happen? She asked. In 2 days, Kent responded. 2 days? Anna questioned with surprise. That's really soon. Kent nodded. I did hear from Mr. Powell. He doesn't agree with Agnes that the children should be sent to an orphanage. He would like to see if there is anyone in Ragford or even one of the surrounding towns who would be willing to take them in. Permanently? Yes, until they've grown. You know that we have a lot of farms and ranches around this area. Maybe there's a family who might be willing to take them in for some extra help. Anna glared at her husband. Are you saying that you're okay with a family adopting them just so that they could overwork Tommy? It's kind of the way it's done, Anna, Kent said with reluctance. I know of a number of children whose parents died. They were taken in by other families with the idea that they help out. It's supposed to be a win-win for both the children and the families. The children are raised in a stable environment, and the families get some extra help. What about school? They would still go to school. They would just work after. I'm not sure I like that idea, Anna said. There is one other option, Kent commented. Anna knew immediately what he was thinking, and she still wasn't sure what to think about it. You want to keep the children indefinitely. Kent didn't say anything, but he continued to look at her. Will it be okay if I think about this? I want to say yes. I do feel bad for them, but I need to make sure this is something that I'm completely on board with. After all, I will have the responsibility of most of their care since you work all day, every day. Of course you can think about it, Kent said with a smile. I am glad that Tommy ran here instead of back to the shack. He probably came back here because Julia was here, Anna said. He loves his sister very much. He'd never leave Julia behind. I had 2 of my deputies tear the shack down this afternoon. I don't want any other town kids going over there and playing in it. It's too dangerous. I don't think that we should tell Tommy about the town meeting, Anna said. Let's wait and see what happens. Kent agreed. He stood up and held out a hand to her. Let's go to bed. It's been a long day, and the next few days aren't going to be easy. Anna let him pull her to her feet. He gathered her into his arms, and they stood silently together for a long time. She loved how she felt in his arms, like she was cherished and protected. Even though she still wasn't sure she wanted to raise Tommy and Julia, she liked this part of him. He took care of his own, and she knew that he had already claimed the children as his. Chapter 19. On the afternoon of the town meeting, Anna and Kent decided to take the children out to Emma's ranch. As they rode towards the ranch, Kent was glad that Anna had come up with the idea to remove the kids until the town meeting was over. He wasn't sure what the end result was going to be, and he wanted them safely out of the way. Tommy seemed to be doing better since his run-in with Agnes. The next morning he had been sullen, but at the same time he seemed resigned to the fact that he would be staying with Kent and Anna for the time being. He refused to leave the house, but he was still very sweet with his sister, and Kent could tell that they were very close. He made sure Julia didn't leave the kitchen table after meals until he knew that she wasn't hungry anymore. He had praised her when he heard that she had helped make the bread. Anna had been working with both of them on table manners and had been making some progress in that area. Both of the children seemed very excited when they found out that they were going to be staying the evening at a ranch. As they rode, Anna pointed out different things for them to see: various farms, the mountains, and the river that flowed nearby. Kent was glad that the ranch was heading in the opposite direction to the shack. He hadn't told Tommy that it had been torn down. He wasn't sure if it would be a good idea to bring the subject up. He knew that it wasn't logical that Tommy would just forget about it, but he wasn't sure what the best way was to handle it. When they arrived at the ranch, Emma was sitting on the porch with her daughter, Mary Jane. Emma ran to greet them before the wagon even stopped. Anna jumped down from the wagon, and they hugged tightly. Kent was glad that Anna had a sister who lived so close to her. "Who do we have here?" Emma asked, as the children jumped off the wagon, dust flying around their feet. "This is Tommy and Julia. They are living with us for a while. We were wondering if we could leave them here for a few hours while we attend a meeting this evening," Anna requested. "Of course," Emma agreed, although Kent could see the question in her eyes. She turned to the children, including Mary Jane, who had joined them. "You three can go play in the yard, but stay close. Don't go running off now." "Sure, Mama," Mary Jane said. She grabbed Julia's hands. "Do you want to see my doll?" Julia nodded, and the two girls ran off. Tommy followed them a bit more slowly. Kent noticed his intense interest in a nearby field that had a few horses in it. Emma turned her attention to Anna and Kent. "What's going on?" Kent cleared his throat. "I'll let Anna fill you in. Can you tell me where to find Logan?" "He's in the field near the mountains," Emma responded. "He is supposed to be returning soon." Kent nodded and made sure the brake to the wagon was secure. "Would you like to come inside for a drink?" Emma invited them. "It's so hot today." Anna glanced at Kent as if to see what he thought, and he nodded. "I think we can spare a few minutes." "I just made a pitcher of lemonade," Emma said as the three of them walked toward the house. Logan joined them a few minutes later, and Kent enjoyed some time with his good friend and his wife. He stayed silent as Anna told Emma and Logan what had been going on with Tommy and Julia. They seemed equally concerned about what their fate would be. He noticed that Anna didn't indicate to her sister whether they were going to keep the children or not. She still hadn't told him if she had decided that it would be a good idea for Tommy and Julia to stay. It had been all he could do to not ask her that morning. He knew he couldn't push her for an answer because she was right. She would have most of the care of the two children. He needed her to be entirely sure about it. On the way back to town, things were silent between them for a while before Anna finally spoke up. "I think that it will be a good idea to go ahead and give Tommy and Julia a home with us," Anna said. "That's great," Kent said with relief. "I do have one concern, though." "What is that?" "I'm a bit concerned about Tommy and his anger. That boy has been through a lot. I'm not sure I'm the right person to help him. I can show him love and acceptance, but I don't know if I can teach him how to handle his anger appropriately. He is still a young boy, but he's tall and strong. He'll be a young man before we know it. I can't help him learn how to be a trustworthy man." "Of course you can't. You aren't a man," Kent said with a wink at her. Anna grinned at him. "I'm glad that you know that I'm a woman." She batted her eyes at him, and he suddenly wanted to stop the wagon and kiss her. Instead, he laughed. "I'll spend as much time as I can with Tommy. I think once he knows that he is wanted and he is accepted in our home, a lot of the things that he's dealing with will go away, or at least diminish. I think that he will grow up to be a fine young man." "With your help," Anna added. "With the help of both of us." When they arrived in Ragford, the town meeting was just about ready to start. They stepped inside the town hall where it was to be held, and Kent was very surprised to see how many people were there. He attended the town meetings whenever they were held, but usually only about 10 or 15 people showed up. This time, there had to be at least 30 people. Agnes had done her job well in spreading the word, but he wasn't sure what everyone there thought. When people had approached him on the street over the last few days with questions, he had done his best to change the subject. But he had to wonder, did everyone who was attending this meeting really think that sending the children to an orphanage was the best thing for them? Maybe some of them were there with the hope that they would take them in, even though Kent wanted to keep them in his home now that Anna had finally agreed. He also knew that he would let them go if there was a better family who wanted them. He just wanted what was best for both children. Kent found 2 empty chairs near the front of the room and noticed that the mayor was checking his pocket watch for the time. Seeing that it was 7 o'clock on the dot, Mr. Powell banged a mallet on a wooden table in front of him. "Let's get this meeting started," he said when everyone had quieted down. For the first few minutes, the mayor went over some of the town business. He had someone read the notes from the last meeting. He wanted an update on some of the decisions that had been made. When all of that was finally taken care of, he banged the mallet again. "I am going to turn the time over to Sheriff Wilcox. He knows most of what's going on." Mr. Powell turned his head when he saw a raised hand. "Yes, Agnes? Don't you think that I should be the first one to talk, since I'm the one who made the suggestion for this town meeting?" she asked. "No, I don't," Mr. Powell said simply before giving a nod to Kent. Agnes raised her hand again. "But, in all due respect, Mr. Powell," she stopped talking when the mayor banged the mallet on the table. "You will get your turn, Mrs. Johnson. I have decided that the sheriff should talk first, and my decision stands." Kent had been holding Anna's hand, and she squeezed his in reassurance before he stood and took his place in front of all the townspeople. He quickly reminded them who Mr. Burns had been, doing his best to not make the man seem too awful. Now that he knew a bit of the man's history, he wished he had tried to help him instead of throwing him in jail every time he disturbed the peace in town. Then he told the story of how they found the 2 children living in the shack who had been trying to take care of themselves ever since their father had died 6 months previously. When he realized that the 2 children were living there, he removed them from the situation, and they were now living at his home for the time being. He could tell by some of the expressions on the townspeople's faces that there was some sympathy there. He even pointed out how well Tommy had taken care of things, even though he had resorted to stealing. He tried not to make a big deal out of the fact that Tommy had stolen from the Johnsons. He pointed out that Tommy had shown remorse for his actions and had tried to make things right with the Johnsons, but that Agnes would have none of it. At that point, Agnes stood up. "I want everyone to know that I figured out exactly how this boy was able to steal from our store. He waited until... Again, Mr. Powell pounded the table with his mallet to silence her. Mrs. Johnson, if you do not sit down and let the sheriff have his turn, you will be asked to leave. But I think that everyone should know that, she began again, but Mr. Powell interrupted her. Mrs. Johnson, he said very firmly, looking directly into her eyes, you will get your chance to talk. Do not interrupt again. Agnes gave her best glare to the mayor. Joe took her arm and pulled her down beside him. She turned her glare to her husband, who whispered a few words to her. She finally sat back in her chair, but not before giving a huff of disgust. Kent continued his story after a nod from the mayor. Like I said, Tommy knew what he did was wrong, stealing the things from the Johnson store. He did it so that his sister could have something to eat. I'm not trying to justify what he did, but he did have a good reason. He wasn't stealing for the sport of it. He was trying to take care of his sister. A man raised his hand, and Kent nodded to him. You say that these two children are living with you right now. Is this a permanent thing or just temporary? That is what this meeting is all about, Kent responded. In my opinion, it is the town's responsibility to take care of the situation. I admit that I should have checked the shack after Mr. Burns's death to make sure that he didn't have any family. I just assumed that he didn't because he had never talked about them. I have asked Tommy if he knows of other family who could take him in, but he says he doesn't have any. My request is that we allow Tommy to do a few odd jobs around the town to earn the money so that he could pay back what he owes to the Johnsons. I would also like to keep the two children in my home permanently. My wife, Anna, agrees with me. Joel Murphy raised his hand. If you are willing to take those two children in, I'm willing to do my part. Tommy can do odd jobs around my furniture store to earn the money that he owes. Kent smiled at the man in relief. At least there was one man who agreed with him. Thank you. He looked around the room to see if anyone else had questions, but no one raised their hands, so he went to sit down. The mayor pounded his mallet again. He sure likes to swing that thing around, Anna whispered to Kent, and he tried not to snicker. Mrs. Johnson, it is now your turn to speak, Mr. Powell said. But I want you to remember that we are talking about two children here, not common criminals. Mrs. Johnson walked to the front of the room, her head held high. She looked at everyone in the room almost regally before she began to speak. I have talked to almost everyone in this room about what should be done with these two orphans, she said, almost sneering the word. Any children who do not have parents should be living in an orphanage. I'm sure everyone here remembers what Mr. Burns was like. He could hardly hold down a job, and when he did earn any money, he spent it on liquor. He drank so much that he'd pass out in our streets. Since Mr. Burns was these children's father, it's not surprising that the boy has begun to steal. Joel Murphy spoke up without raising his hand. Have you been able to calculate how much the boy owes? Agnes nodded. He took about $10 worth of supplies and food from our store. Once a thief, always a thief in my book. I think that we should all insist that the sheriff take these two children to the nearest orphanage. Over the next few minutes, a lot of people stood up and made comments on what their opinion was. A few people agreed with Agnes, including the banker and his wife. But Kent was pleased to see that most of them felt like the children should be given a chance. When the noise level in the town hall began to get out of hand from everyone shouting out their opinion, the mayor finally banged his mallet on the wood table again to get everyone's attention. I think we have heard pretty much all we can about this situation. I suggest that we allow the sheriff to keep the children in his home. He did offer, after all. His wife has agreed to this. The sheriff has done a lot to keep this town safe, and I think we should give him a chance to reform this boy. Let's give the children a trial run of about 60 days. If things seem to be going well, then the sheriff can keep the children. If not, then we will insist that they are sent to an orphanage. Kent wasn't sure he wanted to agree to this. He didn't want to have a trial run set, but he also knew there wasn't much he could do about it at the moment. He could tell that Agnes did not agree with it at all, but she finally gave a sharp nod when she realized that she was one of the few who still wanted the children shipped off to an orphanage. But at the first sign of trouble, they need to go, she declared. Kent didn't voice his agreement to her statement, but he could tell that Agnes took his silence as such. When the meeting finally ended, a few people came up to Kent and Anna offering their help. One woman who sewed ready-made clothes and sold them in the Johnson store and other towns close by offered to make 2 sets of clothes for each of the children. Another man slipped some money into Kent's hand and whispered, "I'm sure that those children need some new shoes." As they left the town hall, he was pleased with the outcome. They did have quite a bit of support, and it felt good. Chapter 20. Tommy and his sister had been living with the Wilcoxes for a week now. He just couldn't believe his luck. He sometimes wondered if this had all been a dream, and that he would wake up to find himself curled up in the shack, Julia at his side trying to stay warm. Now, they had their own room to sleep in with nice, comfortable beds. The sheriff had somehow been able to get some clothing for him as well as for Julia. That was something he hadn't expected. He now had 2 new pairs of breeches and 2 shirts, along with a pair of sturdy shoes that actually fit him. He'd never had new clothing before, and he liked the feel of the fresh fabric against his skin. Julia received 2 new dresses, an apron, and a pair of shoes. School was starting soon, and Mrs. Anna had told him that he would be able to attend. Julia would stay home at least until Christmas. She was still quite young and had become quite clingy to Mrs. Anna. She didn't think that Julia would be able to sit all day long and pay attention in school. For once, Tommy didn't mind that his sister wasn't going to be with him. He knew that she would be safe with Mrs. Anna. He kind of liked the idea of having something only he did on his own. Now it was the first day of school, and Tommy had a large mixture of feelings. He was very excited that his dream was coming true. He had wanted to go to school his whole life, but he also was very nervous and even a little bit scared. He did not know what to expect. He also knew that he was going to be very behind the other children his age since he had never attended before. Mrs. Anna had somehow been aware that he hadn't had any schooling before and had taken him to meet the teacher a few days ago. The woman, Miss Carter, seemed kind and was welcoming to him. She didn't seem at all surprised that he didn't know how to read. He figured that Sheriff Wilcox or Mrs. Anna had already talked to her. Miss Carter promised that he could stay after school a few days each week to try and catch up. "You look like a smart young man, and I'm sure by the end of the year you will be at grade level," she told him optimistically. Tommy wasn't sure what she meant by grade level, but he was glad that Miss Carter understood. Mrs. Anna had also been working with him a little bit, teaching him the alphabet, and he could already read a few simple words. The sheriff had also made arrangements for him to work at a furniture store to earn the money for the items that he had stolen. Tommy was glad that he was not working at the general store. He didn't want to be around people who obviously disliked him. In fact, he refused to go into the store at all. Once school started, he was supposed to work at the furniture store on Saturday afternoons. He wasn't sure how long he was going to have to work to earn the money back, but he hoped that once he did, he could keep working there. He found that he enjoyed being in the shop and liked watching the owner, Mr. Murphy, design and create things out of wood. He hoped that eventually he might be able to learn how to make some simple things. If he could keep working after he earned the money for the items he stole, he could start saving, just in case things didn't work out with the Wilcoxes. The morning that school started was a little chaotic in the Wilcox household because Tommy was so nervous he couldn't eat any breakfast. When Julia found out that Tommy was going to be gone all day, she broke down in tears, wanting to go with him. She couldn't understand that she wasn't quite old enough. Mrs. Anna gave him a tin bucket. "This has your lunch in it," she told him. "There should be enough food in it so you don't get hungry until you come home from school." Tommy nodded and took the bucket from her, clutching it tight at his side. He had his slate and pencil in his other hand that she had bought for him. He glanced at the clock that sat on a shelf in the parlor and knew it was almost time to go. Sheriff Wilcox had offered to walk him to school for the first time. Tommy agreed, since the school was on the way to his office anyway. "But I want to come home by myself," he said to the sheriff. He didn't want to be treated like a baby. As they walked down the street towards the schoolhouse, Tommy was very quiet. He wished he knew what to expect. As they got closer to the schoolhouse, Tommy had to remind himself that this was what he'd wanted his whole life. He needed to be brave and be a man. When they arrived, Mr. Wilcox placed a hand on his shoulder, as if he wanted to let him know that he understood the churning emotions that flooded through him. Tommy had to force himself not to shrug it off. Any time his PA had ever touched him was when he was going to hit him or give him a good shove. Sheriff Wilcox had never hit him or even acted like he was going to, but it was hard for Tommy not to react negatively to any type of touch. "You have a good day now, and I'll see you tonight," Sheriff Wilcox said. "If you want to, you can come by the office after school and tell me about your day." Tommy nodded, but he knew he was not going to go to the office after school. Even though he lived with the sheriff, he didn't want the other children to think he had special privileges. He slowly walked to where all the other children were playing in front of the schoolhouse. There was a large tree that shaded part of the yard, and grass grew under it. There had to be at least 20 children running around in a large dirt patch. Most of the children ignored him, but there was one boy who seemed to be around his age and who gave him a smile of welcome. Tommy gave him a nod back. He didn't know what to do, so he just stood near the schoolhouse steps and watched the children play. They seemed to be playing some kind of tag game, but he couldn't tell what the rules were. Just then, Miss Carter stepped outside of the school onto the porch and rang a large bell, making Tommy jump at the sound. He had heard the bell ring multiple times before when he was living in the shack, but it had never been this loud. Another boy who was a little bit larger than him snickered at his reaction. Tommy ignored him. "Line up, children," Miss Carter called out. Immediately, all the children ran to the schoolhouse game and lined up by the stairs, boys on one side and girls on the other. Then they walked inside the schoolhouse. Tommy saw that all the children put their lunch pails on a shelf in what looked to be an entryway, so he did the same. Miss Carter had already shown him where his desk would be, so he headed towards it, glad that he knew where he was to go. The desks were large enough for 2 children to share, and the boy who had smiled at him a few minutes ago slid onto the bench next to him. They had a prayer, a scripture from the Bible was read, and they said the Pledge of Allegiance. Then Miss Carter spoke. "Children, before we get started with our first day of school, We have a few new children. Those that are new, please stand." Tommy slowly stood up, hating that so many eyes were on him. He barely heard Miss Carter tell the class his name, along with 2 other children, and was relieved when she gave permission for him to sit down. The first morning was long. Tommy wasn't used to sitting still. The teacher had each of the children stand up and tell everyone what they had done that summer. When it was Tommy's turn, all he could think of was to recite his name and age, and he heard a boy behind him snicker. Tommy didn't know what to say, that he had lived in an old rundown shack, taken care of his little sister, and had done his best to stay away from people all summer long. When Miss Carter dismissed the children for lunch, Tommy was relieved. He was very hungry since he hadn't eaten breakfast, and he knew that he would likely eat every bite of food that was in his lunch pail. Once he had retrieved it from the shelf, he went outside and saw a patch of shade near a fence. He headed in that direction. "Come sit by me," the boy who shared his desk invited him. Tommy was relieved that it looked like he was going to have a new friend. He nodded and followed the boy to another part of the schoolyard. Once he had sat down, the boy spoke up. "I'm Jerry." "Hi, I'm Tommy," he said, but then cringed, knowing that Jerry already knew what his name was. They began to eat their lunches. "I'm so glad that I get to sit next to you this year," Jerry said, as he took a big bite of what looked like a beef sandwich. "Why?" Tommy asked. "Last year, I had to sit by the biggest bully in class, Toby Davis." Jerry pointed to the exact boy who had been snickering at him all morning when Miss Carter wasn't paying attention. "His father owns the bank, so he thinks he's better than all of us. He's real mean to anyone who is smaller than him." Tommy's heart dropped. "I think he's decided he doesn't like me." "I'm not surprised. He always picks on the new boys. Just stand up to him, and he'll leave you alone soon enough." Tommy nodded, but he wondered what Jerry meant by standing up to him. He hoped that it didn't mean he'd have to fight him, but he also knew he'd do it if he had to. One thing his PA had taught him how to do was defend himself. He knew how to fight and wasn't afraid of it. The 2 boys began to talk about other things. Tommy learned that Jerry lived on a small farm that was located just outside of Ragford. He had spent his summer helping his father around the farm, but he'd also gone fishing and caught a lot of trout. Tommy could tell that Jerry felt proud that he'd been able to help feed his family. When they were almost finished with their lunch, Toby walked up to them. "I know who you are," Toby sneered as he pointed at Tommy. "You're the one who stole all that stuff from the store." Tommy didn't say anything. "You're a thief. We don't like thieves. You shouldn't be going to school. In fact, I'm surprised that Sheriff Wilcox didn't put you in jail." Tommy still didn't say anything. Jerry had stepped behind Toby, and he could see his new friend give a small shake of his head. "Ah, Toby, leave him alone," Jerry said. Toby stepped right up to Jerry, glared at him, and gave him a push. "Don't tell me what to do." "Toby Davis, come here this instant," Miss Carter called. Toby glanced at the teacher and then looked at Jerry and Tommy. "Just wait until school's out." Toby left, almost swaggering away from them. Both Tommy and Jerry sighed with relief. Jerry pulled a small red ball out of the pocket of his breeches. "Let's go throw a ball." They began to throw the ball back and forth, and a few other boys joined them. Tommy knew the situation with Toby was not over with. He instinctively was aware that until he could prove to Toby that he could hold his own, Toby was going to be bullying him. He wondered what would happen if Sheriff Wilcox found out that he had gotten into a fight on his first day of school. When the bell rang to signal the end of lunch and all the children ran to go line up, Jerry pulled him aside. Don't let Toby bother you. Sometimes it's best to just ignore him. He picks on everybody who is smaller than him. Sometimes if he's ignored, he stops. Tommy nodded. Thanks for telling me. The afternoon went by slower than the morning did. As much as he had been excited to go to school, he was a bit disappointed. He hoped that the next few days would go better. Miss Carter spent much of the time listening to children read and testing them in spelling and math. She then put them in classes. When he realized that she was doing this, he wanted to run out of the schoolhouse, back to the shack. He just knew he was going to be put in a class with the smallest children since he couldn't read. But that didn't happen. Instead, she whispered to him that he wouldn't be put in a group until he caught up. When school was out, Tommy immediately started walking towards the Wilcox house. As he passed a large shrub that was growing in front of another house, Toby jumped out in front of him. Let's see if you are so tough now that Jerry isn't around to protect you, Toby sneered. Tommy was a bit puzzled as to why Toby wanted to fight him. The boy wore a new pair of breeches and shirt, much nicer than the other children wore. He would have thought Toby wouldn't want to get his nice clothes dirty. The boy continued his taunting, essentially repeating everything he had said during the lunch hour. At one point, Toby got right up in his face. Tommy had had enough. He dropped his slate and lunch pail and gave him a hard shove. Toby must not have expected Tommy to fight back because he lost his balance and ended up in the dirt. Tommy didn't wait to see what Toby was going to do next. He quickly picked up his lunch pail and slate and ran as fast as he could. When he was almost to the Wilcox house, he looked behind him, but Toby was not there, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He knew he had just made an enemy, and he wasn't sure how he should handle this. He did know that he couldn't tell anyone. He needed to handle Toby himself. That was what his PA would have expected him to do. That's what a real man would do. Tommy let himself into the Wilcox's house and could smell something good in the air. He went into the kitchen and saw that Mrs. Anna had made cookies with Julia, and there was a plate full of them on the kitchen table. Mrs. Anna's eyes lit up when she saw him. "You are just in time, Tommy," she said warmly. "Julia and I have been making cookies all afternoon, and we just finished cooking the last batch. There are some on the table if you would like some." Tommy grinned. Suddenly, everything that he had dealt with that day faded away. Was this what it was like to have a mother? He didn't know, but he discovered that he liked it. He could tell that Julia was happy. "Thanks," was all he could think of to say. He set his lunch pail and slate down on the table and picked up a cookie. Mrs. Anna poured him a tall glass of milk before she began to ask questions about his day. Tommy was careful to only tell her about what he had learned in school. She seemed pleased that he had made a friend, but he did not say anything about Toby. Chapter 21. It was now Saturday. School had been in session for a full week, and Anna was pleased with how things were going. Julia was doing well, spending the days with her. Tommy seemed to be doing well too, enjoying school. She had been expecting more problems to happen with taking orphan children into their home, but things had been going smoothly so far. On this Saturday, Kent announced that he had received a message from Logan, and they were all invited to spend the day at the ranch. Kent had made arrangements for Tommy to work in the furniture store after school the day before so that they could go to the ranch that day. Anna was thrilled. She was discovering that she was able to spend more time with Emma than she had expected. She also knew that Kent wanted to talk to Logan about the town meeting and what had happened. Tommy and Julia also seemed eager to go. Anna had received a letter from her parents the day before, but she had not read it yet. She now thought that it would be fun to open it and share the contents with Emma. It didn't take very long to straighten up the house after breakfast. Kent had the wagon ready to go when the last dish was put away. The two children climbed into the back of the wagon, and Kent helped Anna onto the bench. "Will we get to see some animals today?" Julia asked as Kent guided the horses down the street. "I'm sure that you will see many animals. They own a ranch after all," Kent chuckled. "I want to see some horses and some cows and some chickens and a pig," Julia said firmly, "and kittens." "We will make sure you can see all those things," Anna promised her with a smile. "How long are we going to be there?" Tommy asked. "We will likely spend most of the day there," Kent answered. "Is there something that you would like to see?" Tommy shrugged. He didn't say anything for a long time, and Anna had almost forgotten the question when he finally spoke up. "Do you think that I could ride a horse?" He said the words so quietly that she almost didn't hear them. "We will have to ask Logan if that's okay, but I think that can be arranged. If not today, then next time," Anna replied. When they arrived at the ranch, Anna told her sister that the children wanted to see more of the ranch that day. For the next hour, they gave Tommy and Julia a tour. Julia seemed fascinated with all the animals and asked many questions. She was very excited to see a small litter of kittens that lived in a haystack behind the barn. Tommy followed them around, but his eyes were only on the horses. Logan immediately picked up on his interest and promised him a horseback riding lesson after lunch. After the tour of the ranch, Kent went off with Logan. Anna and Emma sat on the porch while the children played in the yard. "You don't look very well," Anna commented. She had noticed that Emma was very pale. In fact, there was one point when Emma had disappeared behind the barn for a few minutes before returning, looking as pale as ever. "Are you coming down with something?" Emma's face flushed. "I'm not feeling well, but it's not because I'm sick." Anna stared at her sister for a few seconds before she understood what she was trying to say. Her eyes lit up. "Are you expecting?" she asked with excitement. Emma nodded, her eyes showing her happiness for what she couldn't say. "That is so exciting. I'm so happy for you and Logan," Anna told her sister as she gave her a hug. "Thanks. We are very happy too," Emma replied. "I didn't think I would feel so sick, though. I had heard about morning sickness, but I didn't know what it was really like until I started to go through it. For some reason, I'm not just sick in the morning. I'm sick all day long. In fact, I feel better in the mornings than I do the rest of the day." "Well, I hope you are taking it easy and not working too hard," Anna replied. "Do you know when the baby will arrive? The doctor in town says that it should come right after the first of the year." Anna reached out and gave her another hug. "I'm so happy for you." They talked about babies for a few minutes. Then Anna pulled out the letter that she had received from her parents. Emma's eyes brightened when she saw the letter. "I thought it would be fun to read it together," Anna said as she opened up the envelope. She began to read out loud. "Dear Emma and Anna, I hope all is well with you both in Montana. I am glad to hear that Anna arrived safely, and she is now married to the sheriff. Please write to me and describe your wedding, Anna. I wish so much that I could have been there. I have to admit that I miss you both very much. There are just not enough hours in the day to get everything done. Your father is working as much as he ever has. William is also doing his part. Now that he is 12, he is able to help out much more. In fact, he has offered to not go to school this fall. We both want him to get as much education as he can, but it would also be nice to have him be home and helping out. Your father hasn't made a decision yet. As you know, there has been a horrible drought this summer. It's even worse than last year. We have hardly received any rain at all, and much of our crops have failed. I do have some news about Mr. Monson. He is now married to the widow Dennison in town. I don't know if you remember, but her husband died a few years ago from a terrible sickness. She has 2 young boys of her own. Almost the moment you left Anna, Mr. Monson began to court Mrs. Dennison. They got married just last week in a quiet ceremony. I wish them both well, especially because they now have 6 young children between the 2 of them. But enough about life here in Kansas. I am glad that I was able to come and visit Emma last fall. Now, when she talks about things on her ranch, I can picture in my mind exactly what she's talking about. I enjoyed meeting Logan and Mary Jane. I wish that we lived much closer so that I could be a true grandmother to her. Emma, please tell Mary Jane that the picture she drew for me of her on the horse has a place of honor above our mantle. I must stop writing now. Your father is going into town, and I would like him to mail this letter. Please know that we love you both very much. Love, Mother. Anna set the letter aside. The 2 sisters were silent for a long time, each lost in their own thoughts. I'm very glad to hear that Mr. Monson is now married, Anna finally commented. She didn't say anything more, but part of her had wondered if he would try to come after her when she had left to travel to Montana and marry Kent. She was glad that she hadn't needed to deal with that scenario. It seems to me that everything worked out for the best, for everyone, Emma said. I am very worried about Ma and Pa, though. I don't like the idea of them keeping William home from school. He needs to get as much education as he can. I agree, but I don't know what we can do about it, Anna said. They probably feel that William doesn't need much education anyway, since he will be taking over the farm eventually. Anna looked at Emma. I actually had a long talk with William before I left. I found out that William doesn't want to be a farmer. He wants to be a doctor. Oh, Emma said with a sigh. Then he needs to get all the schooling he can get. Do you really think Pa will let him get out of taking over the farm? Anna asked. Both of them knew that their father was very proud of his pioneer heritage, and he expected his children to feel the same. The land that he now owned had been purchased by his own grandfather. Anna didn't think their father would take it well that William didn't want to farm. What did you tell William when he told you what he wanted to do? Emma asked. I told him that he could do whatever he set his mind to do, and if it is meant to be, things will work out. Emma nodded slowly. Then we need to do what we can to help him, even if we now live so far away. I agree, but what? Anna asked. We'll think of something, Emma responded with determination. Later that afternoon, Logan saddled up a horse for Tommy. He led the horse and tied the halter to a nearby fence post. Tommy was at Logan's side, intently listening to everything he said. He gave a nod periodically and asked questions when he wasn't sure about something. Then Logan helped Tommy up onto the horse and began his first lesson. Anna watched the entire lesson from Emma's porch. She marveled at the large smile Tommy wore throughout the entire lesson. She was glad to see that he was so happy. She suddenly realized that she hadn't seen Tommy smile since he started living with them. She knew that his life really hadn't been kind to him, and he didn't have a reason to smile until now. She could tell that he absolutely loved being on the back of a horse. Julia sat under a large shade tree with Mary Jane. They each had a kitten in their arms and were giggling together. "I wonder if we're going to end up going home with one of those kittens," Anna commented, with a nod towards the two girls. Emma laughed. "They're a bit too young to leave their mother, maybe in a few weeks." Anna smiled, a bit relieved to learn that news. "No, I think we've had enough new changes in our lives for the moment." Emma nodded her understanding. "Tommy looks happy. I guess he's always wanted to ride a horse. Evidently, his father hardly let him leave the shack where they lived at all. I'm still surprised that no one knew that Mr. Burns had children, though. The shack isn't too far away from Ragford. People want to ignore what they don't want to see." "I guess," Anna agreed. She leaned back against the rocking chair. She was glad that they had gone to Emma's ranch that day. It was nice to spend time with her sister. Chapter 22. Kent went to work earlier than usual a few days after their day with Logan's family. He wanted to wait to leave until Tommy was ready to go to school so that they could leave the house together. But he also got the definite impression that Tommy would get to school on his own. He finally decided that he needed to respect Tommy's wishes. He could understand the boy's reluctance in having the sheriff walk him to school. After all, he was 10 years old. He was old enough to get there on his own. Even though Kent understood, he was still disappointed. He had enjoyed their walks together. Sometimes little was said between them, but there had been a few mornings where Tommy was willing to talk. Kent felt like he was beginning to get to know the boy a bit better, as well as establishing a needed trust between them. He had been able to ask Tommy about his mother, but he refused to talk about her, saying that she had run off with another man when Julia had been about 2 years old. Tommy had been settling into their home very well, though. The evening that they had returned from their visit to the ranch, Kent had suggested that they move Tommy into the other spare room so that he could have his own space. He was actually surprised when the boy had agreed and had even seemed eager to move his few belongings. Kent wondered if Tommy wanted to have his own space, and now trusted them that they'd take care of Julia when he wasn't around. On this particular day, when he arrived at his office, he almost glared at the stack of paper that sat on the edge of his desk. He had been putting off a number of responsibilities that needed to be done as part of his job as sheriff, and deadlines were approaching for a few of them. The interior of his office was quite cool since the Montana morning sun was starting to rise later and later each morning. During the summer months, he relied on the sun to heat his office. Now that it was September, he knew that it was getting to be time for the need to start a fire in the wood stove to get the room warm before he could start his days. He sat behind his desk and pulled the stack of papers in front of him. He began to read, signing each page at the bottom before moving on to the next, his way of letting him know that he'd looked at the page and had taken care of whatever details were warranted. He had the office to himself for at least an hour, and he wanted to take advantage of the quiet. When his deputies arrived, the quiet would end. Jamie loved to talk, and he would chat with whoever was around to listen, including anyone who was using a jail cell if needed. Kent had to redirect the man to focus on his tasks at least a few times every day. After 30 minutes of intense reading, the door opened. Thinking that it was one of his deputies arriving a few minutes early, he didn't look up. A few seconds later, he heard the swish of skirts, and he realized that he had a visitor. His heart dropped when he saw that it was Agnes Johnson, and she didn't look happy. "Good morning, Mrs. Johnson," Kent said as he rose to his feet. "How are you this fine fall morning?" Agnes sniffed. a fierce frown on her face. "I came to report a burglary. Just as I suspected, that orphan of yours stole from my store." Kent's eyes narrowed. "Be careful of whom you are accusing, Mrs. Johnson. Tell me what is going on." Mrs. Johnson sat down in one of the chairs in front of his desk. She kept her back straight as a rod, not letting it touch the back of the chair. Seeing this triggered memories of many discussions between his sister and mother. In his home, it had been considered bad manners for a woman to let her back touch the back of a chair. It had been something that his sister had fought against almost daily. "When Joe and I opened our store this morning, I saw it." "Saw what?" "That some items had been taken." She gave a nod for emphasis. "What was taken?" "A children's storybook and 2 red apples. The thief even had the gall to eat half of one of the apples before leaving the store. He left it behind as evidence." Kent leaned back in his chair and studied the woman in front of him. He hated hearing that some things were taken from her store again. He knew why she assumed that it had been Tommy, but why would he do such a thing? Before, when he stole, he was doing it to survive and to feed Julia. This time, the thief had taken a book and 2 apples, eating one of them. He knew deep down that Tommy wouldn't have taken those things. For one thing, he had access to all the apples he wanted to eat since they had brought a huge bushel of green ones back from Logan's ranch. He also wouldn't have taken something that could be traced back to him in the store, like a storybook. "When do you think these items were taken?" Kent asked. "I noticed that they were gone this morning, but I think it happened right after school let out yesterday." "It couldn't have been Tommy then. I know that he went directly home right after school." "How do you know that he didn't stop off at the store first?" Kent refused to justify his thoughts to Agnes. "Let's just say that I know and leave it at that." "This is exactly what I thought would happen." Agnes paused and opened up a large bag that he hadn't noticed that she brought with her. She reached in and pulled out a half-eaten apple. "Here is your evidence." She placed it on his desk. "What do you want me to do with it?" "You can see the bite marks in it. Compare the bite marks with Tommy's. I'm sure that you will find that they match." Kent began to laugh as he shook his head. "That isn't going to prove anything. The bites are definitely from a child's mouth. They are too small for an adult to have made them. Mrs. Johnson, I will talk with Tommy this evening, but I suggest that you keep an eye on your store more closely. If you or Joe aren't in the store, but it's kept open, you are just asking for something like this to happen. Are you placing the blame on me?" She looked at him in surprise as she touched her ample bosom with her hand. "I'm saying that since there seems to be a problem right now of things being taken, that you keep an eye on your store. If you can't be in the store, arrange for someone to be there or close it. I've always taken a break in the afternoon to have tea. I've never had to close my store before. Then I suggest that you do close it, at least for the next little while." Agnes stood up and looked at him indignantly. "Are you saying that you refuse to send those orphans away like you agreed?" "That's exactly what I'm saying. You have no proof that Tommy took those things. Until there is proof, I'm not sending them off just because you don't like orphans." Agnes began to sputter. "Well, I never." She huffed and turned to leave, but not before having the final word. "I am going right over to the mayor's office and demanding that he remove you from your position as sheriff. It is obvious that you don't care about the safety of this town." Kent wanted to throw angry words back at her, and it was all he could do to keep his mouth shut. He breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the door to his office slam shut. He looked out of his window and could see Agnes walking down the street as fast as she could. He shook his head in disgust. He knew that he should have anticipated that this could happen. Agnes was the one who had started the big campaign to get Tommy and Julia sent to an orphanage. Everyone in town knew it. He wouldn't put it past her to set Tommy up in some way. The door opened again and Jamie stepped inside. "I just passed Mrs. Johnson on the way here. Boy, is she mad," Jamie commented as he hung his hat on a peg. "I know. She just paid me a visit." Kent quickly brought Jamie up to date on what was going on. "I don't think Tommy stole those things. I'm fairly sure that he came right home after school. But I will talk with Anna to make sure." "For what it's worth, I doubt it was Tommy," Jamie replied. "Mrs. Johnson is either setting him up or someone else did it to try to get Tommy in trouble." Kent was glad that he wasn't the only one who thought that. "For the next little while, I'd like you to walk up and down that part of town in the afternoons over the next few days. Maybe start about 15 minutes before school ends and keep an eye on things for an hour or so. Maybe you will be able to figure out who is doing this." "I can do that," Jamie agreed. Kent stood and put on his own hat. "I'm going to talk to Anna. I want to get this straightened out now." He left Jamie in charge and headed back to his house. Anna looked surprised but pleased to see him. He told her that he needed to talk to her, and she got Julia busy with looking at a book at the kitchen table before joining him in Tommy's room. He quickly told Anna what was going on. "That woman," Anna fumed. "Tommy came home right after school yesterday. In fact, he arrived earlier than usual and he was breathing hard, like he had been running. I asked him if something was wrong, but he denied that anything was." "That's interesting. Did he seem upset?" "For a moment I thought so, but he ate the cookies and milk like he usually does and teased Julia, so I dismissed it. I figured he must have just been hungry. He is a growing boy after all, and is probably making up for all the food he didn't get for the last 6 months." She grinned at him, and Kent pulled her towards him for a quick kiss. "It looks like Tommy isn't the culprit then." Anna nodded, her face flushed from his kiss. "I'm going to search his room anyway," Kent said. Anna watched as he carefully looked around the room. It didn't take long because Tommy didn't own much, but he didn't see signs that he'd eaten a red apple, and he didn't see a stolen storybook. When he looked under Tommy's bed, though, he did find something interesting. Way in the back was a flour sack, and it looked like there was something inside. He almost dismissed it, but then he decided to pull it out and see what Tommy was storing in it. Anna was also curious and knelt beside him to see what was inside. She gasped at the contents. There was a loaf of bread, 4 green apples, a chunk of moldy cheese, and a few hard-boiled eggs that were starting to smell. "Well, that explains the loaf of bread that I thought was missing a few days ago," Anna said as she touched the bread. It had become dry, and a corner broke off at her touch. "Why is he storing food in his room?" "I think I know. He is afraid that something is going to happen, and he won't have enough to eat. He told me when I first brought him here that if he was going to be sent to an orphanage, he'd run away first." "That makes sense," Anna nodded. "He knows what it's like to be hungry. He's storing food just in case." She grimaced at the food. He didn't make a good choice of what to store, though. Most of this is going bad. Kent began to put the food back in the sack and pushed it back under the bed. "Are you going to let him do this?" Anna asked in amazement. "I don't think it's a good idea. We are going to start having problems with mice." Kent shook his head. "I will talk to him this evening. I'll tell him our concerns about storing food under the bed. Are you going to punish him? Of course not. I'll make sure he knows that he can eat food whenever he wishes. Even if it's not mealtime, he can eat whatever he needs. He needs to feel safe here with us. Chapter 23. When Kent left to go back to his office, Anna continued to spend her day as she had planned. She cleaned her small home and gave Julia lunch. Julia took a nap in the afternoon like she usually did, and Anna used the time to look in other places for the stolen storybook. If he had taken the book, would he have given it to Julia since he knew that she loved to look at the pictures? She was glad that she didn't find it anywhere. She was starting to like having the two children around. Julia was a happy child for the most part. She had begun to talk more, a sign that she was feeling more comfortable and safer with them. She loved to help Anna with anything that she was doing, whether it was sweeping the floor, dusting, making bread, or cooking. Sometimes she would end up in the way, and Anna would be tempted to encourage Julia to do something else. Most of what Julia helped with, Anna could have gotten done much faster without the help. But Anna knew that Julia hadn't had a mother to teach her some of the things she should already know at 6 years of age. She was also very clingy with Anna, especially when they were out in public. She held onto Anna's hand tightly and wouldn't let go, even when Anna tried to encourage her to just walk or stand by her side. When Anna read to her, Julia sometimes would sit so close to her she might as well be in her lap. Anna could tell that the child was starving for love and affection. It made her wonder what her life had been like even before her father had died in that awful snowstorm last winter. Had he kissed her good night or given her a good morning hug? Had he praised her whenever she tried to help out? If she had to guess, Mr. Burns had barely taken care of the two children. He hadn't given them the love and acceptance children desperately needed to grow up to be well-rounded and caring adults. Tommy was also a great help. He made sure that the wood box was full every morning before he went to school and refilled it when he returned home. He didn't do much in the way of helping other than that, but he was sweet with Julia and enjoyed teaching her what he was learning in school. Anna knew that what Tommy was learning would be what Julia would learn when she was finally able to attend school. The things Tommy was teaching her would help her. Tommy returned home at his usual time. Anna kept an eye on him, looking for any sign that something might be wrong, but she didn't see anything. He ate his usual 6 or 8 cookies and drank 2 tall glasses of milk. He answered her when she asked him about his day at school. From what she could tell, it was going well for him, even though he was very behind. The only thing that concerned her was that he didn't seem to have made very many friends, except for Jerry. That evening, Anna spent her time cleaning up after dinner and then put on some beans to soak for the next day. Julia had wanted to help like usual, but she was able to encourage the child to spend time with her brother in Kent. They went outside and raked up some leaves that had fallen to the ground from one of their large shade trees, a sure sign that their warm fall weather wasn't going to last much longer. Once the children were in bed and asleep, Anna and Kent sat in the living room together. This was something they had started to do almost every evening, and Anna had begun to look forward to the time she had with her husband. She was very happy being married to Kent. In fact, she was so happy it sometimes scared her. Nothing could stay as good as things were between them. She had almost talked to him about it one night, but then she decided it would be best to stay silent. She didn't want him to think she wasn't content with her new life, and she also was afraid that things would change if they did talk about it. Anna had begun to make a new dress for Julia, and she worked on it now. Kent had a small stack of paper in his lap, which she assumed he'd brought from his office. Things were quiet between them as Anna sewed and Kent read, writing a few things on the paper every so often. When he reached the last page, he sighed. "I'm glad that's done," he said as he set them aside. "What are you working on?" Anna asked. "Just some paperwork that I have to do monthly. It's the least favorite part of my job, but it must be done." "What is it for?" Some head politician in Billings decided that each sheriff of every town in this area of Montana needs to write up reports of everything that happens in their town, no matter how small. This needs to be done once a month. I am to then send the reports to him so that he can keep tabs on everything. "Every month?" Anna asked with surprise. "That is a lot," Kent nodded. "It takes up so much of my time and stops me from doing the job I was hired to do. I used to visit each of the businesses in town monthly to make sure there isn't anything I need to be aware of. Now I'm lucky if I can visit them every 2 or 3 months. I also used to stroll up and down the streets daily. Now my deputies do that." "It's good that you have them to help you then," Anna commented. Kent looked at her. "How much sewing do you have to get done?" Anna smiled. "I can stop whenever I wish. I just started this dress for Julia. I'm sure it will take a week or 2 to get it done. I do hope I can finish it for her before it gets much colder, though." "Let's retire for the night then," Kent suggested. Anna liked that idea very much, and she set the sewing aside. A while later, they were both tucked in their bed, and they began to talk. Anna shared details with him about her day with Julia and how she looked carefully around for the stolen book but didn't find it. Kent told her that he had talked with Tommy when they were raking leaves that evening and explained to him that hiding food under his bed wasn't a good idea. Tommy agreed to let them know if he needed to eat more and the flour bag was thrown away. No questions would be asked if he needed an extra slice of bread or cheese in between meals. Kent even promised him that if Tommy felt like he needed to leave their house for good, he could take all the food he wished. "Do you think that was a good idea to promise him that?" Anna questioned with concern. "I would think that you have just basically given him permission to leave." Kent shook his head. "No, I think Tommy is happy with us." He grinned at her. "Besides, do you really think that I'd let him go off on his own?" Anna settled herself closer to her husband. "Tell me about your childhood," she said, changing the subject. Kent sighed. "I wondered when you were going to ask me that question." "Why?" she asked. "My childhood was very different from yours." "Tell me," Anna invited. She listened while Kent told her about his life in Philadelphia. She was aware that he had grown up around money. It was easy to see in his actions and the way he spoke, even though he hadn't been living that type of life for many years. She found out that he had a younger sister whom he hadn't seen or heard from for a long time. "My father owns a shipping company. It was actually started by my great-grandfather, so it is a family business. My father expected me to take my place in the running of it the moment I returned home from college. I decided that I didn't want that type of life." "What do you mean?" "Money means everything to him. He uses it to get what he wants, to control people. I don't like what money does to people. I wanted to make a difference with my life and not spend my time seeing how much money I could make. My father and I had a big argument about it, and I left the next day. It took a while, but I ended up here in Ragford. I was hired on as a deputy. The sheriff at that time was an older man, and he was getting ready to retire. I was his only deputy, and he taught me all he knew, 2 years later, his wife died. So he turned the sheriff position over to me and left to go live with his son in Chicago. At that time, Ragford was much smaller than it is now. The town has grown quite a bit over the last few years. I can tell that you enjoy being a sheriff, but I don't understand why you aren't in contact with your family anymore. My father couldn't accept that I wanted something different for my life. He basically disowned me, telling me that if I wouldn't agree to do what he wanted, that I was no son of his. After I left, I did write a few letters to my mother. Did she answer them? Anna asked. Kent sadly shook his head. I'm not even sure she received them. My father might have kept them from her. I was able to write my sister for a while, and she answered back, until father put an end to that as well. I'm very sorry. Out of all of my family, I miss my sister the most. She'd be about 21 right now. I wonder how she is doing, if she has married and has any children. The ironic thing about all of this is she was fascinated by the family business from the time she was a young girl. She would beg for my father to take her with him to work as often as he would allow her to go. She is very good with numbers and liked learning about the entire business. She asked questions all the time about how things were run, what type of products we shipped, everything about it. Father would answer her questions with as little words as possible. I don't think it ever occurred to him that she would be a much better person to take over his position if he would train her than I would. That's because she is a woman, and women are supposed to get married, have children, and take care of their husbands, family, and house, Anna said a bit dryly. Kent looked at her, laughter in his eyes. Is that how you feel? Anna laughed with him, but she did answer him seriously. It's what happened to me. It's how Emma and I were raised. It's how most of the women I know were raised, to be honest. Ma took care of the house and garden. Pa took care of the farm. I think he only allowed me to help because he had 2 girls before he had a boy. He needed my help. Emma didn't like working outside, but I loved it. When Mr. Monson tried to court me, one of the reasons why Ma wanted me to marry him was because then he could take care of me. I wouldn't have to work as hard as she has had to. She didn't seem to care that I didn't have feelings for him. I doubt you had feelings for me either, yet you traveled from Kansas to marry me. I guess there was a bit of similarity, but I saw a little bit of you in your letters. I could tell that you were different. I'm glad that you didn't marry Mr. Monson, Kent said. I do have a question for you, though. Don't you miss having all that money that you grew up with? I'm assuming you had servants to help run the home. You could buy everything you needed. I know that it might be hard for you to understand. It sounds like your parents have to work very hard for what money they have. A little too hard, Anna murmured, but I am content being a sheriff of Ragford. I have all the money I need. Money changes people, makes them into someone different than they would really be. I don't ever want to become like my parents. I don't ever want to make money more important than my family. I understand what you are saying, but I do think money can make a difference, sometimes. Look at Tommy and Julia. We are able to take them in and give them a home because we have the means to do so. You do have a good point there, Kent answered. Chapter 24. Kent pulled Anna closer to him as they continued to talk. He had never thought that marriage to a woman he barely knew could turn into what they had. She was a wonderful, caring woman. He was very content with Anna. He reminded himself that he needed to thank Logan and Emma the next time he saw them. If it wasn't for them, he never would have even thought about writing to a woman he didn't know. He found himself relieved that he was able to tell Anna about his childhood. He could tell that she didn't quite understand his aversion to money, but she was also trying. "There is one thing that I'd like to talk to you about," Kent said. "If things end up where the town is insisting that we take the children to an orphanage, I would like to move somewhere else instead." "What do you mean?" "I mean that if we are forced to remove the children, I want to go somewhere else and start over. I'm a good sheriff, and I know that I will be able to find another position in another town." "I'm not sure if I can agree to that," Anna said slowly. "Why not? I enjoy having Tommy and Julia in our home, but I don't want to give up this new life with you in Ragford. I'd rather try to work things out with the people in town first. Can the idea of moving be our last resort?" "Of course. I don't mean that we should up and move just because we are having problems with the accusations from Agnes. But I'm just asking you to consider the option of moving if needed." Anna gave a huge yawn, and Kent grinned at her, also a bit sleepy. "I wonder what time it is." Anna reached over him to pick up his pocket watch that he kept on his nightstand. She clicked it open and stared at it in amazement. "It is almost 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm surprised it is so late. I can't believe that we have talked almost the entire night," Kent observed. Anna replaced the watch in the spot he always kept it and snuggled down next to him. "I think that we have had a lot to talk about." "Are you up for one more subject, or are you too tired?" Kent asked. "I think I can stay awake for a few more minutes." "What else do we have to talk about?" "What do you think of officially adopting Tommy and Julia, no matter what we decide to do about staying in Ragford?" Anna smiled. "I've been thinking the same thing over the last few days. I admit that I was reluctant to agree to take them more than a few days, but I am starting to see that they really fit well in our home. I think it is a good idea. I can get the process started as soon as possible. I'm not sure what the steps of adopting 2 children are, but I'm sure I can figure it out. The mayor might also know. Emma gave me some wonderful news when we were visiting last week. She is expecting." "That's good news. I'm sure Mary Jane will love having a baby to help take care of. She will be a great big sister." Style a text a line, justify. Anna became quiet for a long time. Kent began to wonder if she had fallen asleep, but then she moved. "What are you thinking?" "I am wondering if we adopt Tommy and Julia, would we also add to our family sometime in the future?" "Are you saying that you want to have more children?" "I'm not sure if it would be a good idea to, well, get me in the family way very soon. We have a lot we need to deal with helping Tommy and Julia, but I would like to have at least another child or 2. Anna said the word softly, almost as if she wasn't sure he would be on board with her request. Kent moved onto his side and looked at his wife. Her eyes were closed, but she was facing him. He reached out and touched her cheek before placing a soft kiss on her lips. She opened her eyes and gave him a smile. "I would love to have a few more children," he whispered to her. A long while later, Kent smiled in the darkness as he pulled a sleeping Anna closer to him. Chapter 25. The next afternoon, Tommy came home late from school. In fact, he was so late, she was beginning to worry about him and what could be keeping him. She could only hope that he had a good reason and didn't go into town. It wouldn't be a good idea to have him hanging around some of the businesses with the accusations that were being placed on his shoulders. Agnes had done her job well by trying to convince other people in town that the children needed to be sent away. She had visited every business in Ragford with her story of stealing. Anna wasn't sure what the people really thought, but she also knew that Agnes could be very convincing. They hadn't told Tommy what Agnes was doing or accusing him of. They were both hoping that the entire situation would blow over. It was becoming colder by the day, and Kent felt that people would have more to worry about after the first snowstorm than what a 10-year-old boy might be doing with his time. According to Kent, winters would be very brutal in this part of Montana. People spent a lot of their time just making sure they had enough fuel to heat their homes and businesses, keeping on top of the snow that fell during each storm, and taking care of errands in between the storms. "Can I have a cookie?" Julia asked with an exasperated sigh. Anna turned her attention to the girl. She had been sitting at the table for a good 15 minutes as she waited for Tommy to show up, and she was getting restless. Anna usually asked Julia to wait until her brother came home before she ate her afternoon snack. It was obvious that Julia was getting tired of waiting. "Yes, of course." Anna nodded her permission. "Just save a few for your brother, all right?" Julia nodded and eagerly picked up a cookie. Just then, the front door opened and then slammed shut. Anna breathed a sigh of relief. Tommy had finally arrived. She expected him to come directly to the kitchen, but instead, she heard his thundering footsteps as he went into his room. "I'll be right back," she told Julia before leaving the kitchen and heading down the hall. She knocked on Tommy's door. "Can I come in?" "Just a minute," Tommy called back. Anna waited somewhat impatiently until a few minutes later the door opened. "Is everything okay?" Tommy shrugged. "Sure." Anna suddenly smelled something, almost like smoke. "Did you light a match in your room?" "No," Tommy almost yelled at her. "I wouldn't do that." "But I'm smelling smoke, like fire," Anna answered. Tommy shrugged. "One of the neighbors is burning leaves in their yard. Maybe that's what you smell." "Maybe." Anna studied the boy and noted that he wouldn't meet her eyes, but she decided to let it go for now. "I have your cookies and milk if you want to come into the kitchen." "I'm not hungry," Tommy muttered. "I want to lie down for a while." Anna suddenly noticed that Tommy was keeping his left hand behind his back. "Do you have something in your hand?" "No." "Why are you hiding it then?" she asked. "I have an itch on my back. I'm not hiding nothing," Tommy retorted. Anna looked at him for a long moment. "Go ahead and rest then. If you get hungry, there are some cookies on the table for you." Tommy nodded and then shut the door with his right hand. Anna somehow knew that something was wrong, but if the boy didn't want to talk to her, she would wait until Kent returned home. Kent didn't come home when he usually did that evening. She kept dinner waiting as long as she could before finally feeding the children. Tommy had come out of his room long enough to eat before returning. She noticed that he kept his left hand in his lap out of sight. She almost asked him about it again, but she knew that unless she forced him to talk to her, she wasn't going to get any answers. She figured she'd find out what Tommy was hiding, eventually. When they were almost done eating, Kent finally made an appearance. She could tell by one look that something was wrong, but then she dismissed her thoughts. She needed him to know that Tommy was hiding something. "I'm so glad that you're home," Anna said with relief. "Sit down and I'll get you something to eat. I'm sure you're hungry since you didn't make it home for lunch." "It looks good," Kent replied a bit wearily. She waited while he bowed his head for a short prayer over his food. He took a bite of the stew and then another. "How was your day?" Anna asked. Kent gave her an unreadable look. "I can tell something is wrong. Just tell me." She noticed that Kent gave Tommy a long look. She also noticed that Tommy wouldn't look at Kent. "Can I be excused?" Tommy asked after he swallowed his last bite of his stew. Kent gave Anna a small shake of his head. "I'm sure you are aware of what happened after school today, Tommy." Tommy kept his head bowed and didn't say anything. Imagine my surprise when Miss Carter came to my office very upset. Evidently, the boys' outhouse had been burnt to the ground this afternoon. Anna gasped as she remembered the smell of smoke she'd noticed when Tommy first came home that afternoon. Her eyes darted to Tommy, and Kent must have noticed, for he focused his attention on the boy. "Do you know anything about that, Tommy?" Kent asked. "Yes, sir," Tommy muttered after a long moment. "Care to tell me what you know?" Kent continued to ask when Tommy didn't say anything else. "I didn't start the fire. I tried to put it out, but it got too big. Do you know who started the fire?" Again, Tommy didn't say anything. "Show Kent your hand, Tommy," Anna said. She suspected that the reason Tommy was hiding his hand had to do with the burning of the outhouse. Tommy gave her a slight glare, but then sighed and put his left hand on the table. "Oh, Tommy," Anna breathed as she looked at his hand. It had been burnt. There were 2 blisters on his palm that looked very painful. "Why didn't you let me see it?" She hurried to the shelf where she kept a small box of first aid supplies. She set the box on the table and began to doctor Tommy's burns, making a sicking noise as she did so. "I'm sure this hurts. You should have told me." "Is that how you got the burns, by trying to put the fire out?" Kent asked. Tommy nodded. He still wouldn't look at Kent. "And you said that you didn't start the fire?" "No, sir." "If you didn't start it, why didn't you find an adult and tell someone?" Tommy jumped to his feet. "Because I knew that I would be blamed for it. You'd think that I started it, and so would everyone else." "Tommy, I'm just trying to figure out what happened," Kent stated calmly. "Just like you think I stole things from the store, I didn't take nothing. I haven't been to that dumb store since you took me there to apologize." "If you know who started the fire, you need to tell us," Anna tried to say in a soft voice, hoping to calm Tommy down. "If I told you, no one would believe me. I hate this town." He turned and ran out of the house, his hand half bandaged because Anna hadn't been able to finish tending to his burns. Anna sighed and began to clear the table. Then Julia started to cry, and she sat back down to hold the child. She knew that Julia had to be very confused about what was going on. Kent was still upset, but he finished his stew and ate 2 slices of bread before he pushed his plate away. "I better go find him." "Kent, wait," Anna said as she placed a hand on his. "Do you really think Tommy started the fire?" Kent shook his head. "No, his reaction was too strong for that, but I think that he knows who did it, and he's protecting that person." "Why would he protect someone who is trying to get him in trouble?" "My guess is the person who started the fire also threatened Tommy not to tell anyone or something bad would happen." "I wonder who it is. Tommy doesn't talk about any of the other children who attend school with him, except Jerry. I ask him almost every day if he's made more friends, and he always shakes his head." "I better go look for him," Kent said again. "I have no idea which direction he went, though." "I'd go look at the shack he used to live in if I were you," Anna suggested. "If that's where he went, then he's going to find out that there is nothing left. I had it torn down. I was afraid that some of the children in town would play in it and get hurt, but I'll go check it out anyway." Anna sighed when Kent left. She continued to hold Julia, comforting her until she fell asleep in her arms. Even though Julia was too big to be carried, she was able to move her into her bedroom and lay her on the bed. She began to wash the dishes, but the entire time she prayed in her heart that Kent would find Tommy and that he would be okay. She wished that she knew the best way to help Tommy. She was starting to wonder if they were really the best family for Tommy. Was it really a good idea to plan to adopt them? Chapter 26. Kent followed Anna's suggestion and headed towards the area where the shack used to be. A few minutes later, he had to smile when he saw a small figure sitting under a tree. Anna was right. He began to walk slower, and Tommy looked up when he stood right in front of him. Kent dropped to the ground, noticing that the dirt was cold. They wouldn't be able to sit there very long. The sun was almost gone for the day, but he knew that he needed to talk with Tommy before they went home. "Where is my house?" Tommy asked. It took him a moment to realize that Tommy was talking about the shack. Distress was all over his face when he realized that his old home was now gone. "I had it torn down." "Why?" "Because it wasn't safe. It was falling apart. I'm surprised that it didn't happen when you and Julia were living in it. I was afraid some of the town children would find it and play in it. I didn't want anyone hurt, so I had it torn down." "It wouldn't have fallen down. My PA built it strong." Kent decided not to comment. "I know that you didn't set the fire on the outhouse." Tommy looked at him in surprise. "You believe me?" he asked with a sigh of relief. "Yes." The simple answer seemed to almost deflate Tommy. "But I do need to know who did it. We can't have children starting fires like that. What if someone had gotten hurt? In fact, someone did. You." Kent gestured towards the burns on Tommy's hand. "It doesn't hurt much," Tommy muttered. "For some reason, someone out there is doing things and trying to get the blame put on you. That's not right. We need to put a stop to this before someone gets really hurt." "I can't tell you. He told me if I told anyone, he'd hurt Julia," Tommy said. He looked at Kent, pleading with his eyes to understand why he couldn't say anything. Kent nodded, trying to keep his face calm, but anger stirred inside him. What kind of person would try to pin Tommy for stealing and starting fires, and then threaten a small girl? "I have to protect Julia. I have to. She's all I have, and I promised Pa I'd take care of her if something happened to him." Kent didn't say anything for a long time. He finally stood up and helped Tommy to his feet. "Nothing will happen to Julia. She is with Anna all the time, or with you or me," Kent promised. Tommy shrugged. "I can't take that chance. Style, alt, text a line, justify, since you can't or won't. Tell me who started the fire. What do you think we should do next?" Kent asked, curious to see what Tommy said next. "Maybe we could help rebuild the outhouse," Tommy suggested. "That's a good idea," Kent nodded, pleased that Tommy did want to make it right, even if he wasn't the one who caused the fire to begin with. "I do know that there are plans to rebuild it this Saturday. I'll help rebuild it. I don't know if I can help very much, though," Tommy said as he held up his burnt hand. "Let Anna do what she can to help it heal. Saturday is 3 days away. It probably will feel better by then." Tommy nodded. Kent noticed that the boy was beginning to shiver. "We better head home. Anna will be worried about us." They began to walk back into town. Kent was content to stay quiet and let Tommy think. When they had almost arrived, he stopped Tommy with a hand on his shoulder. "Oh, and Tommy?" Tommy looked at him, a question in his eyes. "You have other people who care about you, besides Julia. Anna and I care." For the first time that evening, Tommy's face lit up. "Thanks." 3 days later, Kent found himself at the school with Tommy by his side. Just when they arrived, he could see two of his deputies, Jamie and Owen, as well as Miss Carter and the mayor, Mr. Powell. His son was also with him. Both the mayor and his son were not dressed appropriately to be building a new outhouse. Both of them had fancy suits on. He soon learned that Mr. Powell was only there to make sure everything was going well. He wasn't planning on helping, although he informed everyone that his son was going to help. The burn on Tommy's hand had healed a little bit, enough that he would be able to help. "Why is he here?" Mr. Powell asked with a sharp glance at Tommy. "To help rebuild the outhouse," Kent replied easily. He was aware that the way he handled the situation right then would determine how others treated Tommy. "From what I hear, he is the one who burnt it down," Toby retorted. "Do you know that for sure?" Kent asked, leveling a look at Toby. Kent noticed that he glared at Tommy, who was refusing to look at him. Toby finally shook his head. "Then I suggest that you start helping and not accuse people of doing things unless you know for sure," Kent answered. "Yes, Sheriff," Toby mumbled. He turned around and picked up a hammer and a board before walking towards where the building had already begun. For the next hour, everyone worked together to build the new outhouse. Luckily, a new hole in the ground didn't need to be dug since it wasn't full enough yet, although it wasn't very pleasant to work around the fumes that it gave off. At one point, he noticed that Tommy was off to one side talking with Toby. He smiled at the two boys, glad to see that Tommy was interacting with someone his age. Instead of calling Tommy over to continue to help with the last few nails, he kept an eye on him as the two boys continued to talk. Then he noticed Tommy's body language. Toby took a step towards Tommy, almost as if he was trying to scare him. "He's a bully," Kent muttered to himself with surprise as he straightened and faced the two of them. Even if he couldn't hear what was being said between the two boys, he could tell that the conversation they were having wasn't friendly. Toby glanced towards him and noticed that he was watching them. A look of fear spread across his face before he said a few words to Tommy, and then turned around and walked away. Kent moved to Tommy's side. "Everything okay?" he asked. Tommy shrugged. "Are we done yet?" "Almost. Just a few more nails need to be put in and then we'll be done." "Let's finish it then. I promised Julia I'd help her with the alphabet today." Tommy strode towards the almost finished outhouse. 15 minutes later, the building was declared finished. "Thanks for your help, everyone," Miss Carter said, as tools were gathered up and the extra wood thrown onto the woodpile. "Are you friends with Toby?" Kent asked as they headed home. Tommy snickered. "No." "You sure were talking with him a long time to not be friends?" "I'll never be friends with him," Tommy retorted fiercely. "What were you talking about then?" His lips flattened, letting Kent know that he wasn't going to say anything. "Just know that you can come to me anytime about anything, okay?" Chapter 27. The next day, Anna decided it was time to attend church as a family. They hadn't attended since their wedding because of so many things that had been going on, but she was eager to attend, and she hoped that Emma would also be there. She knew that in a few weeks, she might not see Emma again until spring because of all the snowstorms that she'd heard Montana had. Both Emma and Kent had told her many stories about how bad the storms could be. Church started at 9 o'clock, so 30 minutes before the service began, the four of them walked to the church building. As they stepped inside, memories of her wedding flooded her mind, and she smiled. Mr. Browning greeted them at the entrance of the chapel. They found a bench. There were a few minutes before the service started, and Anna looked around as people walked to their places. She could tell that most of the people had a specific place where they always sat. Mr. Browning gave a wonderful sermon about the power of forgiveness and turning the other cheek. When the service ended, they left the chapel. She was glad to see Emma with Mary Jane beside her and headed in that direction. "So, Sheriff Wilcox, when are you going to send these children to the orphanage?" Anna turned towards the question, not a bit surprised to see Agnes again harassing Kent. Just with that one question, a small crowd began to gather. She wondered how many of them agreed with Agnes and how many others were sympathetic towards Tommy and Julia. "Now is not the time to be discussing this," Kent said evenly. "You were given a trial period, which I think we can safely say is now over. That boy has proven that he is a thief and an arsonist. There isn't any proof that Tommy did those things." "What about his hand?" Agnes asked as she reached down and grabbed Tommy's hand. "Those burns are proof enough, even if he didn't admit it." Anna yanked Tommy away from Agnes. She glared at the woman and took Julia's hand and led the two children out into the fall sunshine. She would let Kent deal with the woman. Emma followed her. "You do know that hardly anyone agrees with Mrs. Johnson." "If they don't, why don't they speak up?" Anna asked. "Some of them will. You left before they had a chance." "I guess we'll see. I felt like I needed to get the children away from her." "Spoken like a true mother," Emma smiled. "How are things going at the ranch?" Anna asked, changing the subject. Emma began to talk about how she and her Indian friend Daisy were spending most of their days bringing in the produce from the garden. She heard a giggle and turned to watch as Julia and Mary Jane began to play a game of tag. Kent and Logan soon joined them. This time, Anna invited Emma and Logan to their home for dinner, which they accepted. They spent an enjoyable afternoon together. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Tommy inwardly breathed a sigh of relief when Miss Carter finally dismissed school for the day. The moment the class was released, he jumped from his seat and ran for the door. He kept running once he was outside. He heard his name being called, but he didn't stop to see who it was. He kept running, performing a ritual he'd started a few days ago. He had learned that he was able to run faster than Toby if he was able to get a head start. Then the older boy couldn't catch up with him to continue his taunting and bullying. He wasn't sure why Toby had decided that he didn't like him, but he didn't much care. He just wanted to stay away from him. It only took a few minutes before he was opening the front door of the sheriff's home. He slipped inside and headed straight to his room. "Tommy, is that you?" he heard Mrs. Anna ask. He gave a frustrated sigh. Sometimes he just wanted to be by himself for a while. "Yes, ma'am." He went into the kitchen where he knew his afternoon school snack was waiting. "Come and sit down," Mrs. Anna said as she gestured to a chair. He hesitated. "I'd rather go to my room." She gave him a long look, concern on her face. "At least take a few cookies with you." Tommy quickly picked up 2 cookies and hurried from the kitchen. He wondered why Anna had allowed him to take food to his room, since that was one of the rules they had, no food in the bedrooms. But he wasn't going to stick around and ask questions. Once inside his room, he shut the door and lay down on his bed. He remembered how excited he was to be able to go to school, but now he hated every moment of it. He spent most of his time trying to stay away from Toby. In the process, he wasn't doing well with his studies and wasn't making any friends. Even Jerry had stopped trying to talk to him much or ask him to play during recess. Today, he had an extra reason for keeping away from Toby. At lunch break, Toby had been able to corner him. He informed him that he had something planned, something that was going to make everyone in town send Tommy away for good. Toby must have felt confident enough that his plan was going to work because he began to brag. He told him that his plan would happen that night around midnight, while everyone was asleep. Tommy didn't bother asking Toby what he had planned. He wouldn't have told him anyway. He knew Toby was behind the stealing. Toby was for sure the one who started the fire on the outhouse. Tommy had tried to stop the fire before it got too big and ended up with bad burns on his hand for his trouble. He knew that he couldn't tell anyone what Toby had bragged to him. After all, he did know that Toby was right about one thing. Who would believe him? He was starting to think maybe it would be better if the sheriff took him to the nearest orphanage. Maybe he should bring it up at dinner that night. He would agree to go as long as the sheriff and Mrs. Anna kept Julia as their own daughter. He began to feel calmer and sat up. Seeing the 2 cookies Mrs. Anna had given him, he quickly ate them. Mrs. Anna made the best cookies. He wished he had taken a few more, but he didn't want to go out there again. Mrs. Anna would just begin her questions again. She always wanted to know how his day in school was. What did he learn that day? Did he get to read to Miss Carter? Did he make any friends? He got up from his bed and began to pace the short length of his room, back and forth, back and forth. He tried to think of what he could do to get Toby off his back. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. When he took a step on the wood floor, he moved his foot in the air and then stepped on the floor again in the exact same spot and heard the strange sound again. It looked to him like one of the floorboards was loose. He fell to the floor and pounded the board. Yep, it was definitely loose. He took his pocket knife out of his pocket and used the tip to lift the board up. It looked like it hadn't even been nailed down at all. He looked underneath the loose board and saw something was hidden inside. Setting the board aside, he lifted it out. It was a brown leather bag that seemed to be quite heavy. It was tied together with a thin leather rope. He was able to easily untie the rope and gasped when he peered inside. There were a lot of gold coins and paper money. He dropped the sack in shock, and it hit the floor with a thud. What was he going to do with it? If he showed it to the sheriff, would he think he stole it? Maybe he should just put it back and not say anything to anyone. He nodded. Yes, that was what he'd do. If he put it back, no one would know that he found it. Whoever the owner was would come get it eventually. He didn't want anything to do with it. He picked it up and began to put it back when there was a hard knock on his bedroom door and then it opened. His heart dropped when he saw the sheriff on the other side. Tommy watched as the sheriff's eyes looked at him, then at the leather bag, and then back at him. He knew that he was in deep trouble. He might as well get ready to go to the orphanage right then. Chapter 28. Anna looked up as Kent entered the kitchen. He walked to her and kissed her cheek in welcome. "How was your day?" Kent asked. He loved coming home. Anna always had a good meal for dinner. He was finding that he loved being married. He had chosen well. "It was fine, but I'm worried about Tommy," Anna answered as she continued to stir something on the stove. "What happened now?" Kent asked, trying not to sigh. "He came right home from school and spent the afternoon in his room. He had to have run home since he was breathing hard. I can't get him to leave his room. I wish that you would do something. What if something is happening at school? Maybe if you talk to him, he'll tell you what's going on." Kent shrugged. I remember having good and bad days at school when I was a boy. School isn't always fun and games." "I know," Anna gave him a look. "But I think there is something wrong." "Do I have time to talk to him before dinner?" Anna nodded. "You have about 15 minutes. Kent walked to Tommy's room. It was time to get to the bottom of whatever was bothering him. He was as worried about the boy as Anna was, although he hadn't voiced it to her. He hardly talked to him anymore and seemed very withdrawn and sad. The only person he talked more than a few words to was his sister. He knocked on his door and then opened it. Tommy was sitting on the floor, holding something in his hands. When he saw him, fear spread across his face, and he dropped what he was holding on the floor. "What do you have there?" Kent asked. "It's not mine, I promise. I found out that one of the boards in the floor is loose. I lifted it up and found this inside." Tommy jumped to his feet. "I didn't do anything wrong." Kent looked at him in confusion. Tommy was acting terrified of him. "Let me see what you found." Tommy looked at him and then at what he'd dropped on the floor. He took a step away from it as if he was afraid to pick it up. Kent walked over and picked it up. It was a brown leather bag, and it was quite heavy. Looking inside, he saw a lot of gold coins and paper money. "You said that you found this in the floor where that loose board is?" he questioned. Tommy nodded. Kent looked at the bag more carefully and suddenly knew exactly what this bag was. It was a leather bag that was full of money that the outlaws had stolen. But how had it gotten into his house, under his floor? "Come with me," he said, as he turned on his heel and headed to the kitchen. When he entered, Anna turned to him, a smile on her face. "Were you able to get Tommy too?" She stopped when she saw what Kent was holding in front of him, and her face went white. He immediately could tell that she knew exactly why this particular leather bag was in his house. Tommy began to talk again, rambling about how he found the bag under a loose board in the floor, but it wasn't his. As he talked, he began to cry. Kent turned his attention to him, surprised at the boy's reaction. After everything that had been going on with Tommy since he found them in the rundown shack, the boy hadn't shed one tear. Tommy continued to talk, but most of what he was saying didn't make a lick of sense to him. "Tommy," Kent said, trying to get him to slow down his words. He ran a hand through his hair, knowing that he had 2 crises to take care of. Which one should he take care of first? Making a quick decision, he said again, a bit louder, "Tommy." The boy looked at him, tears running down his face, but he did stop talking. "I know that you knew nothing about this. You aren't in trouble. I need to talk to Anna, though. Can you take Julia into your room? Maybe you could read her a story or 2 while Anna and I talk." Relief flooded Tommy's face as Kent looked directly at him. He nodded and took Julia's hand, and they left the kitchen together. Once the children were gone, he turned his attention to Anna. "I'm guessing that you know exactly what this is," Kent said. Anna nodded slowly. "I can explain." When she didn't say anything else, he spoke. "I'm waiting. When the men attacked the stagecoach I was riding in, one of them dropped the bag near where I was lying on the ground. When they heard you coming, they took off and left the bag behind. I knew I needed to hide it, so I put it in my carpet bag. That was when I realized that I had been injured. My head and ankle hurt. You took me into town and to the doctor after you dropped me off. I remembered I needed to tell you about it, but I didn't get a chance to. I can understand that you didn't tell me about it then, but why not before we got married? Why not after we got married? It's obvious that you purposefully hid it in this house. Why?" Anna didn't say anything for a long time. just when Kent was going to demand that she start talking, she spoke. I admit that I thought I could use that money. I could send some of it to my parents and help them. I hid it while I thought about what I should do. Then we found Tommy and Julia, and with everything that has been happening in town since we found them, well, to be honest, I have forgotten all about it. Kent made a harsh noise. I don't believe you. Anna's eyes shifted to his. I promise, Kent, I forgot all about it. There has been so much going on. Did you send any of this money to your family? Anna shook her head. No, I didn't. Just before we found the children, I had decided I needed to give it to you, but I didn't know how to tell you. I knew I should have given it to you the moment you arrived at the stagecoach accident. I don't have any other excuse. I know I shouldn't have kept it. I shouldn't have hidden it away. Kent began to pace the kitchen. This is what I'm talking about, how money changes people. It's why I left my family behind. He turned to her with a hard glare. I can see now that I really don't know you at all. Anna gasped at his words, and he instantly knew that he had hurt her. He almost pulled her into his arms to tell her he was sorry for his harsh words and to reassure her that they would work this out together. But he knew he couldn't do that. He picked up the bag and left the house without another word. Chapter 29. Anna collapsed at the table and began to sob. She now knew what it felt like to be accused of something that she hadn't done on purpose. She had honestly forgotten all about the money. Her focus had been totally on her new marriage and then caring for Tommy and Julia. She regretted that she hadn't given the bag to Kent right from the beginning. She didn't know what she could do to make things right with Kent. She knew that he could throw her into jail if he wanted to. What was he going to do? Would he demand an annulment? The thought made her sob again. If he did that, what would happen to the children? A few minutes later, she got herself under control and called the children to come and eat. She pasted a smile on her face and did her best to act like everything was normal. She was sure Julia didn't realize anything was wrong, but she knew that Tommy suspected that something wasn't quite right. He kept looking at her with concern, but he didn't say anything. He also didn't ask where Kent had gone. Once dinner was over and the dishes were done, the three of them went into the living room, and Anna began to read from a book to the children to try and pass the time. She did notice that Tommy kept looking at the clock that sat on the mantel, and he seemed to get more and more anxious the closer the hands moved to bedtime. She wondered if he was concerned about Kent. Kent will be home soon, Anna tried to reassure him, although she herself didn't know exactly what he was doing or when he would be home. She read another page and noticed that he was still looking at the clock, his feet swinging against the sofa he was sitting on. She finally set the book aside. I have a story to tell you both, Anna said. Both children looked at her. She began to tell them her story, how she had agreed to marry Kent and traveled all the way from Kansas to Montana to do so. On the way, the stagecoach she was riding in had been attacked by 3 outlaws. She explained how she had been injured, leaving out the fact that the other passenger had been killed. She told them how she pretended to be asleep, while the outlaws began to look through her things for anything of value. When Kent showed up, they disappeared, leaving behind a bag with gold coins and money. The bag that I found on the floor? Tommy asked. Yes, that very bag. I hid it, and then a lot of things happened. I didn't tell Kent about it. Then I forgot about it. She looked at Tommy. Do you know what I learned from this experience? Tommy shook his head. I should have told Kent about the money right from the very beginning. but I didn't know the best way to handle it, and I waited too long. I should have asked Kent for help. If I had, he would have known what to do. Sometimes it is best to ask for help to figure out how to handle a scary situation. She looked at him. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Tommy slowly nodded. You were afraid to tell the sheriff about the money, but you should have. He could have helped you know what to do with it. That's right, Anna nodded, still wishing she had done what she was just advising Tommy to do. Can you tell me why you keep looking at the clock? I don't think it's because you are worried that Kent isn't here. If I tell you, someone might get in trouble, Tommy said. And if you don't tell me, will it hurt someone else? Anna asked. She saw movement out of the corner of her eye and realized that Kent had returned home. She hadn't even heard him come in, and she wondered how much he had heard of her talk with Tommy. Kent walked into the room and sat down on one of the chairs. What's going on, Tommy? Kent asked. Tommy let out a deep breath. I guess I do have something I should tell you. He looked at Kent, as if he still wasn't sure he should say anything. Kent gave him a nod of encouragement and then said kindly, Just spit it out, boy. Toby is the one who stole the book and apples from the store. He is also the one who started the fire to the outhouse. Tommy said the words so fast, Anna almost couldn't understand him. He told me at school today that he was going to do something else, something really bad. He knows I'll get blamed for it, and then I'll get sent away for sure. What is he going to do? Tommy shrugged. I don't know. All I know is he is going to do something to one of the businesses in town, and it will happen at midnight. Anna looked at Kent, shocked to her core. How could a boy dislike Tommy so much that he'd do these things to try to get him to be sent away? You did right to tell me, Tommy. I know that was very hard for you. Tommy collapsed against the sofa as if in relief. I don't know what you can do about it, though. Don't worry about that. I know exactly what to do. Now that Tommy had been brave enough to tell them about Toby and his plans, he began to talk about some other things that had been happening at school. Evidently, Toby had been causing problems for him since the first day of school. He tried to blame Tommy for things that weren't his fault, like torn books and broken chalk. He had tripped Tommy with his foot one time when he had been walking to Miss Carter's desk. He had also sometimes taken some of Tommy's lunch and thrown it in the dirt and stomped on it. Anna's heart hurt for everything that Tommy had been dealing with at school. When Tommy stood up to go to bed, he stopped at the entrance of the living room and looked at them. If you want, you can send me to the orphanage. I'll be okay. I'm old enough that I wouldn't be there that long anyway. But if you do, can you promise me to keep Julia here? Can you take care of her like she's your own? Anna's heart dropped at Tommy's words. He was such a good boy, and he cared deeply for his sister. He was willing to go to an orphanage that he dreaded as long as his sister stayed with them. Kent stood up and pulled Tommy into a hug. Don't worry about that right now, okay? Let's take one thing at a time. Tommy nodded and then left the room. Anna wanted to collapse against the chair she was sitting in. So much had happened that day. She was emotionally exhausted. She knew that she needed to talk to Kent, but when she looked up again, he was gone. Chapter 30. Kent let himself out the back door and quickly jogged to Jamie's house, which was just down the street. When Jamie answered his door, he told him to get to the office as quickly as he could, but not before letting Owen and Declan know that they also needed to come. After he let himself inside the office, he immediately made plans to put a stop to whatever Toby had planned. He wished that he had more information than what Tommy had been able to give him. At least he knew that Whatever the boy had planned would happen around midnight, and he was targeting one of the businesses on Main Street. When all three of his deputies arrived, he filled them in on what was going on and assigned each of them a section of the street to secretly watch. He didn't want Toby to know that they were on the lookout for him. He hoped that he or one of his men would catch the boy in the act. That way, the blame would be taken off Tommy and put on Toby's shoulders, where it belonged. He assigned himself to the area around the Johnson store, and he was in his hideout at 9 o'clock that evening. Nothing happened for a long time. He saw a few of the townspeople walking to or from their workplaces to their homes. Since he was now just sitting and waiting, he had a lot of time to think. He was very upset about the money Anna had hidden from him, and he didn't know what to do about it. In his mind, it was a perfect example of how money changed people. They made decisions that they wouldn't otherwise make. He realized that he really didn't know his wife at all. Sure, they had written to each other for 6 months before he finally asked her to marry him. They had only been married for less than a month. He realized that there were some signs that Anna struggled with not being content with the amount of money she had. For one thing, he had sent enough funds for her to travel to Montana by train. She could have purchased a few new dresses if she had wished, along with the train ticket. Instead, she had chosen to travel by stagecoach and gave what money she had saved to her parents. By making that decision, she had been part of the attack which could have killed her. He had to admit that she had been very careful with his money since they married. She only purchased what they absolutely needed. She was willing to make the clothing she and the children needed instead of expecting him to pay for ready-made items. She had made the house he purchased for their marriage into a home by adding simple decorations, like vases of wildflowers on each table they owned. She replaced the worn, faded curtains with new ones that she had sewn. He couldn't help but wonder if she would have eventually told him about the money. She claimed that she had forgotten all about hiding it. Once she remembered, would she have followed through on her temptation to send her parents some of the money? He was very aware that both Anna and Emma were very concerned about their parents' farm and its future. He shook his head, trying to get rid of all the thoughts that were swirling around in his brain. He knew that he needed to talk to Anna about what had happened, but right now he needed to focus on watching the town from his hiding place, not worrying about his new marriage. But he was starting to realize that he didn't know Anna very well at all. Just then, he saw movement, and he squinted his eyes in the darkness to see if he could recognize who was walking by the Johnson store. He was glad that there was a full moon that night, because he could see that the person wasn't an adult. As he moved closer to Kent, he could see that it was Toby. He had what looked to be a small bag in his hand. Toby opened it and pulled out a licorice stick and ate it. He gave a soft laugh when he realized that Toby was eating candy. Kent almost dismissed the bag until he realized that the bag looked heavier than it should have for only holding licorice in it. Toby paused by the Johnson store. He looked inside the window of the store and then turned around and crossed the street. He stopped in front of Mr. Murphy's furniture store. Toby looked in the window, then up and down the street. He was definitely making sure no one was around. Then he removed a large rock from the bag and threw it as hard as he could towards the window, shattering it. Kent jumped from his hiding spot, as well as Jamie, who had been hiding nearby. "Toby," Kent called. "What are you doing?" Toby looked at him frantically and began to run towards his house, but he was easily caught by Jamie. He began to struggle. "Let me go. I didn't do anything," Toby yelled defiantly. Kent wanted to laugh. They had caught Toby red-handed, and he was still trying to deny what he had done. Instead, he frowned at the boy. "I saw everything you did. You broke Mr. Murphy's window with a rock." Jamie kept a hold of Toby's arm so he couldn't run away. He continued to struggle. "What I want to know is why you wanted to break that particular window." Toby stopped struggling to get away, as if realizing that it was futile. He glared at Kent, but he didn't say anything. "Jamie, take him to the office and put him in the first jail cell," Kent ordered. "What? You can't put me in jail. I'm just a kid," Toby hollered. "You might be a kid, but you are old enough to know that it's wrong to be breaking windows." Kent could see that Toby was scared to death, and he was glad to see that. Maybe some good could come of this. He wasn't as tough as he made himself out to be. "I'll go and get his parents and bring them down to the office." "Okay, Toby, let's go," Jamie ordered, as he began to drag Toby down the street. Kent jogged to the mayor's house. It happened to be the largest house in Ragford. In fact, it was twice as big as everyone else's. It was something that had always bothered Kent. Just because the mayor had more money, did he really need to build such a big house? It was as if he wanted to give the message that he was better than everyone else in Ragford. He knocked on the door, knowing that Mr. Powell and his wife were still asleep and that it could be a while before someone answered the knock. He tried to be patient, but he had to knock 3 times before Mr. Powell finally answered the door. "Kent," Mr. Powell said with surprise. "What's going on? Why are you on my porch this time of night?" "I'm sorry to have to wake you, but what I have to tell you can't wait. We just caught your son breaking Mr. Murphy's window." Mr. Powell looked at him for a long moment as if he didn't understand what Kent had just said. "That's impossible. Toby is in his room asleep. I checked on him just before I went to bed." "Well, he is now in one of the jail cells," Kent retorted. Mr. Powell became angry. "You put a 12-year-old boy in jail? What kind of sheriff are you?" "He's there until you come and get him." Kent didn't say that he had ordered Toby to be put in a jail cell to give him a message. This was how criminals were treated. Mr. Powell finally nodded, as if realizing that Kent was serious. "I'll get dressed and meet you there." Kent nodded and left the porch without another word. A few minutes later, he walked into the office. Jamie had lit a few lanterns for light. He immediately checked on Toby, who was sitting on the floor, his back against the brick wall. Tears were streaming down his face. He didn't look up when Kent approached. Kent went into his office. "Has he said anything?" "Just that Tommy must have snitched on him," Jamie replied. "Those were his exact words, by the way." Kent sighed. It was an obvious sign that Toby had been hoping the town would blame Tommy for the broken window. "You can go home if you want. Go tell Owen and Declan that we caught Toby and they can also go home." "Are you sure you don't want me to stay?" Jamie questioned. "I could stay here for the night to keep an eye on the boy." Kent shook his head. "The mayor is on his way. I'm not going to keep Toby here all night." Jamie nodded, looking a little relieved. Kent could see that it bothered him that he had ordered Toby to be put in jail. "Good night then, Sheriff." A few minutes later, Mr. Powell appeared. Kent could tell that he had dressed quickly, for his shirt wasn't buttoned up properly, and he didn't have the suspenders on that he usually wore. "Where is he?" Mr. Powell demanded. "I want to see my son." "Dad," Toby yelled. "I'm back here." Mr. Powell glared at Kent, but walked down the hallway to check on his son. He reappeared a few seconds later. "Now that I'm here, are you going to let him out?" "I want to talk to you first," Kent said, as he waved a hand to a chair, indicating that the mayor should sit. He hesitated, but then did so. Kent quickly told Mr. Powell what Toby had been doing to Tommy. Toby was the one who stole the items in the Johnsons' store and had started the fire in the outhouse. He was trying to get everyone to want to send Tommy and his sister to the orphanage. Mr. Powell had been very angry when he first arrived, but as Kent talked, he began to look sad and remorseful. After Kent told him how Toby had taunted Tommy, letting him know that he was going to do something to one of the businesses, the mayor sighed. "I'm sorry about what Toby has been doing," Mr. Powell said, as he ran a hand over his face. "I'm afraid my wife agrees with Agnes about sending Tommy and Julia to an orphanage. I'm sure Toby has overheard her comments about the situation." "Toby is the one who needs to apologize," Kent commented. "I would like to know what you are going to do about it." "What do you suggest?" Mr. Powell surprised him by asking. Kent thought for a moment. He knew what he would do if Toby was his son, but would Mr. Powell agree with him? He needs to go to the Johnsons and apologize. Own up to the fact that he was the one who stole the items. He needs to apologize to the school board. He should work and earn the money to pay back the things he stole, the wood for the outhouse that needed to be rebuilt, and the window he broke. Mr. Powell nodded his agreement. "I'll make sure he does those things. I think he should also apologize to Tommy, but that should probably be an idea he comes up with. He has been bullying Tommy at school. If he is forced to apologize, and he doesn't feel truly sorry, it might make things worse for Tommy at school." Mr. Powell sat quietly for a few minutes before shaking his head. "I'm very sorry for all of this, Sheriff. I had no idea that Toby was doing these things. He's always been a sweet boy until lately." He gave a huge sigh. "I don't know if you are aware, but my wife has recently become unstable. She isn't dealing with Toby very well. I'm afraid that I've been focusing on helping her when I'm not performing my mayor duties. Toby probably feels like he's been pushed aside." Kent didn't reply, but he was beginning to understand why Toby had been acting as he had. He knew that most people didn't change from a good person to a bad one overnight. There was usually something that pushed them to do things that they shouldn't. "I put him in the cell to send a message to him that if he continues on this track, this is where he was going to eventually end up, long term. You are welcome to take him home." Mr. Powell nodded and then stood. "Toby will make restitutions for what he's done. I promise you that." Kent also stood. "Please let me know if I can help in any way." He found himself volunteering. "I just might take you up on that." Mr. Powell began to leave the office to get his son, but he turned around at the doorway. "And for what it's worth, I think what you and your wife are doing with those two children is admirable. All children deserve a good home to grow up in." Kent was glad to hear that he had the mayor on his side. He was also pleased that his talk with Mr. Powell had gone so well. He would do his best to come up with something to help Toby cope with what he'd been dealing with in his own home. Kent opened the cell, and a few minutes later, Mr. Powell and Toby were gone. He sighed as he made sure things were locked up and put out the lanterns. It had been a long day, and he was looking forward to getting some sleep. Chapter 31. Anna lay in bed, but she couldn't sleep. She stirred every time she heard a noise, hoping that it was Kent coming home. She knew that he was likely doing something to put an end to Toby's bullying of Tommy, and she hoped that everything would end smoothly, but she still wished that he was home, safe in bed beside her. Suddenly, she heard the front door open and then close. She heard Kent in the kitchen as he clunked a glass against the counter. She heard water pouring from a pitcher, obviously him getting a drink of water. She waited for him to join her, but instead he walked by their room and opened Tommy's door. She could hear Kent softly talking to Tommy, letting her know that the boy was also still awake and wondering what was going to happen. She got out of bed, slipped on a robe, and went into the hallway. She was going to join them, but at the last minute, she stood just outside the open doorway and listened while Kent told Tommy the events of the evening. She was glad to hear that Toby had been caught and that the mayor understood the seriousness of what his son had been doing. When she could tell that Kent was getting ready to leave Tommy to sleep, she quickly went into their room and slipped under the covers. She waited for Kent to join her. She knew that he would be very tired, so she wasn't going to bring up the subject about the money until the morning. But she wanted to be near him. She heard Kent walk softly towards their room, and then he paused. After a moment, he walked past. She heard him go into the living room, and she wondered what he was doing. A few minutes later, all was quiet, and she knew that he wasn't going to be joining her that night. Tears formed in her eyes as she rolled onto her side. She knew she had really messed things up and made a huge mistake by not telling him about the money on that first day. She deeply regretted her actions, but she didn't know how to fix it. She didn't sleep much for the rest of the night, trying to decide what she should do. Should she assume that her marriage was over? What man would want to stay married to a woman who did what she had done? In the early hours of the morning, she began to make plans to ask Emma if she could stay at her house for a while. But after thinking that through, she knew she couldn't do that. She realized during her deep thinking through the night that she had grown to care for Kent very much. She wanted to stay married to him, and she would fight for her marriage with everything she had. She also knew that she needed to be a mother to Tommy and Julia. She couldn't leave them. After only getting a few hours of sleep, she rose at her usual time to make breakfast for her family. Kent was already up when she went into the kitchen. He greeted her almost formally. Anna instinctively knew that it wasn't a good time to talk to him, so she just nodded and began to make breakfast. A few hours later, Kent had left for the day and Tommy went off to school. When Anna was alone with Julia, she knew that she would just carry on like nothing was wrong. It was all she could do at the moment. "I have something fun that we can do today," Anna said to Julia. "Do we get to go to Aunt Emma's ranch?" Julia asked eagerly. Anna laughed. She knew that Julia had loved the few times that they had been at the ranch. She especially loved the animals and would watch them for hours if she had been allowed to. "No, but we are going to the church today. Some of the women are getting together to make quilts for those who might need them for the coming winter." "Oh," Julia said, a bit of disappointment in her voice. "But I'm sure that some of those women will be bringing their children." "I can play with them?" Julia asked, perking up at this news. "I'm sure that you can," Anna replied. She knew that Julia enjoyed being around other people. Since she was 6 years old, Anna felt that Julia would probably be ready to go to school soon. She planned to talk to Kent about sending her after Christmas. By then, she should be ready to not be with Anna all day long. "Let's go then," Julia said as she headed to the door. Anna laughed. "We can't leave for about an hour. Why don't you help me do the dishes and sweep the floors? Then we can go." Julia eagerly began to help, chatting as she did so. Her talking was another sign that the child was feeling more comfortable being in their home. When they had first brought her home, she hardly talked at all. When they finally arrived at the church, Anna found that she was looking forward to spending some time with other women. She helped Julia find a small room where some children were playing before she walked into a larger room. 2 quilts had already been set up, and she gave a woman that looked to be in charge her donation of thread and needles. As she began to quilt, she was content to listen to the conversations around her. Inevitably, the women began to talk about what had happened the night before. She was amazed that they knew so much about what had happened to Toby and the broken window. They even knew that Toby had been the one to steal the items from the store and start the fire at the school. When those events had been hashed over, one of the women turned her attention to Anna. "I am speaking for all of us here, Anna," the wife of Owen, one of Kent's deputies, spoke. "We feel bad that so many of us have been accusing Tommy of doing all those things." "Yes," Lily, the preacher's daughter, added. "I think this is a lesson to all of us, to not assume things are happening the way we think they are. There is always another story behind what could be happening." Several other women nodded. Anna looked at each of them. She was privately glad that Agnes wasn't there. She was struggling with her own negative feelings for the woman. She had been the cause of most of how other people were seeing Tommy. "Thank you," Anna answered. "I know that Tommy is relieved that this is all over." "Are you planning on keeping the children then?" Lily asked curiously. Anna nodded. "We are talking about adoption." "What a great idea," another woman said. "That way, they know that they are really part of your family." "That's what Kent and I feel too," Anna answered. She was pleased that these women were now supporting her and Kent in their decision to keep the children. When it was finally time to leave, Anna went to get Julia, who had been playing with the other children the entire time. She noticed that Julia was talking with a young girl who looked flushed and was sneezing. It was obvious to her that the child was sick. Anna hoped that whatever the girl had wasn't serious. She wondered why the mother had brought her to the quilting bee. Even Julia had picked up on it, telling Anna proudly as they walked home that she had helped take care of the girl all morning. That afternoon, Tommy actually was 10 minutes late coming home from school. When he did appear, Anna could see that he was happier than he'd ever been. He ate his usual 6 cookies and 2 glasses of milk and talked to Anna about how all the children were friendly with him. Some of the boys had even invited him to play ball during the lunch break. Toby hadn't been at school that day, which Anna was sure helped the situation. Kent didn't come home for dinner. In fact, he didn't appear until the children were in bed. Anna left him a plate of food on the back of the stove and finally went to bed herself. She desperately wished she could talk to him. It was obvious that he was avoiding her. Anna knew that she had ruined the best thing that had ever happened to her. She fell asleep with tears on her cheeks. Chapter 32. The next few days, after catching Toby in the act of breaking the window, were very busy for Kent. He went to the cave where he knew the outlaws had hidden out to make sure that it was still empty. He was able to find some other stolen items that they had hidden there. The day after that, he made a trip into Billings with the stolen items he found and the leather bag of money and turned them over to the sheriff. He let everyone think that he found the leather bag when he went back to the cave and found the other stolen items. When the owner of the leather bag heard that his money had been recovered, he was thrilled. He tried to give Kent some of the money as a reward, but Kent refused it. In everyone's minds, since the stolen goods and money had been recovered, the entire situation was over and done with, especially because another sheriff from Wolf River was able to arrest 2 other outlaws who were connected to the 3 that they had already apprehended. Their part of Montana was safe again. Kent had also spent a few hours talking with Mr. Powell and Toby. The boy had turned from an angry young man to a humble one. He knew that what he'd been doing was wrong. It was almost as if he had been glad that he had been caught. When Mr. Powell threatened to send Toby to a military school, Kent saw the raw fear in Toby's eyes. He was able to help the two come up with a plan for restitution. He also made sure that Toby understood that he had only one chance to make things right. If he continued on his path of bullying and destruction, he knew what the next step would be. He also knew that he needed to talk to Anna about the money. She wasn't yet aware that he had gone back to the cave and then made the trip to Billings. He couldn't help but still be very upset at Anna's actions. He felt like she had lied to him and had hindered a very important part of his job as a sheriff. He needed to be able to trust Anna, and he just wasn't sure if he could. He was aware that she was no longer happy. She rarely smiled anymore, and when he was home, she was quiet and wouldn't look at him. She took care of Tommy and Julia, and even made sure he had a warm meal when he did come home. He didn't know what he could do to work things out with her. He felt like part of his life in Philadelphia was replaying itself, and he hated it. On this particular day, he had decided that he needed to talk to the Johnsons. He knew that they were aware that it hadn't been Tommy who had stolen the items. In fact, Tommy had been able to earn the money from the things that he had stolen during the summer when he was trying to care for Julia on his own. He had paid the Johnsons back. Tommy had asked if he could continue to work in the furniture store, but Kent had vetoed the idea. "I think that it would be best that you focus on school right now," Kent had told him, but then added when he saw disappointment in Tommy's eyes, "Maybe you can work in the store a few days a week next summer." Tommy had made restitution the best he could for a 10-year-old boy. Kent now hoped that he would be able to convince Agnes to drop her intense pushing that the children needed to be sent off to an orphanage. He was determined to adopt the two children, but he couldn't have people constantly fighting against what he felt was right. He stepped into the store and saw Agnes talking with a woman near where the bolts of fabric sat against one of the walls. He nodded to her, and she turned her head, letting him know she was going to ignore him. He knew that her actions weren't a good sign for the coming conversation he needed to have with her. He waited patiently while Agnes finished helping her customer, as well as a few others who came into the store. He was determined to talk to her, even if he had to wait all day. When the store was finally empty, he walked over to where Agnes was pretending to be busy straightening an already clean shelf. "I would like to talk to you and Joe," he said without greeting her. "Joe is busy in the back of the store unpacking crates," Agnes answered without looking at him. "You'll have to make do with me." "I would like to talk to both of you," he repeated. "I'll wait until Joe is available." Agnes glared at him before giving a huff. "I'll go get him." Kent didn't smile until she turned and went into the back room. He knew that she liked to control things, and he was beginning to wonder how much Joe really knew of his wife's actions. "Hello, Sheriff," Joe said in a booming and welcoming voice as he wiped his hands on his apron. He offered a hand and Kent shook it. "Agnes says that you want to talk to both of us. What's on your mind? I'm sure that you've heard that we caught the boy who has been stealing from your store." Joe's eyes saddened. "Yes, I was sad to hear that it was the mayor's son. He has already come to apologize and gave us some money for the things he took." "He did?" Agnes said in a cross voice. "Why didn't you tell me?" Joe shrugged. "You weren't here when he came. He paid for what he took and he apologized. He's trying to do the right thing. There's no reason to rehash it. What's done is done." "I happen to not agree," Agnes said as she glared at her husband and then at Kent. "I've heard that you are going to adopt those children. I am very against that." Kent tried not to sigh. This decision really isn't up to you. He hated this part of his job, but he knew he was going to have to play hardball. Agnes continued to talk as if she didn't hear him. Children without parents belong in an orphanage. They shouldn't be living among the rest of us. "Now, Agnes," Joe began to talk, as if trying to smooth things over. "If the sheriff feels like he and his wife can handle them, there isn't any reason to discourage them." Agnes turned to her husband and opened her mouth. Kent decided it was time to put a stop to this. "Agnes," he said sharply. The older woman looked at him with shocked surprise. There must have been something on his face that told her he was upset, and she clamped her mouth closed. "You have caused a lot of the problems that have been going on in this town. Sure, Tommy stole from your store last winter, but he did it to take care of his sister. He's paid for the things he stole. I think that we can all give him a break. I haven't seen any sign that he would want to do anything like that again. But because of your hatred towards orphans, you have done everything you can to convince others in this town to feel the same. This has affected how Toby treated Tommy because of your harsh words that he overheard to his mother." "Well, I never," Agnes muttered. "I am demanding that you learn to keep your opinions to yourself. I do not want to hear that you have spread vicious lies about anyone in this town to another person again." Agnes continued to glare at him, but the look on her face faltered when he stared at her firmly. "You can't stop me from expressing how I feel about something. I can when it hurts someone else." "What are you going to do about it?" she sneered. "I will shut your store down. You can't do that. But I can and I will." He glanced at Joe to gauge his reaction to his threat. He knew that if he had to shut down the store, even temporarily, it would hurt the livelihood of this good man. He was glad to see Joe give him a short nod, letting Kent know that he agreed. Agnes turned to Joe. "Are you going to let the sheriff do this?" "I've tried to talk to you about this, Agnes. You have caused a lot of problems in this town, and it is getting worse. You wouldn't listen to me. Maybe you'll listen to the sheriff." Agnes stared at them both for a long moment before turning her back on them in a huff and storming from the room. There was silence between Kent and Joe for a few heartbeats. "I'm very sorry that Agnes has caused so many problems. I've tried to put a stop to it. I guess I haven't tried very hard. I'm not saying that Toby's actions were Agnes's fault. After all, he chose to do what he did. I just want her to see that she has caused a lot of contention in Ragford." "If it matters, I agree with you," Joe said with a sigh. "I've been feeling for a while now that I need to not allow her to help so much in the store. We've actually lost a few customers. There are people she decides that she doesn't like. She is rude to them and doesn't treat them well, for whatever reason. There are some who are now traveling into Wolf River or even to Billings to purchase their supplies. It's hurting our business." Kent had also heard that this was happening. Just then, a customer walked in, and he knew that the conversation was over for now. He watched as Joe greeted them. "I'll see what I can do about this, Sheriff," Joe said with a nod, before turning his attention to his customer. Kent let himself out and went to his office. He had some paperwork to do. Chapter 33. Over the next few days, both children began to do very well. Miss Carter paid them a visit, saying that Tommy had already moved up a full grade since school started. She praised Tommy and encouraged him to keep working hard. Once Tommy began to relax at school, he began to make friends. One of his good friends was Jerry Campbell. Julia spent much of her time right at Anna's side. Whatever she was doing, Julia was next to her, trying to help. There was only one thing that darkened Anna's days. Things were not going well with Kent. He always came home late from his job as sheriff. By the time he arrived, Anna and the children had already eaten and it was bedtime. So Kent ate his dinner on his own, although Anna tried to keep his meals warm for him on the back of the stove. He went to work early. He didn't talk to her about what he was doing during the day, like he had done before the money was found. He never came to bed until Anna had already fallen asleep. She only knew he was still sharing her bed because of the imprint of his head on his pillow in the mornings. One especially hard morning, as he let himself out of the house to head to his office, Anna actually admitted to herself that she was glad he was gone for the day. Kent was definitely avoiding her, and after a few attempts at trying to talk to him, she finally gave up. Maybe he needed some time to think through things, and she just needed to let him be. But as the days went on, she wondered if he would ever give her the chance to explain and to apologize. Part of her wanted to pack up the children and go out to Emma's ranch. When Kent was home, there was so much tension between them that Anna dreaded the moment he walked in the door. Would her sister be willing to let her stay there for a few days while she worked things out in her mind? But then she realized that her thoughts were dangerous. Running away from her problems wasn't the answer. She knew that marriage wasn't always flowers, rainbows, and sunshine. She remembered a few times when she knew that her own parents were upset at each other because of the tense glances they gave each other and few words. But they always seemed to work out whatever problems they had. They had a hard life on their farm, but she never once doubted the love her parents had for each other. She remembered the vows she had made with Kent. Even though she had hardly known him, she had promised him, before Mr. Browning, Emma, and her family, and the few friends who had attended their wedding, that she would stay by him in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer, until death do them part. She had made those promises to Kent, but also to God. Anna had to ask herself, had she made those promises because it had been expected of her, or because she had really meant them? If she did mean them, then leaving Kent to run to her sister wasn't the answer. She was a responsible married woman, and she needed to act like it. She had made a mistake, and she would do whatever it took to work things out with Kent. She would do what she needed to do because she loved him. That thought hit her straight in her heart. She had fallen in love with her husband. For a second, she couldn't breathe as she realized that she loved Kent. To her, love was serious and long-lasting. She would do whatever it took to fix things. She knew that this was likely the first bump in their marriage, and how they handled it now would determine how they worked out every other problem or trial they faced in the future. That morning, after Kent left for the day, she pushed her conflicted thoughts out of her mind and began her usual housework. She swept the kitchen floor and then decided that it would be a good day to wash her windows. But then she realized that Julia wasn't at her side like she usually was. "Julia," Anna called, "I am going to wash the windows. Would you like to help?" Julia didn't answer, so she set a rag down on the kitchen table and went to find the girl. Julia was curled up on the sofa in the parlor, a book in her hand. But she wasn't looking at the pictures. She lay there, her face flushed. Anna knew immediately that Julia wasn't feeling well. "Oh, I hope that you aren't getting sick," Anna murmured as she scooped Julia up into her lap. Julia snuggled against her chest and fell asleep. She decided that her day would best be spent taking care of Julia instead of washing windows. She could do that another day. She hoped that Julia just needed some comfort and a nap. She would wake up feeling better. But Anna's hope wasn't to be. By lunchtime, it was obvious that Julia was ill. Anna did what she could to take care of Julia and make her comfortable. Her mother had been good with home remedies, but she didn't have anything in the house that could help Julia. She also complained of a very bad sore throat and didn't want to eat anything. As the day wore on, Anna somehow knew that Julia had something more than the common cold. Her symptoms were getting worse much too quickly. When Tommy came home, she immediately gave him a stack of cookies and then sent him to Jerry Campbell's house, as he happened to live just down the street. She gave him a note to give to Jerry's mother, requesting that Tommy stay in their home until Julia was better. She didn't want Tommy to catch whatever Julia had. A few minutes after Tommy left, he returned with the message that he could stay with Jerry for as long as he needed to. Tommy seemed excited to be able to spend some time with his friend, and Anna was glad that she wouldn't need to worry about him. As the afternoon moved into evening, she continued to take care of Julia and prayed that Kent would come home soon. Maybe he would know what to do. She did start to think that she should have sent Tommy to tell Kent that Julia was sick before he went to his friend's house, but she hadn't thought of that option right then. She also realized that although she did love Kent, she didn't quite trust him with her feelings. She was afraid that he would think that she was overreacting, but deep in her heart, she knew that something wasn't quite right with Julia. Besides, children got sick all the time. They'd have a high fever in the morning, and by the next day they'd be back to normal. Most likely, this was what would happen with Julia. Anna could only hope that when Julia woke up the next morning, she'd be hungry but her happy self. She didn't want Kent to think that she was overreacting to something that might not end up being a big deal. When Kent finally arrived home that evening, a few hours after the sun had set, he found her sitting by Julia's bed. She ignored him while she removed a rag from Julia's forehead, dipped it into cool water, and wrung out the excess liquid before putting it on her forehead in an attempt to keep the fever she had from getting too high. "Is something wrong with Julia?" Kent asked with concern in his voice. "She's been sick all day. I sent Tommy to the Campbell's house for the night. I don't want him to get whatever Julia has." "That's a bit drastic, isn't it?" Kent asked as he stepped inside. "I thought that you'd think that," Anna answered as calmly as she could. "She is quite sick. She has a bad sore throat and a fever. I am pretty sure her head hurts." Kent's eyes darted to hers. "Have you been taking care of her all day?" Anna nodded as she removed the rag and repeated the process of cooling Julia down. "Why didn't you send for me?" Anna turned and looked at him, but she didn't say anything. She knew that he got her unspoken message when he sighed and looked away. "I could have helped, Anna. You didn't have to take care of her by yourself." "I left your dinner on the stove like usual," Anna replied. Her focus was on Julia. She didn't want to deal with the problems of her marriage right then. "I'll go and eat and then come help you with her," Kent said as he left the room. Anna sighed as she heard Kent walk towards the kitchen. She dipped the rag into the cool water, squeezed out all the liquid, and placed it on Julia's head again. She knew that it was going to be a long night. Chapter 34. Kent could tell that Anna was very worried about Julia. At first, he didn't share her concern. Children got sick all the time, and from what he could tell, Julia just had a good old-fashioned cold. He almost chastised Anna for sending Tommy off to the neighbors, feeling like she was being overly cautious and protective. But he did pick up on her intense concern for Julia and decided to keep quiet. Maybe it would be best if Tommy wasn't home. That way, Anna could focus on Julia and not worry about Tommy. He also had become aware that Tommy had become good friends with Jerry Campbell, and he recognized that it would be good for him to be around other boys. After Kent ate his meal, he quickly washed the few dishes he had used, and then went down the hall and into Julia's room. From what he could tell, Anna hadn't moved from her chair beside Julia's bed since he had come home. Julia was still asleep, but she didn't look like she was resting comfortably. She kept moving in her sleep and letting out a moan every so often. Sometimes her head would move back and forth in agitation. Kent leaned against the doorway and watched his wife. Something twisted in his heart as Anna continued to care for the sleeping child. She was a good woman and had done a great job becoming an instant mother to 2 children who weren't her own. He was aware that some women wouldn't have been as understanding if their husbands had brought home 2 orphan children who needed a lot of care, love, and acceptance. Anna had been hesitant at first, but then she had embraced the children wholeheartedly. He knew that they needed to talk about the issue of the money, but he also knew that now wasn't the time. Anna seemed to sense his presence and turned to look at him. "How is she?" Kent asked. Anna shook her head. "I don't know, Kent. She seems to be getting sicker. I am having a hard time getting her to drink or eat anything." "When was the last time she ate?" Kent questioned. "She ate a bit of bread around noon. I know that when I'm sick, I don't want to eat much. Maybe she just needs a good night's sleep. She'll be feeling better tomorrow," Kent suggested. "Maybe," Anna nodded, but Kent could tell that she didn't agree with him. She fussed with Julia's covers for a moment before looking at him, her eyes brightening. "I know what I can do. When we were sick, Ma would make us chicken and vegetable soup. The broth always tasted so good when I had a sore throat." She stood up. "Can you watch Julia while I start some soup?" "Of course," Kent answered. He waited until Anna reached his side before touching her shoulder in comfort. "She'll be okay, Anna." Anna looked at him with an unreadable expression in her eyes. She nodded before disappearing down the hallway and towards the kitchen. Kent sighed and sat down in the chair Anna had been using. He wasn't sure what he could do to make Julia more comfortable. He saw a washcloth sat on the table near the bed, so he picked it up and dipped it into the bowl of cool water that also sat on the table. Wringing it out, he folded it and put it on her forehead. That was when he realized how hot Julia was. He stared at Julia in shock. "No wonder Anna is worried," he muttered to himself. Kent touched her cheek and then her neck, and found that she was equally hot in those areas. He noticed that Julia was in a thick flannel nightgown, and Anna had tucked 2 quilts around her small body. "She's got to be very hot in that nightgown and blankets," he said out loud. Kent quickly removed the blankets from Julia in an effort to cool her down. He could tell that the nightgown was wet from her fever. He knew that Julia needed to be changed into a fresh one, but he couldn't do it on his own. He glanced at Julia to make sure that she was still sleeping before leaving her room and going into the kitchen. Anna was busy chopping up carrots and adding them to a large soup pot. "Why aren't you with Julia?" Anna asked with concern when she saw him. "I don't want her to be left alone. I think that she needs a fresh nightgown. The one she is wearing is wet from her fever." "I know," Anna said. "I've changed her already twice today. She doesn't have any other nightgowns to wear, and I haven't had a chance to do the laundry. I think that it might be a good idea to not put her in clothes that are so warm, plus those heavy blankets." Anna sighed. I'm not sure how to get her fever down. She seems to be hot and then cold. I just don't want her to get cold and get sicker. How about we change her into one of her shifts? Those should be light enough. Then we can cover her with a sheet. If she gets cold, we'll put a blanket on her. If she gets hot, we can remove the blanket. Anna smiled at him wearily. That's a good idea. Let's try that. It took a while, but soon they had Julia changed into dry clothing and covered with a sheet. Kent wasn't sure if changing her did any good. In fact, he was very concerned that she hadn't even woken up while they changed her. He was starting to see why Anna was so concerned. As the chicken soup started to cook, Kent could smell how good it was, and he hoped that she made enough for them to have a bowl. When Anna declared it cooked enough, she tried to get Julia to sip some of the broth, but to no avail. Over the next few hours, they took care of Julia together. By the time it was late into the night, Kent could see that Anna was very tired. "Why don't you get some sleep?" Kent suggested. "I'll stay up with Julia for a few hours." "I can stay up with her first. You need to get some rest so you can work tomorrow," Anna argued. Kent shook his head. "I'm not going into work tomorrow unless I need to. I can stay up." Anna hesitated for a long moment, obviously torn between the need to take care of Julia and the need for sleep. "Okay," she finally agreed. "As long as you wake me up if you need me." She looked at Julia. Or if... Kent knew what Anna was afraid to say, or if Julia continued to get worse. "I will," he promised. Anna put a hand on Julia's face for a moment, and then walked sleepily from the room. A few seconds later, Kent heard their bedroom door close. He could only hope that Anna would be able to get at least some rest. He wasn't going to wake her up unless he really needed her. He wanted her to rest as long as she could. After Anna left, Kent stayed by Julia's bedside. She continued to sleep, and Kent started to get sleepy himself. Knowing that Anna would be expecting him to stay awake, he went into the parlor and picked out a book to read. Hopefully, reading would help him stay awake. Julia continued to be very hot and then cold, classic symptoms of a high fever. He did his best to watch for signs when she needed blankets on her and then needed them taken off. He tried to focus on the book, but he ended up putting it aside. The night became very long, and Kent finally moved Julia over in her bed and stretched out beside her. He placed a hand on her arm, hoping that if she needed him, he would know. Then he fell asleep. Chapter 35. Sunlight streamed through the open window of her room, and Anna stretched, trying to figure out why she hadn't shut the curtains when she went to bed the night before. But then she suddenly remembered the horrific details of the day before and jumped out of bed. She quickly put on a robe over her nightgown and ran out of her bedroom and into Julia's room. She wondered why Kent hadn't woken her up, and she could only hope that when she went into Julia's room, she would see the child sitting up in bed chatting with Kent. Her heart dropped at what she did see. Kent was lying on top of Julia's blankets asleep. She looked at Julia, who was also asleep. She smiled at the sight of them. Kent's arm was covering Julia's chest, as if trying to protect her even in sleep. The sight of Kent with Julia reinforced to her that she had married a good man. He cared very much about everyone around him. She was aware that many men wouldn't have brought 2 orphan children into their home like Kent had. She had grown to love both children since they began living with them, and the thought of losing Julia was too much to bear. Suddenly, she noticed that Julia was barely moving and looked tremendously pale. Panic clutched her heart, and she quickly tried to shake her awake. She breathed a sigh of relief when Julia opened her eyes, but they were glazed with fever. Julia turned her head towards her and moaned. "Hurts." "What hurts, honey?" Anna asked, anxious to help the child in some way. "Hurts," Julia moaned again. Kent jerked his head up. "Oh, I must have fallen asleep. What time is it?" "Early morning," Anna responded. "You didn't wake me up. You needed sleep. I have a feeling today is going to be a long one," Kent responded. "Julia is saying that she hurts." Kent carefully got off the bed and then turned his attention to the child. "What hurts, Julia? Can you tell us so we can fix it?" But Julia didn't answer. She had fallen back asleep. "I think that we need to get the doctor over here," Anna said firmly. She knew that if Kent didn't feel the same way, she would go and fetch him herself. She was relieved when Kent nodded his head in agreement. "I was thinking the same thing in the middle of the night," Kent said. "Now that you are awake, I'll go and get him." "Can you wait until I dress?" she asked. At Kent's nod, she hurried to her room and quickly changed from her nightgown into a worn but comfortable dress. When she returned, Kent touched her shoulder as if in comfort. "I'll be back as soon as I can," he said. "Hopefully the doctor will be home and can come right over." After Kent left, Anna heated up some of the chicken soup she had made the day before. She tried to wake Julia up again, at least long enough to swallow a few teaspoons of the broth. After a few words of encouragement, she was pleased that Julia was able to swallow a few spoonfuls before turning her head away. She was very concerned about the child, and she could only hope that the doctor would know what was wrong and would be able to help. She was surprised to hear the front door opening just a few minutes later. Kent came into the room, the doctor right behind. "That was fast," Anna commented with relief. "I caught the doctor walking towards his house from another home," Kent explained. Anna could tell that something wasn't quite right in the way Kent had said his words, and her stomach clenched. The man smiled, distracting her from her thoughts. "Hello, Anna. Kent says that this young lady isn't feeling well." He looked from Anna to Julia, and she could see a deep concern in his eyes. Were other children in town also sick with the symptoms Julia had? She jerked her attention to Dr. Gill. "Yes, she started to get sick yesterday morning. She has a high fever and has been complaining of a sore throat. I can't get her to eat much. She is sleeping all the time." Anna continued to tell Dr. Gill what she had been doing in caring for Julia as he began to look her over. When he looked into her mouth, she noticed that he shook his head. "Has she been around other children in the last week or so?" Dr. Gill asked. Anna thought for a moment. "Yes, I took her with me to the quilting bee at the church last Thursday. She played with some children there." Then she remembered something. In fact, she played with a little girl named Becky. She seemed to have been coming down with a cold, but I didn't think much of it then. "I just left Becky's home. She is also quite sick," Dr. Gill responded. "What do you think Julia has?" Kent asked in a tense voice. Dr. Gill looked at both of them. "I believe that Becky has diphtheria, and I think Julia has the same disease." Anna gasped at Dr. Gill's words, and she took a few steps back from him in shock. "Are you sure?" Anna asked in a shaky voice. Dr. Gill nodded sadly. "There are a few other cases in town besides Becky. Another little girl Becky is friends with is also very sick, and I don't think—" Dr. Gill stopped talking, and Anna knew what he was going to say. Her heart seemed to drop clear to her toes. Diphtheria was a very scary disease and seemed to hit children harder than adults. It was very contagious and could spread quickly through a small town such as Ragford. "What can we do, doctor?" Kent asked with concern. Keep doing what you are doing now. Hopefully, she will turn a corner in a few days. At least she is still breathing normally. Dr. Gill opened up his medical bag and pulled out a small package. This is willow bark. Make this into tea and see if Julia will drink some of it. It's very bitter, so it might help to add some honey to the tea if you have it, or sugar. It will help her fever and the pain she has with her throat. Anna accepted the small package. Tears were so close to the surface, she couldn't tell him thank you. She watched as Dr. Gill put his medical instruments away in his black bag. If she starts to have a hard time breathing, come and get me. Anna didn't say anything and allowed Kent to walk the doctor out. She almost collapsed in the chair by Julia's bed and did her best to not fall apart. She couldn't. She needed to be strong so that she could take care of Julia. Kent was soon by her side. "Are you all right?" Kent asked. "Have you seen a child with diphtheria before?" Anna asked. "I've only heard about the sickness," Kent admitted. "I've never been around it. When I was about 10 years old, some of the people in the town near where I lived in Kansas got sick with it. When my parents found out that they were sick with it, they wouldn't let Emma and me go to school for over a month, for fear that we'd also get it." Anna took a deep breath. "Two of the people who got sick were my friends from school, and they died." She looked at Kent, and she couldn't help the tears that streamed down her face. "I remember my mother saying that most of the time when children get diphtheria, they don't make it." Anna began to sob on her last words. Kent moved to her and pulled her to her feet. He gathered her into his arms and held her close while Anna cried. It took her a few minutes to get herself under control. When she was finally able to, Kent looked at her. "We will do whatever we can to help her, okay? The doctor said that we were already doing what he would have suggested. Keep her fever down, change her clothing and bedding, and get her to drink as much broth as we can. We can make that tea and maybe it will help her fever. We'll keep on doing those things, okay?" Anna nodded. Kent pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and carefully wiped her face before giving it to her. "I won't go into the office unless I'm needed. I'll be here to help you with her," Kent continued. "Thank you," Anna answered. "I was able to get Julia to drink a few sips of the soup you made twice last night. Let's try that again." Anna nodded again. She had her time to fall apart. Now she needed to be strong to help Julia get well. Diphtheria didn't take every person it attacked, and she could only hope and pray that Julia would be one of them. Anna was grateful for Kent's help that day. He had left the house for about an hour to inform his deputies that he wouldn't be in for the next few days. When he returned, he told Anna that Dr. Gill had placed a quarantine on the town. No one was allowed to leave or come in. He didn't want the disease to be spread any further than it had. He also suggested that the businesses of Ragford not open and everyone stay in their homes as much as possible. She thought about Emma and her family and prayed that they would be safe from this disease on their ranch. She was glad that Dr. Gill was taking the crisis seriously and was taking measures to keep it under control as much as possible. She could only hope that people would listen to him. Kent had asked his 3 deputies to spread the word around town about the quarantine. After Kent returned, Anna quickly washed some of Julia's clothing and hung it outside in the bright sunshine to dry on the clothesline. The clothes dried quickly, and Kent helped her change Julia's clothing again. This time, they also gave her a cool sponge bath, which seemed to help the fever go down for a while. Julia refused to take any of the willow bark tea, so they did their best to encourage her to take a few swallows of the chicken broth every hour. Later that afternoon, Anna heard a knock on the door and she let Kent answer it. She immediately forgot about who might be visiting as she continued to care for Julia. She had only been able to get Julia to swallow around half a cup of broth all day. In her mind, it wasn't enough to keep a bird alive. She looked up in surprise as Dr. Gill walked into the room, his face grave. "Did you come to check on Julia?" Anna asked. "Because there really hasn't been any change since this morning." Dr. Gill only nodded and gave Julia another cursory exam. After he looked in Julia's mouth, he sighed and looked at them both. "Can I talk to both of you privately?" Kent nodded, but Anna hesitated. She didn't want to leave Julia for even a moment. Besides, Julia was asleep, like she had been all day. Would she really wake up at the doctor's voice? Dr. Gill seemed to immediately know what Anna was thinking. "I think that sometimes people who are sick and seem to not be alert can sometimes hear what is going on around them. What I have to talk to you about, she probably shouldn't hear." This was a new thought to Anna, and she tucked the information in her mind for later. She hadn't talked to Julia much, afraid to disturb her sleep, but maybe it would be better if she did talk to her, even though she might not respond. She nodded and followed the doctor out of the room. "Can I offer you some coffee or something to eat?" Anna offered. "Coffee sounds good," Dr. Gill answered wearily. The three of them went into the kitchen. The men sat down at the table while Anna began to heat up water to make coffee. "What do you have to tell us?" Kent asked. "Becky died this morning." "Oh no," Anna breathed. "I'm expecting another death by this evening," Dr. Gill said sadly. Kent groaned, stood up, and began to pace the kitchen. "Isn't there something we can do, doctor?" Dr. Gill looked at him. "I sent a telegram to a doctor friend of mine who lives in Billings, Dr. Martin. We went to medical school together. I asked him for suggestions on how to help my patients. He reminded me of something that we had heard about just last summer when we went to a medical conference in New York together." Anna listened quietly while Dr. Gill told them how a man had somehow come up with the idea to inject the diphtheria germ into a horse's bloodstream. He was looking for a cure for diphtheria. For some reason unknown to science, the horse didn't get sick. Instead, its body somehow developed a defense against the disease. When the man removed some of the horse's blood, he injected it into a person who had diphtheria. He called it a serum. For the first few times, the person they injected the serum into still died. But he continued to test what he called the antitoxin. Eventually, it began to help patients get better from having diphtheria. Dr. Gill then told them that Dr. Martin had a supply of the antitoxin. Dr. Gill wasn't sure if it would really help the people who were so sick in Ragford, but it might be worth a try. "Well, how can we get it here?" Kent asked eagerly. He looked like he was ready to leave for Billings right at that moment. Dr. Gill sighed. "It's not that simple. The antitoxin is very expensive. I don't have the funds to purchase more than a few doses." Anna immediately noticed that the subject of money immediately kept Kent from asking more questions. She set a cup of hot coffee in front of the doctor as her mind went over what he had just told them. Most of what he had said didn't make sense to her. How could a medicine be made from a horse's blood? And how could it be put into a human? How could it stop the diphtheria from getting worse? She also heard what the doctor didn't come right out and say. There was a chance that giving a person this antitoxin might kill them, but the diphtheria could kill them anyway. In her mind, this could be the only thing that could save Julia's life. As Kent continued to talk to Dr. Gill, She started to think of what she could do to purchase the antitoxin for Julia and for everyone else who was sick in Ragford. Chapter 36. After the doctor left, Kent ran a hand through his hair in frustration. He tried to wrap his head around what Dr. Gill had just told them. There was some type of medicine that could possibly save his little girl. The doctor had explained how it would need to be given to Julia, and it didn't make sense to him, but what did he know? He wasn't a doctor, and he was sure that Dr. Gill knew what he was talking about. He could hear Anna in Julia's room attending to her. Making a split decision, he slipped outside. He needed to take a walk and think about things. As he walked down the street, he hated the feelings he was having. He was used to being able to solve any problem that was put in front of him. He was the sheriff, after all. No problem was too big for him to tackle and eventually solve. But this sickness, he couldn't do anything about. The last thing Dr. Gill had said to him was that all he could do was let nature take its course with Julia. He knew that the doctor was hinting that there was a very good chance that Julia wasn't going to make it. As he passed the Campbell house, he decided to stop and see how Tommy was doing. He wasn't sure if Tommy even knew how sick his sister was. He was glad that Anna had had the foresight to send the boy to the Campbell house. Otherwise, most likely, they'd have 2 sick children in their home. He walked up the small path to the front door and knocked. A moment later, Mrs. Campbell answered it. She gave him a smile of welcome when she saw him. Kent could hear the commotion of boys yelling and playing in her house. They sounded happy and full of life, which made Kent smile. The Campbells were raising 4 boys, all of them close in age to each other. In fact, if he remembered correctly, 2 of them were twins, although they didn't look identical. "Hello, Sheriff Wilcox," Mrs. Campbell said. "Are you wanting Tommy to come home now?" Kent shook his head. "Can I talk to you for a moment?" Mrs. Campbell must have heard the sorrow in his voice, for her face became grave as she stepped out onto the porch. "Is everything all right?" "Tommy's sister, Julia, is very sick," Kent replied. Mrs. Campbell seemed to know what he wasn't saying. "I'm so sorry, Sheriff. I've heard that diphtheria is going through town." "Have any of your family gotten sick?" Kent asked. "No, thank the good Lord," Mrs. Campbell said. "I've kept all the children inside, like Dr. Gill has suggested. That's no small feat, mind you. Boys need the sun and to run and play, but I don't dare let them out." "Good," Kent nodded, glad that Mrs. Campbell was taking the risks seriously. "I hate to ask this of you, but can you keep Tommy for the next few days?" "Of course," Mrs. Campbell said with sympathy in her eyes. "He is actually helping my other boys from going stir-crazy. Can I talk to him for a moment?" "Yes, I'll go and fetch him." She turned to leave, but then said, "Just to let you know, I haven't told the children how bad the sickness is." Kent nodded his understanding, knowing that Mrs. Campbell was saying that Tommy didn't know how sick his sister was. Mrs. Campbell disappeared in her house, leaving Kent standing on the porch. A moment later, Tommy appeared. "Hi," Tommy said, a large smile on his face. "Can I go home now? Is Julia better?" Kent slowly shook his head. "Julia is still not feeling well. I think it would be best if you stay here for a few more days." "Oh," Tommy said with disappointment. "If you let me come, I can help with Julia. I won't be any extra trouble, I promise." "I'm sure that you could help, but we don't want you to get what Julia has," Kent said, trying to figure out how to get Tommy to understand what he was saying without telling him everything. "Okay," Tommy said, his eyes downcast. I'll stay here. Are you having fun here with the Campbells? Tommy shrugged. Sure. Jerry is fun to hang out with. His younger brothers sure are pains, though. Kent couldn't help but laugh. Brothers can be that way sometimes. What have you been doing? Mrs. Campbell is making us do schoolwork, and I'm practicing my reading. We also are making up our own game with a checkers board and some colored rocks. It sounds like you are doing fine here. If you need me, just tell Mr. or Mrs. Campbell to send a message to me and I'll come, okay? Tommy didn't answer, but he nodded. He definitely didn't look happy that he wasn't allowed to come home. I'll come and get you as soon as it's safe, all right? And don't worry about your sister. Mrs. Anna is taking very good care of her. I wish I could help, Tommy said again. You can help, Kent said, suddenly thinking of something. I can? Tommy's eyes lit up. What can I do? You can say a prayer to God and ask him to watch over Julia, Kent answered. Sure, I can do that, Tommy answered, but his eyes looked skeptical. Kent continued to ask Tommy what other things he had been doing at the Campbell house. After hearing about the book he was trying to read, Kent gave Tommy a hug and left him standing on the porch. He hated that he had to leave Tommy behind. Did Tommy think that he was being abandoned again? Kent could only hope that he didn't get sick. When he returned to his house, Anna met him at the door. Where did you go? She asked with concern. I went to see how Tommy was doing, Kent answered. How is he doing? Anna asked, eager to hear some good news about him. He is fine. No one at the Campbells has gotten sick yet, and Mrs. Campbell is keeping all the children indoors until the threat of this sickness has passed. Oh, that's good. I'm glad that we don't need to worry about him, Anna said with relief, and then changed the subject. I have something I want to talk to you about. All right, Kent nodded. By mutual agreement, they went into the kitchen and sat down at the table. He waited for Anna to talk and noticed that she was acting nervous. What is it? Is Julia growing worse? He asked, just about ready to jump up and check on the child. Anna shook her head. She's about the same. I was able to get her to take a few more swallows of the broth. That broth that you made is very tasty. I'm glad she's taking some of it. It's too bad we can't get her to drink some of the willow bark tea, but I don't much blame her. It can taste pretty bitter. I know. I've had it before. Even adding honey to it doesn't take the bitterness away. What did you want to talk to me about? He asked, as he leaned back in his chair, making himself comfortable. I think that you should contact your family. Now, Anna, Kent started to say. This was the last thing he expected her to say. Why was she suddenly worried about his relationship with his family? Didn't she have enough to worry about with Julia being so sick? Please, let me finish before you say anything, Anna pleaded. Something in Anna's eyes made him give her a nod of agreement, but he instinctively knew that he wasn't going to like what she was going to say. Anna took a deep breath. Dr. Gill said that the medicine that the doctor in Billings has is expensive. Your family has the means to help us. Kent wanted to interrupt her, but she raised a hand and gave him such a sharp but desperate look that he kept his mouth closed. I know that you haven't contacted your father in years. I understand the reason why you left your family behind and the money that was meant to be yours. But that money could now help Julia and others in our town. Don't you see? Money isn't always bad. It can be used for good, too. In fact, I think that much of the time it is used for good. We have to have money in our lives to survive one way or another. Kent sighed and leaned forward in his chair, his arms on the table, his fists clenched. He understood what Anna was saying, but he didn't like it. The last thing he wanted to do was beg his father for money for any reason. He waited to see if Anna was done talking. When she didn't say anything else, he spoke. Even if I do ask my father for some money, there is a very good chance he will ignore my request. He did basically disown me after all. I know, Anna nodded slowly. But don't you see, you need to at least try. If you don't. She didn't finish her sentence, but Kent knew what she didn't say. If he didn't, Julia could die, but she could die anyway. Even if my father agrees and wires me the money, it could be too late anyway. It will take some time to send him the message and receive a response, Kent said. I know, Anna said sadly. A few tears ran down her cheeks, but I still think we should try. Kent stood up. I'll need to think about this. You have to know that this is very hard for me. Just realize that we are running out of time, Kent, Anna added, as she continued to wipe tears from her face. Kent could tell that she wanted to keep talking, to say anything she could to convince him, but she wisely stayed silent. She also stood and gave him a small smile before leaving the room to go and continue her care of Julia. Kent sighed and closed his eyes for a minute. The last thing he wanted to do was to contact his family. And he really didn't think his father would send him any money. He still remembered how angry his father had been during their last conversation. He had threatened to cut off all ties to the family if Kent went through with his ridiculous idea of moving west to live in a small town and be a sheriff. At the time, Kent hadn't cared. He knew what he wanted to do with his life, and he was determined for it to happen. And it had happened. He was now the sheriff of this wonderful town, and he didn't regret his decision for even a moment. But he did have regrets that he wasn't aware of how his mother or sister was doing, and he wished that he was still in contact with his family for that reason. He left the house, shutting the door softly behind him. Again, he walked down the street, past houses where his neighbors lived. He didn't see anyone outside like he normally would have. Usually, there would be women hanging laundry out on ropes or working in their gardens. Children would be playing outside. Men would be chopping wood or heading to work. But now, it was like Ragford had almost turned into a ghost town. He walked onto the main street and headed to the telegraph office. Deep in his heart, he knew that Anna was right, as much as he didn't want her to be. He had to at least try to ask for his father's help. He had the money sitting in a trust fund in a bank back east. Maybe his father would at least send some of that money to him. He knew that if he didn't at least try, he wouldn't ever be able to forgive himself. He was glad that the telegraph and post office was open since most of the other businesses in town were closed in an effort to keep the sickness from spreading. He stepped inside and saw Mr. Patton sitting behind his desk, reading a newspaper. "Hello, Sheriff. What brings you out today?" Mr. Patton asked as he set the newspaper aside. "I'd like to send a telegram," Kent replied. Mr. Patton looked concerned. "I hope it's not bad news. Kent shook his head. "Julia is pretty sick, but she is sleeping right now." "That's good," Mr. Patton said. He pulled a piece of paper out from a drawer in his desk and handed it to Kent, along with something to write with. "What do you want this telegram to say?" Kent paused, trying to figure out the best way to word his message to his father in the least amount of words possible. It took him a few minutes to decide, but he finally decided on the following words. "Father, diphtheria in town, many sick. Doctor knows of medicine to help, but expensive and in Billings, which is half a day away. Please wire money to help. Kent Wilcox." Mr. Patton's eyes rose clear up to his bushy eyebrows when Kent pushed the paper with his message on it towards him, and he read it. "The doctor knows of a medicine that can help us?" he asked, with hope in his eyes. "Yes, he just told me about it a few hours ago. I don't quite understand how the medicine can help, but Dr. Gill says it's worth a try. The problem is, the medicine is in Billings, and it is expensive. I'm hoping that my father will be willing to help." "I'll get this sent off right away then," Mr. Patton said eagerly as he began to send the message over the telegraph wires. A few minutes later, he nodded his satisfaction. "It's been sent. Now we just have to wait." "How much do I owe you?" Kent asked, pulling out his billfold. "Oh, I'll cover this," Mr. Patton said. "You don't need to pay anything." Kent wanted to argue with him, but in the end he backed down. He understood that sometimes people wanted to do what they could to help, even if it was just a little bit. Mr. Patton obviously felt that way. "How is your family?" Kent asked. "So far, so good," Mr. Patton answered. "The doctor was smart to quickly quarantine the town and insist we all stay in our homes. Hopefully, that will help." Kent nodded. He felt the same way. "Most of the people who are sick are children, although I feel bad for the Johnsons." "What do you mean?" "Agnes is sick and not doing very well," Mr. Patton said, with a sad shake of his head. "From what I hear, according to the doctor anyway, adults who get diphtheria don't get as sick as children can, but she isn't doing very well." Kent didn't know what to think about this news. Agnes wasn't his favorite person and had been a thorn in his side from the first day he came into town 5 years ago, but he wouldn't wish this sickness on his worst enemy. "I hope that she gets better soon," Kent said. He was now even more determined to get his father to agree to send some money. But if that didn't happen, he knew that he needed to think of another way to come up with the funds. They needed to get the antitoxin to Ragford as soon as they could. Chapter 37. When Kent returned home and informed Anna that he had sent off a telegram to his father requesting some money, she broke down in tears of relief and gratitude. She knew that sending the message to his father for help had to have been very difficult for him. "Thank you," Anna said, when she could finally talk through her tears. "I don't know what he will do," Kent said, warning her. "He might just completely ignore my request. He wouldn't let me stay in touch with my mother or sister. He might decide that we need to handle this ourselves." "I know, but at least you tried," Anna said as she used her handkerchief. She tried to stop crying, but the tears still continued to fall. "Oh, honey," Kent murmured as he gathered her into his arms. "I'm so sorry." Anna didn't say anything, but she accepted his comfort. She knew that most of the reason she was crying was because of her concern about Julia, but she also was worried about her relationship with Kent. She knew that she had made a huge mistake in not telling him about the money, then hiding it and forgetting about it. She didn't know what she could do to make things right with him. She hated how things had been between them before Julia got sick. But now they were working together, at least for now. She was grateful for that, and vowed that she would insist that they talk about the money issue as soon as Julia was better. She knew that it wasn't healthy for any relationship to just ignore a problem. It just grew bigger. "When do you think you'll hear anything?" Anna asked. Mr. Patton said the soonest it will be is the end of the day, and maybe not until tomorrow. Anna wished that there was some way she could speed things along. She knew that they had done all they could do. Now it was up to God to soften Mr. Wilcox's heart to give the help he'd be able to. Somewhere deep inside her, she wondered if it was too late. The doctor said to watch out for Julia not being able to breathe normally. and so far that symptom hadn't shown itself. But she was sure that it was only a matter of time. "Why don't you go and get some rest?" Kent said. "I'll take care of Julia for a while." Anna shook her head. "I don't think I can relax enough to sleep. I want to make some fresh soup. I've been trying to keep the soup I made yesterday warm, and the vegetables are getting quite mushy." "Okay, then why don't you do that?" Kent agreed. Anna began to make a fresh batch of soup, knowing that Julia would most likely only drink the broth. But she was a firm believer in the healing taste of chicken soup. She didn't know if that was true or not, but she remembered many times being sick as a child and eating her mother's chicken soup. She was always better a few days later. Maybe the chicken soup would become a miracle cure for Julia. That evening, there was a knock on the door, and Kent jumped up from the table and went to answer it. Anna wanted to follow, but made herself stay by Julia's side. She figured that it was probably the doctor just checking on Julia. Kent returned a few minutes later, joy on his face. "Is it Dr. Gill?" Anna asked. "My father sent me a telegram," Kent said, a look of amazement on his face. "He is wiring money to the bank in Billings. It will be there in the morning." "Oh, Kent," Anna said as she jumped up and gave him a hug. "How much did he send?" Instead of answering, Kent gave her the telegram to read. "Kent, glad to hear from you. Answer to prayers. Money on its way to bank in Billings. Letter following. Father." Anna looked at Kent, and she couldn't help but smile in relief. "He sounds happy that you contacted him." Kent had a look of amazement on his face. It would seem so. "He didn't say what bank he is wiring the money to," Anna commented. "He wired it to the bank we always used," Kent responded. "He knew I'd know which bank to go to." Anna gave him another hug. She knew how hard it had been for Kent to agree to ask his father for help. She could only hope that something good would come of this. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Tommy sat on the Campbell sofa with a simple book in his lap. Jerry had been helping him with his reading, and he was getting much better. But he still had a long way to go to be able to read as well as Jerry did. He was glad that Jerry never made fun of his stuttering over simple words. He just encouraged Tommy and moved on. But now, Jerry was helping his mother with something in the kitchen, and he was alone in their living room. He couldn't focus on his book because he was very worried about Julia. Why hadn't Kent let him come home? Mr. and Mrs. Campbell were acting very funny, like they knew something he didn't. He wished that he could demand that they tell him whatever they were whispering about, but he knew that they'd just ignore him. Part of him wondered if Julia was really going to be okay, since all of the adults were acting very strange. He even heard a whispered word that started with a D, but that he didn't understand or recognize. The word sounded scary to him, especially because of how the adults said it. He was glad that Sheriff Wilcox had come by to talk to him. He wished that he could have gone back to the house with him. He really wanted to see how Julia was doing. He knew that Julia was very sick. It was the reason why Anna sent him to stay at the Campbell house. But he just knew that he could help Julia if they would just let him try. He was sure that Julia missed him. He pushed the open book away from him and stood up to look out the window. He wished that he could go outside. The room was starting to get dark for the night. During the day, this room grew quite hot because the sun shone through a large window almost all day. But as the sun began to set, the room turned quite cool. He set his book aside and stood up before taking a few steps towards the front door. Maybe he should just leave and go back to the sheriff's house. But just as he took another step, Jerry burst into the room, another book clutched in his hand. "I found it," he said. Paul had it in his room. He was talking about one of his younger brothers. Jerry had 3 younger brothers, and they were always in some kind of trouble. They got into Jerry's things, and 2 of them seemed to like slugging each other. Mrs. Campbell seemed tired all the time, trying to take care of all of them. Tommy was glad that he didn't have any brothers. From what he could tell, younger brothers were just a pain to have around. Julia wasn't like that. She never got into his things, and she loved to hear him read to her. The thought of his sister made him want to run out of the house anyway. What could Jerry do if he left? Jerry couldn't stop him, since Tommy was a bit bigger than he was. But he did know that Jerry could tell one of his parents and they could stop him. Good, Tommy said with a small sigh as he sat back down. It looked like he wouldn't be able to leave right then, but he was going to head back to the sheriff's house as soon as he could, even if he had to sneak out of the Campbell's house in the middle of the night. He had a very bad feeling that something was wrong. Chapter 38. Kent was up early the next morning. Anna had insisted that she stay with Julia during the night, since he was going to be traveling to Billings and back, and he needed his sleep. Kent had to practically force her to go to bed and sleep for half of the night. In his mind, she needed the rest more than he did. She wasn't looking well to him. She looked pale and extremely tired. He could only pray that she wasn't also getting sick. After kissing Anna goodbye, he went directly to the telegraph office and sent off a message to Dr. Martin in Billings, informing him that he would be coming that day to purchase the medicine. He could only hope that the doctor really did have some, and he had enough to help all of Ragford. After sending the telegram, he went to his office. Jamie was inside, and he was very glad to see Kent. All 3 of his deputies had been alternating work between them. Jamie's eyes lit up with delight and relief when he found out that Kent was going to Billings, and he offered to go with him. Kent accepted, knowing it would be safer for him to have someone with him. He would be making a trip to and from Billings all in one day, something that would usually take 2 days to do. The last thing he did was to stop off at the doctor's home. He wasn't home, but his wife was, and she was also happy to hear that he was on his way to pick up the needed antitoxin. They spent a good amount of time saddling their horses and making sure they had food and water for the trip. He was glad that he owned a hardy horse that would do fine traveling to Billings and back, as long as he didn't push the animal too hard. Kent and Jamie made good time getting to Billings and were there by mid-afternoon. They had to ask a few people where Dr. Martin's office was, but after receiving directions, they were able to easily find it. Luck was on their side when they stepped inside the office to see the doctor sitting behind a desk. "What can I do for you, gentlemen?" the doctor asked. "We are from Ragford. I sent you a telegram this morning. Did you get it?" Kent asked. Dr. Martin nodded. "I did. I'm glad that you were able to arrive safely. I've heard that you have diphtheria in your town. I'm real sorry about that. Dr. Gill indicated that you had access to the antitoxin that could help us," Kent continued. "I do actually, but I'm afraid that I can't just give it to you. It's very expensive." "I have the funds to pay for it," Kent said. "I just need to go to the bank and get the money as soon as I know how much I will need." Dr. Martin looked relieved. "That's good to hear. How much of the antitoxin do you need?" "As much as you can give us," Kent replied. "You need to realize that this medicine might not work. If the patient is too sick, he or she will die anyway." "I know, but we have to try." "I'll give you 20 doses. Will that be enough?" Dr. Martin asked. Kent nodded, hoping that it would be enough. He turned to Jamie. "I'll ride over to the bank. I'll be back shortly." After asking for directions to his family bank, he went inside and soon discovered that his father had sent much more than he had expected. It had been a while since he'd had access to so much money. He carefully withdrew the amount he needed and decided to worry about what to do with the rest later. The entire errand took only 30 minutes, and he soon was able to give the required funds to Dr. Martin. He was glad to finally have the antitoxin in his possession. "Do you know if Dr. Gill knows how to use one of these devices?" Dr. Martin asked as he showed Kent a strange-looking metal device. Kent studied it for a moment. It was a device that looked to be in about 5 pieces. The largest piece was a hollow metal cylinder. He couldn't tell what the other parts were. It looked to be a very complicated contraption. "I have no idea. What is it?" "This is a hypodermic syringe. Dr. Gill will need to use this to give the antitoxin to each patient." "Can you show me how it works?" Kent asked. "Yes, but I'll also write down some detailed instructions. There are steps that need to be taken that are very important not to miss, or it could kill or at least cause serious harm." Kent nodded his understanding. Dr. Martin showed him how to fill the syringe, making sure there wasn't any air in it, and how to administer the medicine into the patient, in either the arm or leg muscle using a hollow needle. The doctor scribbled instructions and information on a piece of paper as he spoke. "Here are the amounts that he will give young children and for adults." Kent nodded, his head swimming with all this information. He could only hope that Dr. Gill would understand the instructions. "Would you like to eat before you head back to Billings?" Dr. Martin asked. "My wife can fix you some food if you'd like." Kent exchanged glances with Jamie, who gave a subtle shake of his head. "Thank you for the invitation, but we had better get back. It's going to be late as it is before we arrive." "At least let her make you some beef sandwiches. It won't take her very long, I promise." Kent finally agreed, and true to his word, Mrs. Martin had a stack of sandwiches wrapped in a towel, ready for them in no time. By the time Kent had tucked the antitoxin and metal syringe safely in his saddlebag, Jamie was thanking Mrs. Martin for the food. It seemed to take even longer to get back to Ragford than it had to get to Billings. He was very glad to finally get into town. It was dark and close to 10 o'clock by the time they made it back. They rode directly to Dr. Gill's home, and he must have been anxiously waiting for them to arrive because his door opened almost before they could get off their horses. "Well?" Dr. Gill asked anxiously. "We've got it. Enough for 20 people," Kent told him. "That is great to hear," Dr. Gill said with relief. "Come in and let me take a look at it." Kent tied his horse to a fence post and went inside Dr. Gill's home carrying his precious cargo. Jamie followed him after also securing his horse. Kent stood beside Dr. Gill as he looked everything over. "I have seen one of these contraptions before," Dr. Gill said. "I've even seen one used. I should be able to figure it out easily enough." Regardless of what Dr. Gill said, Kent stayed with him until he was sure he understood how the hypodermic needle worked. "Okay, I think I've got it," Dr. Gill finally said. "Let's go to your house first." Kent wanted to argue with Dr. Gill. Surely there were other people who also needed the antitoxin, but wasn't it the entire reason to get the antitoxin in the first place? "That's fine," Kent said, "but then make sure everyone else who needs it gets the medicine." "Of course," Dr. Gill nodded. "I'd like to get home if that's okay," Jamie said. "Sure," Kent agreed. "In fact, don't worry about coming in until tomorrow afternoon." Owen can watch over the office and take care of whatever needs to be done. Great, Jamie said. Kent and Jamie followed Dr. Gill out the door. Jamie left for his own house. A few minutes later, Kent walked into his house, the doctor behind him. Everything was quiet and dark. Kent could only see a faint light coming from Julia's room. He entered the room and was glad to see that Julia didn't seem to be much worse than when he had left that morning, as best as he could tell. He again remembered that the doctor said that the next symptom Julia could display was difficult breathing. Julia seemed to be still breathing normally. "Oh," Anna said, jerking awake. "You're back. Did you—" Her words trailed off, as if afraid to ask her question. Dr. Gill held up the cloth bag. "Everything is in here." Anna didn't say anything, but the look of relief on her face said it all. Kent wanted to remind her that this antitoxin might not help, but he knew that she was very aware of the risks of using the medicine. Dr. Gill immediately got to work. Kent watched silently as he went through the steps of putting the hypodermic syringe together. He filled the syringe with a carefully measured amount of the antitoxin and then nodded to Kent. "We probably should give it to her in her upper leg," he said. Kent nodded and helped Dr. Gill to uncover Julia and expose her right leg. Anna gasped at the sight of the needle that she must have realized was going into Julia's leg, but then covered her mouth. Julia moaned and then opened her eyes. She looked at Kent as if she didn't recognize him before closing her eyes again. Dr. Gill looked at Kent as if wanting to get final approval, and he nodded firmly. Dr. Gill carefully gave Julia the antitoxin. It looked to Kent like it would be very painful to have the needle thrust into her leg, but she barely moved. "Is that it?" Anna asked. Dr. Gill nodded as he carefully set the hypodermic syringe aside. "That's it. What do we do now?" Dr. Gill stepped aside while Kent covered Julia back up. "We wait." "How long until we know if it works?" Anna asked. "I'm not sure. I would think no longer than a day or two. If she starts to feel better, we will know that it's working." Anna didn't say anything, although she looked like she had more questions that she wanted to ask. Instead, she stayed silent and kept her gaze on Julia. "I would like to sterilize this syringe before I move on to the next house," Dr. Gill said. "Can you boil some water for me?" Anna stared at the doctor for a moment before moving to the doorway. "I already have some water boiling. I was going to make some coffee to try to keep myself awake." "Good," Dr. Gill said, as he followed Anna out of the room. Kent almost collapsed on the chair near Julia's bed. He watched Julia sleep for a moment, and then decided to take the advice that he had given Tommy the day before. He began to pray. Chapter 39. Anna again spent the entire night at Julia's side. She knew that she should try to get some sleep. Kent had even tried to encourage her to, but she felt that he also needed sleep. After all, he had gotten up early that morning and made the long trip to Billings and back all in the same day. If it wasn't for him and his willingness to contact his father, she knew deep in her heart that Julia wouldn't have made it. A few hours before Kent arrived with Dr. Gill, Julia had begun to cry, complaining about how much she hurt, although she couldn't tell Anna exactly where. Anna knew, though, that her throat was very sore. As she cried, her breathing had become labored, which had greatly alarmed Anna. All she could do was to make Julia as comfortable as possible. She refused to drink any of the broth. After an hour of crying and tossing and turning, she had finally fallen asleep. Anna was concerned about how much Julia was sleeping, but she also knew that while she was resting, she wasn't feeling any pain. She was glad to finally see the sun rise the next morning. She disliked trying to take care of Julia in the dim light the lantern gave off. As the room became lighter, she wondered if there was a change in Julia. She seemed to be resting more comfortably, but she wasn't sure. What if she was just looking for signs that the medicine was working, when it really wasn't? She heard her bedroom door open, and Kent soon joined her. "How is she?" Kent half whispered. "I think she might be resting better, but I could be wrong," Anna answered slowly. "I might be just trying to see more than what is." Kent looked Julia over for a moment and then laid a hand on her forehead. "She does seem a bit cooler, but you're right. We might be just looking for positive signs. Dr. Gill wasn't sure how long it would take to notice a difference." Anna stood and swayed for a moment before Kent grabbed her arm. "Are you okay?" Anna nodded, but the room still seemed to spin around her. "I think I just need to eat something." Kent looked at her in concern. "I'll watch over Julia. Why don't you go and fix some breakfast, and then I want you to sleep until lunchtime." Anna wanted to argue with him, but she knew that he was right. She had started to not feel well the day before, but was trying to hide it from Kent. She was afraid he'd keep her from Julia's room. A thought suddenly entered her mind. What if she was getting sick with diphtheria? "No," Anna muttered as she walked into the kitchen. "I'm fine. I just need something to eat. Then I'll lie down and rest as Kent suggested. I'll be fine after I get a few hours of sleep." She quickly made some batter for flapjacks and fried up a stack of them, along with some bacon. She ate 2 of the flapjacks, although she couldn't eat the bacon. For some reason, it tasted terrible and smelled even worse. She quickly threw it away, thinking that the bacon must be bad and not fit to eat. After she ate the flapjacks, she made a plate of food for Kent and then went into her room to sleep. She thought that she'd end up lying on her bed for a long time before she could finally fall asleep. She was surprised that when she opened her eyes again, she could tell by the light in her room that she had slept much longer than she had wanted to. When she checked the time, she saw that it was mid-afternoon. She felt much better and was able to stand without getting dizzy. She was relieved and hoped that meant that she wasn't getting sick. If she was starting to get diphtheria, wouldn't she be feeling worse by now, especially since she started to not feel well the day before? She remembered how quickly Julia had gotten sick. In the morning, she complained of a slight sore throat, and by evening she had been in bed, hardly moving. She left her room and went into Julia's. Kent was sitting in the chair, a book in his lap. His eyes immediately looked her over, and she could see a look of relief in them. He must have been worried about her getting sick too. "How is she?" Anna asked. "I think she is doing better. She actually woke up about an hour ago, and I was able to get her to eat some of your soup." "Oh, I'm so glad," Anna said with relief. "Do you think that the medicine is working?" "It must be," Kent nodded. "How are you feeling?" "I feel much better. I must have been more tired than I thought." "Good. You need to take care of yourself, too. We don't need you getting sick." "I know," Anna said, as she fussed with Julia's covers for a moment, and then touched her forehead. "I don't think she has a fever anymore." "I've been thinking the same." "Are you okay still watching over her? I thought I'd make a decent meal for us tonight," Anna asked. "Sure," Kent responded. Anna began to make a pot of stew. She whipped up a batch of biscuits, not wanting to cut into the last loaf of bread. She would need to bake bread soon. There was so much she needed to do and was behind on. but taking care of Julia had become a priority. As Anna finished the last touches on the meal, the back door opened and Tommy burst inside, his eyes wild with fright. "Oh, Tommy, you startled me," Anna said, her hands on her chest, her heart beating rapidly. "I want to see Julia," Tommy demanded, not even greeting her. "You can't keep me from my sister." "Why, Tommy, what do you mean?" Anna asked with concern. Tommy looked very angry and upset. "I know Julia is very sick and she might die," Tommy yelled at her. "I want to see her." Anna tried to grasp Tommy's arm before he ran off, but she wasn't able to. She followed him into Julia's room. Tommy hurried to his sister's side. "What's going on?" Kent asked with equal concern. "Why?" Kent stopped talking when he saw Anna shake her head in warning. Tommy stood at Julia's bedside for a moment and touched her hand. Julia opened her eyes and smiled at her brother. Tears filled Anna's eyes as she watched brother and sister together. "I've heard that you've been real sick," Tommy whispered to her. Julia nodded. "My throat hurts so bad, but it's feeling better now." Anna and Kent looked at each other. As Tommy and Julia continued to talk, Kent beckoned Anna to follow him, and they both went into the kitchen. "What happened?" Kent asked. "Why is Tommy here?" "He just burst through the door. He was very angry. I wonder if he thinks that we've been keeping him from Julia on purpose," Anna tried to explain. Kent sighed. "I tried to explain to Tommy what was going on, but I didn't tell him how sick Julia really was. I didn't want him to worry. Obviously, I should have been a little more open with him." Anna touched his arm. "No, you did the right thing. We didn't know what was going to happen. Besides, he couldn't be here. I sent him to the Campbells for his own safety. What if he had gotten sick too?" Kent nodded at her words. "We just need to explain to him what has been going on. Once he hears everything, I'm sure that he will understand. I'm so glad that Julia is feeling well enough to talk again, though." She jumped to her feet. "I made some beef stew, and I'm going to give some to Julia. Maybe she will feel like eating more than just a few spoonfuls of chicken broth." She quickly prepared a bowl and went back into Julia's room. Tommy seemed a lot calmer now that he could tell that his sister was all right. "Tommy, I need to help Julia eat some of this soup. Would you like some?" Tommy slowly nodded, but he still seemed very reluctant to leave Julia's side. "Why don't you ask Kent to get you a bowl?" Anna suggested. "You can eat right by Julia. That way you won't have to leave her." Tommy still didn't say anything to her, but he did leave the room. Anna hoped that he would allow Kent to explain to him what had been going on. Julia seemed interested in the stew and was able to eat almost half the bowl. Eating so much seemed to tire Julia out, and she fell asleep soon after she ate. But Anna was no longer as concerned about her. She definitely was turning the corner. Chapter 40. "Mrs. Anna told me to come and get a bowl of soup," Tommy said as he stepped into the kitchen. "She said I could eat by Julia." "That sounds like a great idea," Kent answered. He quickly filled him a bowl. "I'm sorry that you are so upset. I'd like to talk to you about it when you are ready." Tommy didn't say anything as he took the full bowl from Kent. He turned to go and then looked at Kent. "I don't understand why you would keep Julia from me. I'm a good brother. I knew she was sick, but I could have helped. I've taken care of her before when she got sick." Kent knew that Tommy was talking about the time they spent in the rundown shack. He tried not to think about how hard it would have been for Tommy to take care of his sister in such an environment if she had gotten sick. "Why don't you eat the stew at the table?" Kent suggested. "I'll tell you everything that has been going on." Tommy looked at him in suspicion, but Kent could tell that he was also curious. "I won't leave anything out, I promise," Kent added. Without saying anything, Tommy sat down at the table. As he ate, Kent told him what had been going on with his sister. He explained how sick she had been and how Anna had made the right decision in sending Tommy to the Campbells. He explained what diphtheria was and how dangerous a disease it was. He told him about his trip to Billings to purchase the medicine Julia needed to get better, as well as other people in town. Tommy relaxed the more Kent talked. He could see that he should have been more upfront with the boy, but he also felt he had made the right decision in not letting Tommy know how sick his sister was. He was glad that he could tell Tommy that Julia would recover from her illness and be back to normal in no time. When Tommy finished his bowl of stew, he went back into Julia's room. Kent decided that now was the time to take care of an important errand. He wanted to send a telegram to thank his father for sending the money. He also wanted to touch base with Dr. Gill and make sure that everyone who needed the antitoxin had been able to receive it. Mr. Patton was very willing to send a telegram, even though it was evening and the office was technically closed until the next day. While Kent waited for the telegram to be sent, he listened to Mr. Patton talk about everyone else he knew of who was sick with diphtheria. Mr. Patton felt blessed that he and his wife hadn't gotten the disease and could only hope that his luck would continue. He told Kent about a time when he was younger and when he lived in Chicago. Many people in his part of the city had gotten sick with diphtheria, and too many children had died, including 2 of his siblings. "Ma called it the kiss of death," Mr. Patton said sadly. "It was like my brother was breathing, and the very next second he couldn't. I found out later that in some patients, a thin membrane formed over a person's throat until they couldn't breathe anymore. They suffocated." "It sounds awful," Kent agreed. Again, he was grateful that there had been a way to help the people in his town, and that Julia's disease hadn't progressed to that point. When he left the store, he immediately heard his name being called, and he turned around. Dr. Gill was in his buggy, riding down the street towards him. Kent stopped and waited until Dr. Gill reached him. "You are just the man I wanted to see," Dr. Gill said. "How is Julia?" "She is feeling much better. Anna was able to get her to eat some soup this morning, and she is smiling and talking." "That is good to hear," Dr. Gill smiled, looking relieved. "Is the antitoxin working well for everyone else?" Kent asked. Dr. Gill sighed. "It was too late for 2 children, but I think it has helped everyone else that I gave it to." "It's a miracle," Kent breathed with relief. "I was just going to head to your office," Kent said. "I wanted to see if you had been able to give the medicine to everyone who needed it." "I have. Everyone, that is, except 1, Dr. Gill responded. Kent frowned. "Did you run out?" Dr. Gill shook his head. "I have about 3 doses left. Why don't you hop in my buggy and come with me? I am on my way to the Johnsons. Maybe you can help." "Sure," Kent shrugged his shoulders and climbed into the doctor's buggy. He was willing to help where he could, but he wasn't sure what Dr. Gill expected him to do. "I don't know if you knew that Agnes is sick with the disease." "I had heard that she had gotten ill," Kent said. "How is she doing?" "She isn't as sick as Julia was, but she still is a very ill woman. I went by there a few hours ago to give her the antitoxin, but she refused it." "Why did she do that?" Kent scowled. "She feels like God is punishing her, and she doesn't deserve any help." "Why do you think that I can help change her mind?" Kent asked incredulously. "Because I think she feels at least some guilt for her role in trying to get Tommy and Julia sent to an orphanage." I was hoping that you might be able to talk some sense into her." Dr. Gill glanced at him and then back at the road. Joe is beside himself. "I'll see what I can do," Kent finally agreed, but he didn't know if he would be much help. After all, it was because of him that the children weren't sent off, and then he threatened to shut down their store because of her cruel actions. He was aware that Joe had banned her from working in the store after his visit. When they arrived at the Johnson store, he followed the doctor around the back of the building and up some steep steps to a room that had been built on top of the store. Dr. Gill knocked, and the door immediately opened. "Oh, Doctor, I'm so glad that you stopped by," Joe said, and then looked at Kent. "You too, Sheriff." Kent followed the doctor inside and looked around the small room. He couldn't believe that anyone could even live in the room. There was a bed at one end of the room and the kitchen on the other, with a small square table and 2 wooden chairs. A worn sofa sat against one wall. Joe led them to the bed where Agnes lay. It was obvious that she was ill, but Kent could also tell that she was not yet as sick as Julia had been. "Agnes, the doc is here to see you," Joe said softly as he touched her hand. Agnes opened her eyes and looked at Dr. Gill and then at Kent. Her eyes widened a bit as if surprised to see him, and then she turned her head away. "I heard that you've been pretty sick," Kent said, trying to keep his voice pleasant. "I'm all right," Agnes said with a hoarse voice. "You don't need to be here. Go home to your family." Kent decided to ignore her words. "Dr. Gill has some medicine that he can give you to help get rid of the sickness. Why don't you let him give it to you?" "Oh, I know all about the medicine." Agnes swallowed and then moaned. It was obvious that her throat hurt. "Give what you would use for me to someone else. If I live, I live, and if I die, I die." Kent wasn't sure if Agnes was trying to be dramatic or if she really felt that way. He glanced at Joe and saw tears in the man's eyes, letting Kent know that Agnes meant what she had just said. "I went all the way to Billings for this medicine. There is enough for everyone, and if there isn't, I can go and get more. Let Dr. Gill give you some." Agnes shook her head. "Why won't you let Dr. Gill give it to you?" Kent asked, with a bit of frustration. "I know I got this diphtheria because God is punishing me for my evil deeds," Agnes said softly. "What are you talking about?" Kent asked. He could never figure this woman out. "You know what I mean," Agnes answered with a sigh. Kent thought for a moment. "Are you talking about how you have been pushing for Tommy and Julia to be sent away?" Agnes slowly nodded. "I know that they would be better off with you. I don't know why I fought to get them sent there. I've lived in an orphanage. I know what they are like." Kent looked at Joe again, this time with confusion. He had known that her parents had been killed in an Indian raid when she was a child. Had she been sent to an orphanage after that? It was not a good place to live. "I was told that I was sent there because children who don't have parents should live there. I was told that so many times I believed it. No one wants children who don't have parents." Kent regarded her silently for a moment before speaking. "I believe that if a family can take in orphan children, they should be allowed to. Orphanages are available for those children who don't have parents or someone to take them in. Anna and I have the desire and means to do so. Tommy and Julia will have a much better life being raised in our home. I believe that the more people help children who don't have parents, the better off they will be when they are adults." "I agree," Agnes said. She talked as if she had a hard time forming the words. "I'm sorry that I fought so much against it." Agnes took a deep breath. Her eyes drifted shut. For a moment, Kent thought that she had fallen asleep, but then she looked directly at him. "I have caused so many problems for people in this town, and for my Joe." She looked at her husband, who patted her hand. "Now, Agnes, I won't have you talking like that. You have some things that need to be worked on, but so do the rest of us. Please, let Dr. Gill give you the medicine. I want you around for a long, long time, the good Lord willing." "Joe is right," Kent said, knowing that, for some reason, Agnes needed to see that he was giving his permission for her to be given the antitoxin. "Let Dr. Gill help you. It's the reason why I went after the medicine, so everyone could use it if they needed it, not just a few selected people." Agnes gave a small sigh and then nodded. Dr. Gill immediately gave her the injection in her upper arm. Kent was surprised at how fast he had the hypodermic needle ready, and then realized that he had prepared it while he was talking to her. He wanted to give it to her the moment she agreed, so she couldn't change her mind. After Dr. Gill administered the antitoxin, Agnes rubbed her arm. "That hurt a bit, Doctor." "I imagine it did," the doctor nodded, his eyes twinkling. "But I think that you will find that you feel much better in a few days." Kent waited while Dr. Gill put his things away. "We'll let you rest now." "Sheriff," Agnes stretched out her hand to him. "Please, send Tommy to me when I am better. I would like to talk to him." "I will," Kent agreed, although he was going to make sure that he didn't leave Tommy alone with Agnes. She might have had a change of heart, but he still didn't trust her. Kent and Dr. Gill left the Johnsons' home soon after Agnes drifted to sleep. "Well, I'm glad that I brought you. I think maybe she had a guilty conscience that she needed to clear before she accepted the help. I'm glad that I could help her, as much as she has caused so many problems in Ragford the last little while. I wouldn't expect her to not get help because of it." Kent didn't get into the doctor's buggy because he planned to walk back to his house, but the doctor beckoned him inside. "I guess I can understand a little bit why Agnes has been so bitter and hard against Indians and orphans. Sometimes we just need to find out why a person is acting the way they are to understand them, and then maybe the behavior would change." Kent nodded. He wasn't sure if Agnes would really be a changed woman when she started to feel better, but he also felt that she had taken a step towards righting a wrong. At that moment, it was all that mattered. Bonus scene. On a Saturday morning, a few weeks after Julia began to feel better, Anna found herself sitting at the kitchen table with Kent sitting next to her. Tommy and Julia were sitting on the other side. They had decided that it was time to talk to the children about their future. Tommy looked a bit worried that they wanted to talk to him. Julia swung her small legs against her chair, oblivious to the tension in her brother. "We have something we'd like to talk to you about," Kent said, starting the conversation. "I haven't done anything wrong," Tommy blurted out. "I promise." Kent narrowed his eyes at him. "What are you talking about? Isn't that why you want to talk to us? Because something happened that I got blamed for?" Anna's heart softened at Tommy's words. She knew that he was always worried that something bad could happen around Ragford that he might be blamed for. She remembered a trip the four of them had taken to the general store a few days prior. Agnes had apologized to Tommy for her actions and harsh words. Tommy had hardly said a word to the older woman and had left the store the moment he had been given permission to do so. Anna knew that he didn't believe that Agnes was really sorry. It would take time for Tommy to trust some of the adults in town, including Agnes, and part of her wondered if he would ever be able to. Anna decided to intervene. Tommy, if you will just listen for a moment, you will know why we want to talk to you very soon. I promise that you aren't in trouble." Tommy hesitated before nodding, but Anna was glad that he stayed put. He looked like he was about ready to bolt from the room. "We would like to see what you both think about becoming part of our family permanently," Kent said. "What do you mean?" Tommy asked with confusion, but he seemed to relax a bit. "Anna and I would like to adopt you." "What does adopt mean?" Julia asked curiously. Her eyes narrowed as she tried to understand the new word. "It means that we will sign some papers that a judge will give us that say we are willing to be officially your parents and that you will be officially our children." Anna kept an eye on Tommy, wanting to see what he thought of their idea. He looked confused, but then his eyes cleared, and the largest smile spread across his face that Anna had ever seen him give since Kent first brought him home. "Do you mean that you would be our PA?" And Tommy looked at Anna. "You would be our ma, for real?" "Yes, that is exactly what we mean," Anna nodded, glad that he seemed pleased with their plans. "Once we sign the papers, it will be like you have always been our children, and we will make sure everyone knows it." "But we don't expect you to forget your father," Kent jumped in. "He was your father first." Tommy shrugged, showing by his actions that he didn't seem too upset about Kent taking his father's place. It made Anna wonder what their life had really been like with Archie Burns. She also wondered if they would ever really know. "When would this happen?" Tommy asked eagerly. "Can it be today?" Kent laughed. "We need to make a trip into Billings and meet with a judge, but we can start unofficially being a family right this minute. Would you like that?" "Yes," Tommy said with a firm nod. Anna exchanged a look with Kent. She knew that he'd been concerned about Tommy's reaction to the idea that they officially adopt him and Julia. He seemed to keep himself emotionally separate from them all the time. He didn't want hugs or encouraging words. He only wanted to make sure his sister was cared for. Kent wasn't sure if Tommy would want to be adopted by them. Anna had disagreed. She felt that Tommy was holding himself back because he was expecting that he would eventually get sent away, no matter what she or Kent told him to the contrary. Because of this, she felt that they needed to talk to him about the idea of adopting them sooner rather than later. Maybe if Tommy knew that they wanted to adopt him and make things permanent, he'd be able to relax around them. "I thought that we'd take a trip into Billings before the first snowfall," Kent suggested. "We have some things we need to purchase anyway. We can stay there a few days. While we are there, we can meet with a judge and have you both become our children, officially." "That sounds fun," Tommy agreed. He was still smiling. Julia also laughed, her feet still swinging back and forth against her chair, obviously picking up on her brother's happiness. Tommy kept smiling as Kent continued to talk about their upcoming trip to Billings. But then he looked at them both, very seriously. "What is it?" Anna asked, reaching out to touch his hand. Can I call you Ma and Pa?" he asked very softly, as if he was afraid that they would deny him that small pleasure. She suddenly knew that making the decision to officially adopt him and Julia wasn't going to take away all of his concerns and fears, but it was a start. It would take time and trust to show him that they were serious about being their parents, that they were now part of their family from this moment forward, that they were wanted as much as the small life that was growing inside her. It didn't matter when the judge gave them papers to sign. They were now a family, the four of them. "Of course," Kent answered. He cleared his throat as if he was starting to become emotional. "Of course. We would be honored if you called us Ma and Pa." "Okay, then," Tommy nodded and then looked at Julia. "Did you get that, Squirt?" Julia laughed again and nodded as she climbed into Anna's lap. "We have parents, and they are good ones," Tommy told her seriously, but Anna could hear the pure joy in his voice. "The sheriff is now our PA, and Mrs. Anna is now our ma." Emotion flooded Anna's heart at Tommy's words. Kent suddenly hit his hand on the table, which made Anna and the children jump. "I have a great idea. I think that we should go and visit your sister," he said with a smile. Anna immediately loved that idea. She had been wanting to tell Emma that she was expecting. "Can we go today?" "That was just what I was thinking. We've had a hard few weeks, and now that the quarantine on Ragford has finally been lifted, let's go see how your family is doing." It didn't take long for Kent to arrange to borrow a buggy from the stables. He helped Anna onto the front seat while Tommy and Julia climbed into the back. "I think that we need to purchase one of these along with a few horses," Kent said as they drove out of town. "We don't have a large enough barn for 2 more horses or a place to store a buggy," Anna commented. "We can build one," Kent replied. "I do remember that I agreed to build you a chicken coop, and it sure would be nice to have fresh milk, so we need a cow." Anna's eyes lit up. "I would love that. It is very expensive to buy all of our meat, milk, and eggs from the store." "You are going to buy horses?" Tommy asked excitedly, obviously overhearing their conversation. "Can I learn to ride one?" "I think that is a great idea," Kent agreed. "If you will help me build the barn and a chicken coop, you can learn to ride one of the horses." "I can do that," Tommy answered. A large grin spread over his face. The horses Kent had rented from the stables were energetic, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at Emma's ranch. Anna loved the drive, marveling at the changes that nature had made since the last time she had traveled along this same road. The leaves on the trees that grew on the nearby mountains were changing colors, and the entire area looked like someone had taken a brush and painted red, oranges, and yellows in large spots. The tips of the mountains already had snow on them, another sign that winter was just around the corner. But the sun shone down on them from a cloudless sky, and the warmth felt good on her shoulders. When they arrived at the ranch, Kent guided the buggy to the side of a fenced field. No one immediately came to greet them from the house, and Anna grew concerned. What if Emma's family had gotten sick? But her fears left her as she saw Mary Jane open the screen door, a wide smile on her face. She yelled something inside the house and then ran down the stairs. By this time, Kent had helped Anna from the buggy. Tommy and Julia had climbed out on their own and ran towards Mary Jane. "Hello, Mary Jane," Anna greeted her. "Is your—" She didn't finish her sentence before Emma hurried out of the house. Emma pulled Anna into her arms, and they hugged for a long moment. "I'm so glad that you are okay," Emma said as she wiped tears from her eyes. "When we heard about the quarantine and then how sick Julia was, I expected the worst." Anna wiped her own tears from her eyes. "It was quite scary for a while, but as you can see, Julia is fine." Emma tucked her arm through Anna's. "Come and sit on the porch. I want to hear everything that happened." Kent cleared his throat. "I think I'll go and find Logan and let you ladies talk. I'll take the children with me if you'd like." "Thanks, Kent," Anna agreed. After Kent and the children left to go look for Logan, Anna told Emma everything that had been happening over the last few weeks. She was glad to hear that Emma's family and the people who worked on their ranch hadn't gotten diphtheria. When they heard about the quarantine, they had stayed on the ranch where they belonged. Logan had hired a young man from a neighboring farm to keep tabs on what was going on in Ragford, since he was the brother of one of Kent's deputies, Owen. A few minutes later, Anna's attention turned towards the sound of loud chattering. She couldn't help but smile as Kent strode towards her with their 2 children beside him. Logan had Mary Jane in his arms as he walked a few steps behind Kent. Logan greeted Anna, and then the 2 men made themselves comfortable on the steps. Anna smiled at Kent, who gave her a wink which made her face flush. The 3 children began to play a game of tag. Emma nudged her. "So that's how it is," she murmured softly to Anna. Anna looked at Emma in pretend confusion. "What?" she asked softly. "You and Kent." Emma gave a knowing nod, and Anna knew that she understood that things were going very well between her and Kent. "Tommy," Anna called, trying to get Emma's attention off herself. "Come and tell Aunt Emma and Uncle Logan our good news." Tommy stopped chasing after Julia and grinned as he ran towards the adults sitting on the porch. "What is your news?" Emma asked, and then looked at Anna. "Or should I guess?" Julia ran to Tommy's side. "We are going to be opted," she announced with a grin as she jumped up and down on her toes. "What?" Logan asked in confusion. "I think Julia means adopted. We've decided to adopt these 2 rascals, and they seem to want us as parents," Kent teased as he ruffled Tommy's hair. "Hey," Tommy protested as he pulled his head away, but he turned and grinned at Kent. Emma clapped her hands. "That is wonderful news. Congratulations." Anna grinned, feeling just as happy as the children seemed. "We will be going into Billings before winter hits to make it official." "You 2 are lucky to have such good parents," Logan said to Tommy. "We are lucky that we can be parents to such wonderful children," Kent answered. He reached out to ruffle Tommy's hair again. The boy moved away, but he laughed as he did so. Julia jumped into Kent's lap and pointed to Anna. "She is my ma and he is my PA." Mary Jane had also joined them and climbed into Emma's lap. Anna could see the telltale sign that her sister's pregnancy was showing, and she found herself bursting with the news of her own. "Guess what this means, Mary Jane?" Emma asked her daughter. "You now have 2 cousins, Tommy and Julia." "Really?" Mary Jane asked with delight as she jumped off Emma's lap and hugged Julia enthusiastically. "We're cousins now?" Julia hugged Mary Jane back so hard that they both fell to the ground in giggles. "You sure are," Logan answered. "This seems to be a day for good news. You don't know how relieved we are to know that you all pulled through the diphtheria scare." The 3 children began to chase each other around the yard again. When they were out of earshot, Emma turned to Anna. "You know, I am very glad that you and Kent are going to adopt those 2 children, but I thought that you were going to tell us some other news." Anna flushed again. She knew exactly what her sister was hinting at. "I actually do have one more piece of good news. I am expecting." "I knew it," Emma squealed, acting just as excited as the children had just moments before. She gave Anna another hug. "When are you due?" "Dr. Gill thinks it will be in the spring. We are going to be raising our children together." "It looks like things worked out very well for both of us, haven't they?" Emma asked. Anna looked at Kent, who winked at her again. Yes, things had worked out very well. She had found a good husband, a wonderful man who had shown her, many times since their last talk, his love for her. He had given her the family she had always wanted. Epilogue. After Kent left to send another telegram to his father, Anna was able to convince Tommy to go to bed. but only if she allowed him to sleep in her room on the floor. She wondered if she should have sent Tommy back to the Campbells, but she figured that he had already been around Julia too long. She could only hope that he wouldn't get the sickness. She checked on both children multiple times while getting caught up on some of the housework that had suffered because of caring for Julia. She still noticed that she wasn't feeling well, and she could only pray that she might be getting sick with something else, and not diphtheria. The symptoms didn't seem the same as what Julia had starting out. She felt very tired and nothing tasted good. She also felt nauseous. She finally decided that she wasn't feeling well because she was exhausted from little sleep over the last few nights. When Kent finally came home, he seemed to recognize that she was tired and encouraged her to go to bed. She finally agreed, but she was very careful not to tell Kent that she didn't feel well. Surely, after a good night's sleep, she would be perfectly fine in the morning. But the next morning, she woke up sick and ended up emptying her stomach in the outhouse. Surprisingly, though, she felt much better afterward. As she was preparing breakfast, she contemplated not saying anything to Kent about her symptoms, but she knew she needed to tell him. She had already made the mistake of not telling him something that was vitally important, and it had caused a rift between them. She couldn't make that same mistake again. Kent walked into the kitchen a few minutes later. "How are the children?" Anna asked. "They are both still asleep," Kent responded. "I'm thinking about going into the office today. Will you be all right here alone, taking care of Julia?" "Yes, of course," Anna responded, glad to see that their daily routine could return to normal, at least a little bit. "Are you sure you are okay?" Kent asked with concern. "Kent, the thing is, I'm not feeling very well. I just threw up in the outhouse. I haven't been feeling well for a few days." "What do you mean?" he asked a bit harshly, but Anna knew that it was because he was concerned for her and not angry. "I'm dizzy a lot and feel very tired. I figured that I was just exhausted because of taking care of Julia without much rest. But I got enough sleep last night." Kent headed to the door. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to get Dr. Gill. I want you to get the antitoxin too, as soon as possible. Maybe if you get it now, you won't get as sick as Julia was." Anna opened her mouth to respond, but it was too late. Kent was gone. She sighed and continued to make breakfast. This morning, she made a pot of oatmeal and toasted the last of the bread they had. "I need to make bread today," Anna murmured in the empty kitchen. A few minutes later, Tommy and Julia woke up. She gave them both breakfast, and then started to heat some water on the stove to give Julia a bath. Tommy was quite helpful pumping water into large pans for her to heat. She felt that giving Julia a bath might make her feel better, along with being able to wear a fresh, clean nightgown. Just as the water was hot enough to be poured into their tin bathing tub, Kent returned to the house. Dr. Gill was behind him. "I heard that you aren't feeling well," Dr. Gill said, dismissing with the social greetings. "I have some strange symptoms," Anna admitted, "but they aren't the same as what Julia had when she first started to get sick." Dr. Gill continued to smile at her with an almost knowing look in his eyes. "Is there a room where we could go and I can ask you some questions?" Anna noticed that he didn't look too concerned, although Kent still looked upset. She only nodded and led him into her small parlor. She sat down primly and began to answer his questions. After a few of them, she suddenly realized what the doctor was suspecting, and she began to relax. "I believe that you will have a new little one join your family in about 8 months, give or take a few weeks. By then, your symptoms will have disappeared." even though she had suspected, she still felt shocked. How could this have happened? Dr. Gill just laughed. Anna flushed, feeling her face become beet red. I mean, we haven't been married very long. It doesn't take very long, my dear, Dr. Gill answered with a smile. Anna gave a sigh of relief. So, I'm not getting sick with diphtheria? She asked, just to make sure. I don't believe so, Dr. Gill answered. Although you do need to be careful. You need to make sure that you don't miss any meals and get as much rest as you can. I will, she smiled. I was so worried. Dr. Gill laughed. I believe that your husband was a bit more worried than you were. I suspected that you were probably in the family way when he mentioned that you got sick in the outhouse. But he wouldn't listen to me when I hinted that your sickness could be caused by something else. He stood up. I'll go check on my other patient, and then you can have a talk with your husband. Anna nodded. Tommy is in Julia's room. Kent told me what happened with Tommy. While it would have been best to keep him away from his sister for a few more days, there's not much we can do now. Just keep an eye on him. If he starts getting any symptoms, send for me immediately. The doctor left the room, and a few minutes later, after declaring Julia was on the mend, he left the house. Kent immediately pulled her aside. What did the doctor say? Kent asked. Anna wanted to tell him that he was going to be a father, but she didn't want to do it right then, with 2 sets of small ears nearby. I'll tell you later. Just know that I am not getting sick with diphtheria. That's good to hear, Kent said with relief. Kent quickly ate his breakfast and then left for his office for the day. Anna gave Julia a bath and then tucked her back in her bed with fresh, clean sheets. Tommy kept watch over Julia that day while Anna made a large batch of bread, did more laundry, and began cooking a large roast for dinner that evening. She also found that if she kept her stomach full but didn't eat too much all at once, she was able to keep her meals down. She began to feel much better. That evening, Kent returned home. Julia was feeling well enough to eat in the kitchen, although Kent wouldn't let her walk from her room to the table. He carried her, teasing that she was their princess and needed extra special pampering. It was nice to hear Julia's answering giggle. The meal was lively and fun, and Anna enjoyed every moment of being with her family. After dinner was cleaned up, Kent pulled out a checkers board and began to teach Tommy how to play the game while Anna put a tired Julia to bed. Then she read and listened while Kent and Tommy played their game. A few hours later, Tommy also went to bed. She was glad that Kent stayed in the parlor after Tommy left. She thoroughly enjoyed the evening, but she also had been watching the time. She really wanted to tell him her news, and she was beginning to feel anxious. What if he wasn't happy about it? What if he felt that it wasn't the right time to start a family? After all, they had just married and added 2 children to their home. Logically, it really wasn't a good time to be adding a newborn baby to their lives. But Anna was also excited at the thought that she would be a mother next spring. As much as she had begun to love Tommy and Julia, she wanted the experience of having her own child. She thought of Emma and how she should be delivering her own child in a few months' time. What fun it would be to raise their children together. I can tell you have something to tell me, Kent said after they heard Tommy's bedroom door shut behind him. How can you tell? Anna asked, trying not to smile. She didn't want to give away her news too quickly. You've been watching the clock for the last hour and acted very relieved when Tommy finally went to bed. What's going on? Dr. Gill told me that I'm expecting. Kent stared at her for a long moment, like he didn't understand what she was saying. but then a huge smile spread over his face. "Really?" Kent said as he pulled her into his arms. "I'm so relieved. That is great news. I was a bit confused because my symptoms weren't the same as Julia's. Dr. Gill agreed with me that I definitely don't have diphtheria." Kent pulled her even closer to him, and she allowed herself to relax for the first time since Julia had gotten sick. It was nice to be in her husband's arms again. They still hadn't talked about the money, but right at that moment, she knew that they would be able to work things out. Kent tilted her face with a hand and placed a soft kiss on her mouth and then deepened it. Right at that moment, Anna knew that she could spend the rest of her life in his arms. Her feelings for Kent grew even more. She had heard about love between a man and a woman, but she had never understood it until now. Kent seemed to also be enjoying their closeness because nothing was said between them for a long time. He finally pulled away slightly and looked at her. "I have something to show you," Kent said as he pulled a letter out of his pocket. "I received a letter from my father today." "That's great," Anna said with a smile. "What did he say?" Kent gave a short laugh. "He's known where I've been all this time." "Really? How?" "He hired a private investigator to find me a few years ago. He said that he regrets our disagreement and wants to make amends." "What else did he say?" "Would you like to read it?" Kent asked as he handed her the letter. "I'd love to," Anna said. But she searched his face to make sure he really was all right with her reading the letter. When he only grinned at her, she took it and pulled a paper out of the envelope and began to read. "Dear son, you don't know how pleased I am that you have finally contacted me. Like I indicated in the telegram, it was an answer to many prayers. Your mother is so happy that she knows where you are. I have to confess that I have known where you have been living for the last 2 years. I hired a private investigator to find you. I did it with the intention to force you home, but then I realized that I needed to let you live your own life. You had told me since you were a young boy that you didn't want to spend your life working in the family business. I didn't want to listen. From what the private investigator found, you are now the sheriff of the town you live in. The people who live in Ragford think highly of you and respect you. I have no intention of trying to change that. All I ask is that we stay in contact with each other. Your mother and sister Helen miss you desperately, as do I. I have realized that business and money are not as important as family. If you agree to stay in touch, I promise to allow you to live your life as you see fit. I don't know what is going on in that town of yours, but I hope that the money I put in your account in the bank in Billings will help and be enough. I am sure you know by now that I moved all the money that was in your trust fund from your grandfather. That money is rightfully yours." Anna glanced at Kent when she read that sentence and just about asked him a question about the money, but he wasn't paying any attention to her. He had leaned against the sofa and his eyes were closed. Shrugging her shoulders, she continued to read. "I'm sure that you are wondering how Helen is doing. I'm pleased to report that she is engaged to be married, and the grand event will happen in the spring. She is planning on writing her own letter, but she is hoping that you will be able to attend. I don't know if you remember your friend Alexander Terrell. He is Helen's intended. He also has been working in the business for the last few years. I am in the process of training and teaching him all the aspects of the shipping company. Eventually, he will be running it. Please send a letter and tell us about your family. I promise you that I haven't sent an investigator to find out what you've been up to since I first found you. I want you to know that I did my best to respect your privacy." We are eager to hear how you are doing, and if the money was able to help your diphtheria crisis in your town. With love, Father." "Wow," Anna breathed. "He's nothing like I imagined him to be." Kent opened his eyes and looked at her before taking the letter. "It seems like he has changed, and for the better." "It must have been very difficult to lose contact with you," Anna commented. "I have to ask, does it bother you that he is training your friend to essentially take your place?" Kent snorted. "Of course not. Alex is a great man. He'll be perfect for Helen and do a much better job than I would have with the business." Anna was glad to hear that. Part of her wondered if he regretted the decisions he had made so long ago. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "Are you going to write to your family?" Anna asked. Kent tried to keep his smile off his face. He could tell that Anna wanted to know exactly what he was thinking. She was just trying to curb her interest and excitement. He knew that Anna had wanted Kent to contact his family from the moment he first told her his story. "I will, in a few days." "What are you going to tell them?" This time, Kent couldn't stop from smiling. "I'm going to tell them that I am married to a wonderful, caring woman whom I love very much." "What about—" Anna stopped talking and looked at him. "What did you just say?" "I think I just told you that I loved you in a roundabout way," Kent teased. "Oh, Kent," Anna said and burst into tears. Kent felt very confused. "I'm sorry, but I didn't think confessing that I love you would cause such a reaction." Anna continued to sob in her hands. He pulled her close to him and allowed her to cry. He remembered that Owen had told him once that when a woman was expecting, they sometimes became very emotional. Maybe that was the reason for the tears. "I'm sorry," Anna said again. "I just didn't expect you to say those words." "I think that maybe we need to talk about the money before we say anything else," Kent said. "I know," Anna said as her face fell. Kent was afraid that she was going to burst into tears again, but she didn't. "I've learned something in the last few days," Kent admitted. "I grew up with money. I could buy anything I wanted and all my needs were met. We had maids that took care of all our needs. We had a housekeeper and a butler. Father hired a man who took care of the horses. Another man took care of the grounds around our large house, which was the biggest on our street, by the way. For some reason, that was very important to Father." Kent looked at her and picked up her hand, suddenly needing to be touching her as they talked. "I had a hard time with the fact that my parents could buy whatever they wanted when there were people around us who couldn't. We'd walk by people on the streets who obviously didn't have much money, and they would move on like they weren't even there. I once gave some coins to a man who looked very hungry. I was punished for doing so." Anna squeezed his hand as if in sympathy and understanding. "I remember the day I decided I wanted to move west and someday be a sheriff of a small town. I was so excited and told my father. He became very angry. He was so upset. I never talked to him again about it, but it was always in the back of my mind. After I graduated from college, I saw an ad for a deputy job in Ragford and sent a letter to the sheriff asking for the job. He hired me on the spot. When my father found out I wasn't planning on working in the family business, he got angry again. The way he acted, like I was supposed to want to stick around because of all the money I could have someday, further convinced me that I wanted a simpler life." "But it sounds like he regrets his actions," Anna said as she pointed to the letter he had set aside. "Yes, from his letter, it does sound like he regrets it. I think that if I gave permission, he and Mother might consider coming for a visit. I have to admit that I don't want to invite them until they know that we are raising 2 orphan children. They will need to agree to see them as their own grandchildren. I also know that we will be invited to travel to Philadelphia for Helen's wedding." He glanced at her. He doesn't know that I'm married. He doesn't know that Julia was one of the people he helped with the money he sent. I want to find out his reaction to that news before I would agree to invite them here for a visit. "Besides," Kent continued, "now that you are expecting, I don't think it will be wise to travel to Philadelphia for Helen's wedding. You'll only be a few weeks away from delivering. I don't think it will be safe." Anna agreed with a nod, but she didn't say anything. She seemed content to let him talk. "I guess I've grown up with a warped view of money. I still don't like it. I've seen how money changes people, but I also realize that money can be used for good to help people." Anna squeezed his hand again. "Oh, let me tell you about my childhood. You know that it was the complete opposite of yours. My parents worked hard for every penny we had. I never had a new dress. I always wore Emma's dresses that she outgrew, and they were usually patched in a few places. I remember only one time getting a new pair of shoes. We worked hard, but we were happy. I am concerned about my parents, though." She paused for a moment and then waved her hand, as if not willing to think about her parents right then. "I see money differently than you do, but I also understand why you feel that way. I guess that we both need to figure out some common ground when it comes to dealing with money. I want to apologize again that I didn't tell you about the money bag I found. I should have told you about it before we married. I guess part of me wanted to figure out a way to keep it so I could send some to my parents. I know that was wrong of me to even think that. I have to confess something," Kent said slowly. "Before you suggested that I send a telegram to my father, I was thinking about that money you found. I had to admit that if I hadn't returned it when I did, I would have been tempted to use some of it to buy the medicine that we needed. I don't think I would have, but I would have been tempted." "What are you trying to say?" Anna asked. "I'm saying that I understand why you had a hard time telling me about the money." "I promise that I did forget about it," Anna said quickly. "While I was very willing to take in Tommy and Julia, it was hard for me to get used to having 2 children that were suddenly around all the time. We also were dealing with the issues Tommy had. Plus, we were just newly married and—" "And what?" Kent asked curiously. "I have to admit that I was enjoying the time when it was just us. I think it gave us time to get to know each other better. We just didn't have much time before you brought the children home." "Do you regret taking them in?" Kent asked. He wasn't sure what he would do if she admitted that she did have some regrets. He was relieved when she shook her head. "Oh no," Anna said quickly. "I'm glad we took them in. I'm starting to love Julia like a daughter, and Tommy is fast moving into my heart. It was just a huge adjustment. We had only been married a few weeks." "I know," Kent said. "We have had a lot of things happen since we married, haven't we? It started even before we married with the stagecoach attack. It has been a crazy last few months. Let's hope that things will settle down for the next little while," Kent said. "Now that we have that subject out of the way, I want to tell you that I have fallen in love with you, too." Kent's heart suddenly seemed to beat clear out of his chest at Anna's words. Without saying anything, he again pulled her close to him. He wondered what he had done to deserve such a wonderful woman in his life. "I have to ask, why did you start crying when I told you that I loved you?" he asked quietly. "Because I didn't think I'd ever hear you tell me that," Anna admitted just as quietly. "I thought that you had started to regret marrying me since you avoided me after Tommy found that money." "I shouldn't have reacted that way," Kent answered with regret. I'm sorry about that. How about we promise each other that we will always work out any problems we have between us, no matter what?" "That sounds like a great idea," Anna replied. She looked into his eyes before giving him a kiss of her own. "I was thinking just today about the promises we made to each other in front of the preacher, Emma and her family, and our friends on the day we married. Now, we just made a promise to each other that is equally important." Kent decided that they had talked long enough. It was time to show his lovely bride how much he loved her, and Anna agreed. Read or listen the next story now. Save more with our bundles.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch on of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video, and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.